Okay, so before we begin, this video is going to be a doozy in length. So please feel free to skip around with the timestamps so you don't have to hear me yapping for too long and just want to get to the parts that you want to get to. Also, did you know there was an American and British pronunciation for synesthesia? And I'll be using the American pronunciation for this video. Anyway, enjoy! In 2015, Happy Elements released a spin-off game based on their game Ensemble Girls called Ensemble Stars. For anyone who possibly doesn't know the game, which, hey, welcome in newcomer, the first Ensemble Stars game, or Ensemble Stars with one exclamation point, was a music idol producing game. You take the role of a female transfer student attending the newly created producer course in the prestigious Yumenosaki Academy, which, even if it has other courses, is renowned for its idol course that practically promises any students attending it a chance to become famous idols. It's your job to help the producer help the idols achieve their dreams of reaching idoldom as they attend classes and hone their talents to shine like the stars they're going to become. The game released with 30 main idols you can help grow and learn more about, with the number growing to 36 by the time the original game storyline came to an end. Alongside the gameplay elements, the game released regular events on a 2-week cycle, which included being able to earn pretty cards of the idols that are the focus of the event, as well as a gacha system where you lose all your money trying to get one digital picture of a pretty fictional card. Scout for more pretty cards. Alongside the events and Scouts, the game also released stories that follow the daily experiences these idols face. Each story switching focus between the different idols interacting with each other, as well as their development and work they have to complete as they go through their school year. The original Ensemble Stars with one exclamation point game storyline had stories released from 2015 to 2019, all of which took place within the time span of 1 year, from the start of the Japanese school year in April to the following spring with stories that take place in March of the next year, with a few stories focusing on events that occurred even years prior to this. During these 4 years, they released a main story which is split into 5 story segments, 81 combined scout and event stories, 25 global exclusive stories written for the Chinese version of the game, and 9 collaboration stories for crossovers with other franchises. All of these stories, by the way, having conversation events for extra input from the idols about the unfolding events, as well as many one-chapter sub-stories and management stories focused on one idol, and a story released to celebrate each idol's birthday. These stories have anywhere from 2 to over 50 chapters, with 8 to 20 being the norm. Even with all these stories, they needed to be able to spread the attention as evenly as they could between 36 idols. Or, well, 32, since 4 of them are technically not really included, but they kind of are. And even if they try to let each idol shine as much as they can, there are some idols that are left with a little less attention than the fan favorite, read moneymakers, like any of the eccentrics or night members. Today I'll be putting the focus of this video on a character that I consider being in the lower end of the spectrum in terms of attention from both the writers and the fanbase alike. Sora Harukawa from the unit of magicians Switch. Switch, consisting of Sora and the other members, Natsume Sakazaki and Tsumugi Aoba, was first teased on the 18th of August 2016, then revealed the following day on the 19th, a year and 4 months into the game's lifetime. The group made their official story debut in the event story Element, having missed out on being included in the main story with other characters that were revealed post-game release. Despite this, Switch was quickly integrated with the rest of the cast and also managed to all have a chance to appear in a good number of stories. Now, I'm going to take a moment to talk about myself a little and explain why I'm making this video. I love Sora. I adore him. He's my favorite character in the franchise, and he has been for 2 years. Practically from the moment I heard him speak when I got his card as my first 4-star card on the newly released Ensemble Stars 2 exclamation points music English version. Since most fans ended up entering the fandom from watching the 2019 anime where Sora gets less than 5 minutes of time actually focused on him, he tends to go under lots of people's radars as a character. He is sunshine, he is precious, he deserves attention. And if making this video gets one more person to love him, I'll consider my job done. And to be clear, in this video, I'll be focusing on Sora in the 1!! Era stories. Since I think making this 2 videos is probably for the best with how long the script is for just this. So stay tuned for that one. Anyway, on to Sora. Going off his profile in the game, Sora is a 15, turning 16-year-old first year in Class B. His birthday is on the 1st of July, and his family includes his mom, dad, and a little sister. He likes online games and dislikes dark places. His hobbies are listed as listening to music, playing rhythm games, and his specialty is listed as parkour. His translated description of his profile reads as follows. The youngest member of the unit Switch. As their junior, he idolizes Natsume and Tsumugi and calls Natsume his master, or Shisho in Japanese. The type of character who's cheerful and goes at his own pace. Because he acts on intuition, his communication skills are a bit on the weak side. Although he's kind and benevolent, his behavior tends to confuse others. He has synesthesia, which gives him the ability to sense the color sounds, smells, and emotions. And a pause. Before we continue, I feel it's important to talk about this large part of Sora's character, his synesthesia. Honestly, I was about to not talk about this at all, but I feel it's important to do so since it greatly affects the way he sees and interacts with the world. For anyone who doesn't know, synesthesia is the phenomenon where those who have it have sensory information meant for one sense flow over and stimulate their other senses. Some examples of synesthesia include being able to associate colors when you hear music or smell scents, feeling words from tastes, hearing sounds from seeing soundless movements, things like that. While there are many types of synesthesia, like over 73 unique types, I will do my best to focus on the ones I suspect and has been confirmed that Sora has. There are 2 main classifications for how synesthesia presents itself in people. Projectors and associators. Projectors have vivid sensory effects appear in the space around them rather than it being a mental thing. Associators have a strong mental link between certain sensations and concepts. I believe Sora is a projector synesthete, synesthete being the word for people who experiences synesthesia, whose concurrents, or what he experiences through his synesthesia, are color-based. As in, when he takes in a specific sense, then the synesthetic experience he will receive would be a color linked to it. So, for a common example of this, when he eats something, then he ends up seeing the color that associates with the taste of the thing he ate. To explain further, I'd like to say which types of synesthesia I think Sora is most likely to have. Thanks to his profile and Natsume and Summer Flowers, we know in terms of senses, he's able to perceive smells, sounds, and anything visible as colors. I also think he also perceives taste in color, as in his sub-story Yokai, he says sweet things are the color of happiness. And in Shapeshifting Faces, he says eating omurice envelops him in a warm, gentle color. Noting the fact he doesn't see his own color, I'm guessing he's referring to the taste. And since the scent to color and taste to color types of synesthesia are often interlinked, I want to assume it's the same for Sora, while noting he doesn't mention it that often compared to the other types of synesthesia he experiences. And of course, the one most N-Star fans know him for, aura synesthesia. Aura synesthesia, or projective personality to color synesthesia, is the overall name for projective types of synesthesia related to perceiving color or textures in personality, people, and emotions. To go into each one from most common to least common, which isn't that big of a difference since all of them are pretty uncommon types of synesthesia, I'll start with person to color. Person to color is when the synesthete starts involuntarily associating colors to people they have a bond with and have had time to get an idea of who they are, like friends and family, and that color is not likely to change. They are incapable of seeing their own color due to people not being able to perceive ourselves like we do others. Personality to color is when the synesthete involuntarily associates colors to someone almost immediately upon meeting them, usually based on first impressions and personality traits the synesthete notices. This color changes as they get to know the person better, but isn't as set in stone as the person's color type. People with this type often get confused or overwhelmed by huge amounts of colors in crowded areas. Finally, the rarest type is the perceived emotion to color type, where the synesthete sees different colors based on the emotions they perceive the other person is experiencing. Sora has examples of experiencing all three of these many, many, many times, probably at least once for every story he's in. For example, he says Shu's color resembles a pretty sparkly kaleidoscope in the story Showtime, after months of talking to and interacting with Shu as an example of a person to color type. When he first meets Yuta in his sub-story Okala, he says that he and Hinata have the same color, but after talking to him a little more, he changes his view to say that even if the colors are the same, the texture is different. Like Yuta is a watercolor painting, while Hinata is an oil painting. An example of how quickly the colors for personality to color synesthesia can change. And for the emotion to color, in the story Colourful Games, Sora knows that Makoto has sad colors when he suggests fighting an arcade game against him. Sora also experiences aura synesthesia towards animals, objects, and even places, as he's able to see a color on the doves he was training with in the story Showtime, and often describes flowers to have pretty colors, as well as the sky when it's sunny. And although I couldn't find any synesthesia that described feeling aura synesthesia to non humans specifically, I think it's safe to classify it all under experiences of aura synesthesia. It's also important to note that aura synesthesia is completely subjective and perceived for most people. So while those who perceive emotion to color type can see colors that match the emotion, it's only based on how they think the other person is currently feeling. However, since people in the stories rarely say Sora's observations on their colors based on their emotion is wrong, it's either happy elements writers made him literally psychic, or what I personally prefer, Sora's actually very empathetic and is just very good at being able to tell how other people can feel, almost to a point where it feels psychic, or like magic. I also feel it's important to note that Sora's type of synesthesia is the development type, as and he was born with it. His synesthesia literally affects the way his brain developed and works, so he is canonically neurodivergent. And it's been found that synesthesia is often found to be paired with other mental disorders like autism and ADHD, and it's not like Sora's been confirmed to have either of those, but I think it's a good thing to keep in mind as we go through the stories. Well, with all that out of the way, let's get into the pre one exclamation point era. Starting with Sora's past before any stories he starts appearing in, going from what Sora said throughout many different stories, he was often alone growing up. At school, other kids found him weird and strange, and this coupled with the fact that the kanji for his name can be used to spell alien, he was often called an alien by the kids around him as a way to tease him. His experience with his synesthesia and how it made him see the world differently from those around him made him feel different and excluded from the other kids. His synesthesia also caused him to struggle with simple day to day living, making him feel like he was suffocating while trying to simply navigate life like everyone else was. Because of this and how those around him treated him, Sora had been locking himself away in his room at home since he was little, playing video games by himself. As a result of this, he ended up growing up very sheltered, to the point that he was considered a hikikomori, a term used for people who have extreme degrees of social isolation. His lack of socialization caused him to have a lot of his common knowledge when he enters Yuminosaki come from the games that he's played, which consequently causes him to often use games as a way to understand and relate to new topics he learns. And also, he just loves games, so that's another big reason he does this. And to speak on the topic of his family, Sora very rarely brings them up, having only talked about his parents once in one exclamation point era in the story Summer Flowers, and never even mentioning the fact that he has a little sister, much less talking about her. If it weren't for his profile information saying that he had a little sister, I'm sure most people would assume he was an only child with how he talked about his loneliness during his childhood. While it's possible that Sora simply just didn't see a need to mention his family, I also found it odd that even when the current topic of conversation around him was on family in a certain point of the story, he never joins in himself. The only time he talked about his family was to say his parents wanted to meet Natsume, and also that his family is used to weirdness and strangeness because of him, with a positive intonation to it. I have no doubt that he at least doesn't dislike or feel negatively towards his family and probably does love them, but I also think he would talk about them more if they were a more prominent part of his life. I believe his family never mistreated him. They provided for him but were otherwise very hands off with Sora, letting him do what he wanted. I mean, he says he's been hauling himself away in his room since he was little, and little implies like elementary school age or younger to me. Sora's family didn't seem to help much in terms of his social isolation or adapting to it, since he never brings them up as he talks about his past loneliness. At this point in time, no stories delve further in this, to my knowledge, and since they're still releasing stories for Ensemble Stars double exclamation point, I'm willing to admit I could be completely misreading Sora's relationship with his family, but until there's something I can read into more, I'll be sticking with this view. Back to confirmed facts, and sorry if this feels a little out of place with the current tone I set. At multiple points during his childhood that aren't specified on when exactly, Sora ran into a younger Natsume. According to Natsume in Pleiades Night, they had some ties to each other in some way he doesn't explain, and that they never really had a proper introduction, and that they only talked about trivial things. Sora having piqued Natsume's curiosity. He had genuinely thought Sora was a fairy or alien, but compared to the kids that teased Sora in the past, it's obvious he had thought that way of Sora in a genuinely positive type of way instead of a negative one. This was proven further when Sora comments that Natsume had helped him a long time ago in the story Blue Filament, which was probably during these meetings, but thinks Natsume probably doesn't remember it. At the beginning of the school year, if you ignore Sora's natural friendly disposition, Sora has poor social awareness and needs reminders and guides on how he should navigate social situations. He lacks knowledge in certain things most high schoolers would already know as common sense. He also is slightly behind in terms of language compared to the rest of his peers, having an obviously more childlike way of speaking, shown in him using hiragana for certain words that other characters would use kanji for, and using his first name to refer to himself, which is often seen as childlike, not knowing some common words and terms. And even Leo notes that when they first meet officially in Blue Filament, the way he uses Japanese makes it feel like he's not used to it and was trying hard to translate it for an idiot to understand, and that makes it more difficult. Sora is also very aware of his differences with those around him, feeling like his synesthesia and strange behaviors separate him from everyone else, which is made very clear when you compare Sora's way of seeing himself by the end of the year compared to the beginning of the year. But that's for later on. For now, we've established Sora's background, and we're going to go into Sora and his appearances in stories. I'll do my best to summarize the stories, but even if he only appears in about 30 event stories, they are a little bit lengthy, so bear with me as I go on to every Sora appearance in the N-Star stories that I could get my hands on. By the time Sora begins appearing in stories, a few things have already happened that is never really shown in any stories between the school opening and the story he appears in that's set as close to the beginning of the school year as we can get. Sora ends up at Yumenosaki, his reasoning for why he's there being really vague. The closest we get is him explaining that he saw Yumenosaki having the color of everything burnt to ashes, but they being Natsume and Tsumugi, lit it up in a pretty gentle color, like flames burning in the ash, and that they caused him to draw closer and they offered their hands out to him and let him join Switch. He also says that when asked why, he doesn't know how to answer since there's no why to it. That he met Natsume and Tsumugi, came to like them, and doesn't think there needs to be more of a reason to it. Before I explain my interpretation on what this all could mean, I need to talk about Natsume's little monologue in Pleiades Night. He says that when he and Sora met again in high school, he felt an affinity to how he stood out in the crowd, and that, this boy is me being Natsume, and that he must love him, or maybe he casts such a spell on him. So while I have no idea what caused Sora to join Yumenosaki, and this is all speculation, so feel free to skip ahead, that because of his meetings with Natsume, Sora might have learned about the world of idols from him. Now, Sora had said that Natsume helping him in the past inspired his current mindset to want to help others as if it was a normal thing to do, so he must have looked up to Natsume greatly and wanted to follow his footsteps, so wanted to join Yumenosaki as well. Obviously, that led to him agreeing to join Switch when he managed to enter Yumenosaki. After joining Switch, Sora managed to form close bonds with Tsumugi and Natsume really quickly. They also noticed the effect Sora's isolation had on his manner of interacting with others and his way of speaking, so Natsume and Tsumugi began giving Sora advice to help him adapt to life at Yumenosaki and being able to be out in the world easier. Since Sora says himself that he doesn't forget things once he learns them, their lessons stick really quickly, with Sora saying them out loud to himself often in the form of, if you blank, then you should blank. Probably shortly after joining Yumenosaki, he also becomes friends with Hinata, despite them not even being in the same class. Since there isn't a story set prior to them being friends, they most probably hit it off immediately, almost as soon as the school opened. He also became friends with Mitsuru, who was in the same class as him. He then ends up joining the Game Research Club, most probably because of his immense love for games and the fact that Natsume was in the club as well. Now that we got the establishing stuff out of the way, we can begin looking into stories Sora makes appearances in and seeing how these appearances and experiences end up shaping him into the Sora that we know by the beginning of the Ensemble Stars double exclamation point era. I did my best to put them all in order, including sub-stories, since they also include some insight into Sora that I think is pretty important. And it's important to note that I will not be summarizing the stories completely, just focusing on parts that Sora is there for. So there will be context missing in these that you'll only get by reading the stories, so give them a read if that bothers you. I'll even give you ways to read translations for the stories in the description. So let's begin. In Sora Sub Story, Sora meets the player character for the first time, who is usually just named Anzu by default and is named Anzu in the anime, so we will be calling her Anzu. This is the earliest version of Sora we've gotten yet. At this point, it's obvious he is early into his lessons with Natsume, since he doesn't properly greet her for a while when they run into each other. He starts off the conversation by asking her to be quiet, but reveals he's trying to listen to something in the water pipes. He reveals he has good hearing and that he can see sounds rather than hear them, like water normally being blue, which is the same color as Tsumugi, and their uniforms and the sky. But not him, because sky in Japanese is Sora, since he doesn't know his own color. He introduces himself then, and then does his iconic, when you blank, you should blank, by saying he should say nice to meet you to someone he meets for the first time, then says Natsume told him to do so. So every time he says this, it can be assumed that when he says that when you blank, you should blank, it's something Natsume told him to do. He then explains he's looking for Tsumugi's Power Stone since it'll get Tsumugi to praise him when he finds it. He also brushes off Anzu's concerns for him rather bluntly by saying she says complicated things and says he's fine, since the sky is good and the sun is bright and cheery, and because of that, so is he. But since he needs to focus on something else, him brushing her off can be excused as just that. He does make sure that Anzu doesn't need anything from him before he dashes off. When he finds the Power Stone, he calls himself Super Detective Sora and notes that Natsume was right when he said everything was connected to the ocean, since that's where he ends up finding the Power Stone. He says that Tsumugi will be happy when he brings the stone to him, so now Sora's happy too. Anzu coming along to dry him off confuses him and he gets her explanation that he'd get a cold if he stayed wet, but asks her if she didn't have anything else to do. He shows his thankfulness by offering to give her sweets Hinata gave him, but since he went into the ocean with his clothes on, the sweets came out of his pockets and into the ocean. He manages to get them, but they're all soggy. He still eats them since Hinata made them specially for him, and Hinata was good at sweet making. Sora offers Anzu the less soggy ones since she looks tired and sweets wipe away fatigue. Sora says he needs to go, but just barely remembers Natsume told him to say proper goodbyes when he leaves, Natsume telling him that it was important to do, but has a bit of trouble remembering what the phrase was before he does and leaves Anzu and tells her he hopes to meet her again. In Tsumugi's sub-story, The Senpai is Prone to Worrying, is when Tsumugi first shows the costume he created for Switch. Switch is already close enough that Sora knows Tsumugi is prone to worrying, and able to tell Natsume is happy when Tsumugi is with them even with his tsundariness. Tsumugi had also asked for Anzu so she can give them a job. Natsume wants the job to highlight what Switch's current state is. A trope of magicians who go looking for those in the interval between sunlight and moonlight and seek truth. Sora asks what he means and Tsumugi says Natsume is just excited. Natsume says that the outfit Tsumugi made for them, that he put his heart into making, conveys his kindness and its warmth, and that their souls are connected. In Sora's sub-story Yokala, Sora meets Yuta officially for the first time. He thinks his color is the same as Hinata's despite the fact that Sora shares a class with Yuta and ends up mistaking Yuta for being Hinata. This could also just show how close to Hinata he already became if he is quicker to recognize his color than his own classmates. Yuta even mentions that Hinata had said he became friends with a classmate of his. When Yuta explains he is, in fact, not Hinata, Sora apologizes and says that he isn't used to complicated things, and that Natsume would explain things for him to understand, which is probably what Natsume has been doing for him often since he came to Yumenosaki. Yuta explaining that he and Hinata are twins causes Sora to confuse the word twin with Bactrian camel, because the Japanese word for it has the word twins, saying he learned about the camel from Tsumugi, and he explains that Tsumugi teaches him somewhat pointless things like that. And thanks to him and Natsume, he isn't suffocating on this earth. He hadn't known that twins were a type of sibling, and thanks Yuta for teaching him. Using the phrase, Sora gives thanks when he's taught something, which could also mean he was taught that by Natsume, and also says he doesn't forget something when he learns it. Yuta invites Sora to eat with him, and Sora explains he jammed the vending machine and has been getting free meal tickets, so gets to eat as much as he wants. Yuta tells him he should probably pay for it, and says Sora must have lost all types of common sense, and Sora says he's told that often. Sora says he doesn't have any money now, since money has a dull color and he isn't good with it, but he'll pay later. Yuta asks if he perceives sounds and scent as color, and asks what that's like. Sora says he can't explain since he doesn't understand how everyone else sees the world. Yuta relates since he can't explain what being a twin is like when people ask him. Sora says there has to be a song to explain what you can't, so Sora decides to start singing. Yuta knows that Sora seems like the type to do what he wants without caring about everything else around him, then says that must be why Sora and Hinata get on so well. Sora's confused by this because Hinata's color, to him, gives off that he's always paying attention to his surroundings. Yuta says he won't understand him explaining things with colors like that. Yuta offers Sora the dessert he received, and Sora proclaims that sweet things are the color of happiness. Yuta says Sora must get along with Hinata since he likes sweets too, but Sora asks why Hinata always gives him his sweets and that he doesn't seem to particularly have a like color for them, so Sora figured that was why he kept giving them to Sora, causing Sora to be confused, and he just goes back to eating. Yuta isn't surprised to hear that, which is explained later on that Hinata had been intentionally doing his best to change his tastes to differentiate himself from Yuta. For Sora to notice that despite only knowing Hinata for a short amount of time, probably less than a month at this point, shows how intuitive he is when it comes to others. Yuta asks if he and Hinata's colors are the same, and Sora agrees since it was the reason he mixed them up and he apologizes for it. Sora says that when he looks really closely now, their textures seem different, Yuta's being watercolor and Hinata's being oil paint. Even if the color is the same, the process is different. In Sora's sub-story, A Small Token of Gratitude, Sora arrives at school telling himself that since he's a student, he has to attend class seriously. In order to enter the school, the students need to show their student ID at the reception. Sora arrived in his practice clothes since he wanted to practice first before class, but he put his ID in the pocket of his school uniform in his bag, but realizes even though his uniform is there, it doesn't have his ID. Sora realizes that he can't get in without it and immediately thinks if Natsume and Tsumugi were here, they would help him inside if he explained, but since he's alone, he's in trouble. He then has the brilliant idea of using the back gate by using parkour, since Sora's specialty is parkour, and that the wall would be a piece of cake to him. He jumps up onto it and feels like a bird being so high up. Sora is often shown to prefer being up high than on ground level, from climbing walls to get to places instead of walking or using the stairs. When Sora climbs the tree with his destination right in front of him, his jacket gets stuck on a branch. He tries struggling to break the branch, but nothing happens and he starts worrying his jacket will rip before the branch does. He hears someone approaching and wonders if it's Natsume or Tsumugi, then also realizes that it's not Hinata or Mitsuru. He sees it's a girl. He thinks it must be a fan trying to sneak in and see the idols, and worried the person working at the reception will be troubled, calls out to tell her to go to the reception to show her ID. He follows that by saying that he should be doing that too, but that he forgot his ID and he really is a student and isn't lying. Sora realizes it's Anzu. She had heard a shout, so came over, and she helps him down. He says that Natsume told him to repay those who help him, so asks what she wants. Anzu says she likes work. Sora says he likes games, and that Natsume always analyzes Sora's playstyle to come up with new strategies since Natsume doesn't like losing. But Sora doesn't mind losing if it's fun. He brings the topic back, saying he doesn't think rewarding her with work feels right. Since it's getting late, he promises to talk about this with her later. In the next chapter of the sub-story, Sora arrives at Anzu's class because he wants to return that favor for her helping him. He invites her to lunch once his business with her is over. He knows that Anzu is like him since he also brings a lunchbox, since the cafeteria is always crowded and runs out of food, and a boxed lunch means he can eat it later too. This is also the only time he ever brings this up, since every other time he has lunch in stories, he orders from the cafeteria. This could just be because he makes friends to make eating at the cafeteria more enjoyable and easier to get food before it runs out, so he doesn't mind eating there more often later on. Sora says he came up with a way to repay Anzu and brings her to the outdoor stage. Tsumugi is there adjusting lighting and audio. Sora says he always ends up adjusting things by instinct, and Tsumugi calls him skillful, saying Natsume mentioned he was a kid that gets most of the job done. Tsumugi wishes Natsume could be as nice to him as he is to Sora. Sora says Natsume always has a happy color whenever he talks about Tsumugi though. Tsumugi asks if he thinks so and says he doesn't understand the thought patterns of a young child. Natsume asks Tsumugi to prepare a performance out of the blue, and Natsume had left since he didn't want to help Tsumugi when he asked for help. Sora explains he wanted to repay Anzu for saving him by having a mini performance for her. Tsumugi agrees and tells Sora to show Anzu his wonderful singing and dancing. As he performs, he notes Anzu's eyes are sparkling with his favorite light blue. He also gives the very important inner monologue life lesson that working hard is nice, but you shouldn't overdo it or you'll be tired, and that taking appropriate breaks is important. Sora probably wanted Anzu to come out to see his little performance so she could take a break from work, since she noticed she was always working hard with barely any breaks, which is a bad habit of hers. Once finished, he says that it's monochrome when it's just Sora, but it can be any color in the world with Natsume and Tsumugi, making their possibilities endless. Immediately following this, the second part of Natsume's sub-story, A Promise for Someday, takes place. Natsume had told Anzu in the first part of the story that he wanted to show her one of Switch's performances and that he would contact her when everything was ready. Natsume calls Sora a good boy and praises him for having saved him the trouble of bringing Anzu over, but Tsumugi points out that he had ordered Tsumugi to do it, not caring about the trouble it'll give Tsumugi. Tsumugi says Anzu coming must be due to the luck of his glasses, but Natsume says he simply asked her to come watch one of their shows. Tsumugi says Natsume should tell him these things, then tell Sora to tell him anything since they're in a unit together now. Natsume says they should show Anzu their performance and asks if Sora showed her his. He did and says her eyes were sparkling and, like he said before, with a pretty color that was his favorite shade of blue. Natsume tells him he did well and that he has real talent but needs experience as well. Switch had only performed outside the school, so they put a lot of effort into renting the school's outdoor stage and wanted to perform for her there. Natsume notes that once the performance is over, the magic is over and they've returned to reality. You have to wake up, you can't stay in that pleasant dream. In the next Sora sub-story, Intuition and Logic, Sora arrives in the Game Research Club with Anzu in tow, where Natsume is doing an important experiment. Sora offers Anzu a seat and some snacks, but backtracks, remembering he should introduce someone to the club properly if it's their first time there. Natsume praises him for doing as he's told, unlike Tsumugi. Sora asks, shouldn't they respect Tsumugi for being their senpai, and Natsume waves it off, calling the seniority system old-fashioned and education a form of brainwashing. Sora asks if Natsume is in a bad mood since Tsumugi isn't here, but Natsume claims him being here or not makes no difference to him. When Sora asks what he's making and that it has a bright color, or rather, a smell, Natsume says he can't hide anything from him. He says he imagines people with synesthesia like him who are probably regarded as true espers or magicians since times long past. Then casually says he's making explosives. Sora asks what explosives are and if they're a snack. And Natsume says they're not snacks, but explosions. Bombs. That he made Tsumugi gather materials for, so if anyone questions him on the bombs, he could just blame Tsumugi, so he's convenient for that. Sora doesn't get it, but says he must love Tsumugi, and Natsume says he hates and pities him. He offers the bombs to Sora to eat, and shocker, the explosives are actually cookies. Sora asks why Natsume lies without reason. Natsume says everyone lies, he's just self-aware of it. Sora doesn't understand, but decides they should just get to playing the game now. Anzu brought retro games to play that she used to play with her younger brother before he grew out of it, since Sora pestered her to bring them over. Natsume gives a little speech that games are good for getting pleasure and praise, but they are only 2D after all. Sora doesn't get the speech, so continues insisting that they get to playing. Sora puts everything together quickly, and Natsume says, even if he isn't good with words, Sora is good at almost anything and says he's like an alien, that he possesses a sense from a higher dimension. Sora has no real reaction to his words despite the word having been used against him in the past, because he knows Natsume is saying it with no ill intent, unlike the kids in his past. The three get to playing Bomberman. Natsume gives them a 1-minute head start before he joins in. Sora explains to Anzu that Natsume would be analyzing their playstyles during that 1 minute. Natsume says games aren't just for fun since he loves all games but hates losing, but Sora doesn't care if he wins or loses as long as he's having fun. Natsume gives Sora his own handicap of using 2 controllers, and Sora says since those are the rules, he'll have fun playing by them, and decides to use 1 controller in his hands and the other with his feet. As they're playing, Natsume offhandedly says not to take an item he was aiming for or he'll crush him for it. Sora tells him not to talk since he gets lured into doing what he says and it'll mess him up. Natsume laughs and explains that you should use all things at your disposal to seize victory, from bluffs and fakeouts to cheats and tricks, telling Sora that as long as he wins, then anything goes, since no one listens to losers who whine. Sora ends up paying too much attention to what Natsume was saying and almost ends up dying. Natsume praises his dodge and that he's strong, and then tells Anzu to play more aggressively. He says playing games will prepare them for real life or death battles, that you must use your time effectively. If you're unprepared, you won't win the game called life. Quick pause before we get into the actual event story, since the story after this is going to be Easter Festival. I feel like just quickly going over the management stories, since they probably also happen early in the year, and since they're all pretty short, this will go by pretty fast. So, speed round. In Sora's management story with Tsumugi, he wants to cut Tsumugi's hair because of a hairdressing game he's playing. In the one with Natsume, Sora offers him one of the 2 breads he bought, and Natsume suggests they split both so they can have 1/2 each. In his with Shinobu, Shinobu sees him climbing the wall to get to the game club, and Shinobu asks if he can join the Ninja Association Club, but Sora can't since he's in the Game Research Club. In his with Mitsuru, Mitsuru brought his game console, so Sora and him can play a game Sora brought together. Mitsuru asks him to explain what colors are like, and Sora says he can't since only he can see them, and Mitsuru calls him cool like the chosen one in a game and that he'd be a main character if they were in a game. Sora says he'd be happy to be able to make everyone happy like a hero even if he's a magician. In his with Makoto, they run into each other at the arcade, and Makoto asks if Sora was playing a rhythm game the day before, which he was. Makoto is happy to see another Yumenosaki student there, and the two decide to play a competition together. Now onto the management stories from other students that feature Sora. In Hinata's hiding from Yuta, but Sora thinks he's playing hide and seek and gets confused when Hinata tells him he isn't. Hinata wonders if he can transfer into their class, and Sora says he'll look out for Yuta for him. Hinata thanks him and promises to make him some sweets. In Tori, Sora climbs into class to the window, and Tori asks him why he did that, and Sora says climbing in from the windows is faster. Tori wonders why his class is full of weirdos, and Sora asks if he dislikes weirdos, and Tori says he didn't say that. Sora asks if he wants to go to lunch with him, and Tori wonders how he switched to wanting to eat suddenly, and that he really is a weirdo, but probably won't get bored of Sora quickly. In Natsume's, Natsume brings a new game into the Game Research Club, an unpatched version of a game, as the original needed a patch because of how difficult it was. Sora immediately gets to playing it and says it gets his gamer blood pumping. Natsume had a feeling Sora would say that. Natsume would keep giving Sora advice while Sora handles the control, since if it's the two of them, they'll be able to clear it. In Leo's is writing songs in the park when Sora finds him. He tries introducing himself, but Leo's so occupied with songwriting he doesn't hear him. Sora notices and decides to let him write in peace, but stays close by to watch his colors since he finds it pretty. Sora starts singing, which Leo hears and thanks the mystery singer since it inspires him to want to write another masterpiece. In Tsumugi's, Tsumugi welcomes Sora to the library and asks what he'd like. Sora explains he only came for the fun colors he noticed inside and asks Tsumugi what was happening. Tsumugi tells him a new book from his favorite author just came out and he received it, so he was excited. Sora's fascinated by the fantasy cover on the book since it reminds him of an RPG, and Tsumugi offers it to him once he's done. Sora offers to play a fighting game with Tsumugi after school and runs off, leaving behind an amused Tsumugi. Now on to our first event story, Easter Night. Tsumugi walks into the Game Research Lab to find Natsume and Sora playing a memory game Sora made up. Since Switch is still really new, Tsumugi proposes that they attend the new Easter Night Festival, which is happening in a neighboring town. Switch has no experiences with live shows in school or outside of it, but in-school lives require funds, so participating in the Easter Night would be good for them as a starter. Natsume hesitates since he doesn't want to do things without knowing what Shu is going to be planning to do, since this is so soon after what happened with the eccentrics. So Tsumugi decides to ask Sora what he thinks. He tells him there will be pretty colors and that he would enjoy the egg decorating. Sora says he likes pretty colors and is excited when he sees the flyer. Sora likes festival since everyone is smiling, which leads to pretty colors. Sora asks Natsume if they can participate so Switch can cast Easter magic. Since it's Sora that's excited about it and that it's an outside live, Natsume gives in. Natsume delegates costume making to Tsumugi while he handles the choreography. And when Sora asks what he can do, Tsumugi simply tells Sora to focus on practicing since he lacks experience. Then we find Sora at the shopping district. He just got a fighting game that had just released and is excited to play it at the Game Research Club with Natsume. And he's using the walls instead of walking on the ground. He runs into Yuta. Yuta is nervous seeing Sora climbing over walls instead of walking down on the street and asks him to be careful. Sora calls him nice but tells him he'll be fine since climbing is more relaxing than walking for him. Yuta calls him strange, then notes Sora didn't confuse him for Hinata this time. Sora explains he remembers their colors now, that they're the same but Yuta's is like watercolor and Hinata's is like oil paint, so he probably won't mix them up again. Sora tells Yuta he came to get a game he likes, and Yuta says he likes games too. They both offer the other invitations to each other's clubs, Sora wanting to go to the light music club because instruments make pretty sounds which are the color of happiness. Yuta explains he's going to an underground stage and says it's a place where the sun doesn't shine, which is good for Rei. Sora likes sunlight because it's bright and sparkly and warm, and he dislikes the shopping district at night because it's quiet and the colors there get mixed together. He also isn't good with crowds since it seems like it gets hot and it gets hard for Sora to breathe. Sora wants to tag along to spend more time with Yuta, and Yuta suggests they hold hands to avoid getting lost. As Switch is gathered together to discuss the Easter Night Festival and if Valkyrie would be joining them, Sora is shown to be able to do backflips repeatedly, saying he's never been scared of doing them and that they're fun. He then suddenly declares he'll be going up to the roof by climbing the walls, since it's faster than using the stairs, since using your time practically is important since Natsume said so. Tsubuki is worried and wants to go after him, but Natsume calls him arrogant and that they should watch over Sora quietly from a distance as a sign of love. Natsume wants Sora's free spirit to not be taken away, just as Natsume is a free spirit as well. Sora returns, having enjoyed the cool breeze since he was sweaty, and Natsume gives him a towel so he doesn't get a cold. Sora is surprised when Natsume doesn't know who did the laundry for the towel since, in his words, Sora surprised her things that she sure doesn't know. Natsume replies that even if he can understand and interpret Sora's extraordinary senses, he isn't omniscient. And his magic is still not where he wants it to be. Mika comes in to talk to Switch and looks nervous. Tsumugi assures him that Natsume and Sora are wonderful children he will be able to make friends with. Mika points out Tsumugi and Natsume seem close because of how they act to each other, and in this case, it's Natsume telling Tsumugi to die, and Tsumugi asking why he was so mad about him being honest Natsume made a cute girl as a kid. Sora agrees, and he says that they are all close friends, with Switch being a unit of close friends. When Tsumugi is in the handicrafts room making the uniforms for the Easter Night Festival, he once again calls Natsume and Sora kids by saying the kids of Switch are waiting for him to complete the unit outfit and how he wishes he could go to the practice room to cheer them on but knows he needs to complete the outfit or he'd be ashamed to face them. On the Easter Night Festival, Sora wants to go egg hunting since there's still time before the event starts. Natsume tells him to be back in 2 hours and that since he's a good kid, he'll keep his promise, and Sora agrees he would. While hunting, Sora says he'll rely on his sense of smell to find the eggs. And Yuta is there too. Hinata split off from Yuta because he claims they'll be able to find more eggs if they did, and Yuta isn't happy about that. Sora asks Yuta to watch their performance, then offers sweets he received to Yuta, since happiness increases when you share. Yuta appreciates the thought, but since he doesn't like sweets, he decides he'll give them to Hinata, then asks Sora to also look for Hinata as well. Sora asks if Hinata is playing hide and seek and says he'll find Hinata even with all these people there since there's only one person with Hinata's color. Yuta calls him strange again, then says even if he and Hinata swapped places, Sora would probably be able to tell them apart. Before the performance begins, Natsume tells Sora not to get worked up and do as they rehearsed and he'll be fine. He also tells him to go get him, which I think is adorable. Tsumugi finds it impressive that despite it being his first outside life, Sora doesn't look nervous at all, and looks so confident you wouldn't think he was a first year. And now for the official Sora debut story, Element. I just want to say I hate the fact this is where Sora is introduced into the Ensemble Stars universe. Element is first and foremost a reminiscence story. In Ensemble Stars, reminiscence stories are stories that focus most of the chapters on retelling events that took place before the year that OnStars takes place in. So, because Element focuses on the events from the year before, especially on Natsume and Tsumugi, so making it a great introduction for them, Sora is only able to appear in the very first and very last chapter with 7 spoken lines. I really wish that Switch's debut story didn't focus so strongly on just 2/3 of the unit's backstories, with Sora just popping in for a little bit. It also ends up causing Sora to have way less animated screen time than Tsumugi and Natsume's in the 2019 anime adaptation. This is the only Switch-focused story they put any real attention to. So while Tsumugi and Natsume have 2 whole episodes focused on them and their dynamics with each other and Xfine and the eccentrics, Sora gets less than a minute of that time on screen, only really being introduced as the newest member of Switch. And in the recent Element YouTube anime, Sora doesn't even show up except in the poster advertising their live. Since a lot of people's first experience with N-Stars was with the 2019 anime, it'll cause Sora to just fade into the background and Switch for first-time fans, and I'll admit it happened with me as well, so it just makes me even more frustrated. Anyway, I've rambled enough for now, so on to talking about Sora in Element. Switch is still really new at this point, and Natsume and Tsumugi decide to make use of Fine by having them cameo with them for their B1, which is an informal, unsectioned live, debut live show at Yumenosaki, since they lost their chance to participate in the newcomer live, which is called an A1. When Tsumugi asks Natsume not to be mad at him for talking so easily to Eiichi, Sora reveals Natsume's color is closer to lonely, and when Tsumugi teases Natsume for it, Tsumugi gets hit by Natsume, and Sora calls him chummy. Natsume tells him to focus on preparation since he doesn't have a lot of experience since Sora is just the first year. He then calls Sora a gem, a very miracle that was mined because of destiny, and that he has high expectations of him. Also want to note that Natsume uses the phrase, and excuse my pronunciation, Shirai Sora ni Kisu, where he basically tells Eiichi to die. But Sora hears it and comes over, since Kisu sounds like kiss, and asks what's that about kissing, which I think is kind of funny and wanted to add in. Natsume says to Eiichi that they will pick up the precious things that the lonely dictator dropped, that they will bloom flowers of love all around the world, and it really feels like Sora adopted that ideology for himself. Or perhaps Natsume adopted it from Sora? Sora says Natsume and Eiichi have the same color, and Tsumugi agrees, saying that they're both argumentative and say things in a roundabout manner, and also that they both won't go to karaoke with him. As their live is about to begin, Sora proclaims he'll do his best, and that Switch will be drawing an infinite rainbow. In Book Fair, Anzu enters the game club, and Sora welcomes her. She tells him about the art book fair that's being held to help the library, and Sora says he heard about it since Tsumugi's part of the library committee. Sora usually doesn't read books unless it's strategy guides, which he finds fun. He clears games by feeling usually, but strategy guides have configurations he didn't know before, which he finds interesting. Sora points out Natsume feels lonely since Tsumugi's sewing outfits for nights in the game research club instead of talking with them, but Natsume denies it and says it's only because he could have been gaming with Sora right now, but can't since Tsumugi is here. And also, Natsume has a job on the day of the book fair, so Switch can't do the book fair live, which is why Nights is doing it. Natsume is upset Tsumugi didn't consult them about this, but since Natsume seemed so happy to be working with his mom on that day, Tsumugi didn't ask, and Sora agrees Natsume did have a very happy color about it. Natsume says it's not like he's in a bad mood anyway, and Sora points out his color says he's sulking though. Natsume tells him not to say unnecessary things. Once more, Sora calls the two of them close friends, even with Natsume being violent to Tsumugi, after he says he wants Natsume to look over the outfits he made for nights when he finishes them. On the day of the book fair, Mitsuru and Sora attend the book fair together. Mitsuru says they should hold hands since Sora keeps wandering off and he finds it troublesome to keep having to find him. Sora finds Arashi's color in the crowd, calling it really colorful and pretty. When Tsukasa sees Sora, Sora waves at him and Tsukasa waves, but only because he'd feel bad ignoring him since he doesn't consider them friends yet. Sora walks over to Tsumugi and Makoto. Tsumugi asks if he's exhausted from the crowds, and Sora says he's fine since the weather is good and the paintings and books are bursting with color. Sora tells Tsumugi that Natsume's color had been getting irritated hearing the word nights lately, since Sora invited him to come but he refused. But his color looked lonely like he did want to come. Tsumugi promises to consult with Switchmore and Sora agrees and says he welcomes it. After the book fair, Sora is helping Tsumugi at the library since the book fair was a huge success and is bringing more people in. Natsume is also there talking about fortune-telling books since Sora asked him to help out, which Tsumugi asked him to do since he knows Natsume doesn't turn down a request from Sora. Natsume tells him to not use Sora as a middleman between them anymore. He also finds out Sora told Tsumugi about his lonely feelings from before, and would have punched Sora if he was Tsumugi, but since it's Sora, he decides to just give him a warning not to say things like that to Tsumugi anymore. Which Sora does not commit that to memory and will be doing this more often. In the Rose Garden, Arashi goes to the gaming club to look for Natsume and runs into Sora, who she remembers is friends with Mitsuru and thinks he's adorable. When she asks him to tell Natsume Arashi Onesan meaning big sister, is looking for him, Sora only asks once if she didn't mean Onisan, which means big brother, before accepting and calling her Arashi Onesan from then onwards and calls Natsume for her. We stand a supportive king. He offers to play games with her while they wait for Natsume to arrive. It's also revealed that Natsume had told him that if the game club has guests, that he must show them hospitality, and asks Natsume if offering to game with them was okay, and Natsume says yes and praises him. When Natsume turns to Arashi, she jokes that she didn't think he even noticed her since he ran right up to Sora. Like, he immediately dropped his experiment and came running when Sora asked him to come over. In school festival Tamayori's haunted dollhouse, Sora sees Yuta and Hinata having gloomy colors and finds out it's because they don't know what to do for the school festival, since it requires units to work together and not classmates like in other schools. Sora isn't sure what Switch is doing or if they told him and he didn't hear, so he goes off to ask. Sora runs into Tsumugi in front of the secret room and asks him if he knows what Switch is doing for the festival. Since Natsume didn't seem that interested, Tsumugi doesn't think they are, but wishes they could since it's his last school festival before he graduates. Sora agrees. Since Tsumugi is his unit mate and that's what he wants to do, then Sora wants to fulfill it. He wants Tsumugi to pull them along into things more often. Sora also wants to participate in the school festival to make memories with Switch and everyone else there. Tsumugi calls him kind and says if Sora asks Natsume, he wouldn't refuse, and Sora decides to ask him, like he did for the Easter Night Festival. When Natsume arrives, Sora immediately tells him he wants to join the festival, and although Natsume wasn't thinking of joining at first and is a little troubled with how late the request is, he agrees that they can join since, of course, he'd never say no to Sora's request, and now they need to figure out what to do. Tsumugi goes to the student council, and when he returns, he tells them no one else had taken the haunted house idea Sora brought up, so Natsume decides they'll go with that. Tsumugi reveals that he had a feeling he'd agree to it and told Eiji that they would do the haunted house. As they're trying to make hitodama, which are balls of fire that float in the middle of the night that are said to be the souls of the dead, Tsumugi messes up making his hitodama scary, and Natsume scolds him for it. But when Sora messes up making his scary too, Natsume gives him a score of 80 out of 100. Natsume laments that since Switch is a unit of magic and happiness, the haunted house theme might be difficult after all. He decides to talk to Shu about this so Valkyrie can join them, and Sora also suggests Twink join them since he knew that they were struggling, and Natsume agrees. So he leaves asking Twink to Sora while he and Tsumugi go look for Valkyrie. When they're negotiating with Valkyrie to join them, they tell Shu about the prize money that can help Valkyrie, and that if Twink joins, Switch would end up with a small amount of the share of the money, since none of them are all that interested in money. Tsumugi says he isn't in it for the money, and he knows Sora isn't fond of money because it has a cloudy color. Later, we find Switch, Twink, and Valkyrie gathered in the secret room to work on things for the haunted house. Sora knows that Natsume always has a happy color when he does experiments, but the one he's making now is making him have a sparkling, rainbow-hued one. He's trying to make different colored flames for the hitodama, and since it seems dangerous to try to distract him while he does that, Hinata offers for Sora to work on something with him. Sora agrees and wonders what they'll need, saying he's played games where demons and monsters pop out, like ones with long hair and bloodstained faces, so maybe they'd need something like that. When Sora notices Yuta being freaked out by the Waraningyo doll Mika is making, which is a straw doll to ward off against evil, Sora comforts him and asks if he'll be okay to continue, which Yuta says he will try, but when he freaks out more, Sora asks if he's sure he's gonna be okay. When Natsume succeeds his experiment, Sora is happy, saying if Shisha is happy, then so is Sora. This boy is so sweet. And he's happy that they'll be able to make good memories with Tsumugi. The day of the festival comes and Sora is dressed as a masked Onryu. Natsume explained that it's a fox that can turn into a person and that it's connected to magicians. And Sora says magicians can be masters of transformation magic. He also reveals he doesn't wear kimono often and thinks it's fun. When Tsumugi says, well, it's nice Sora is energetic, he suggests Sora acts more sickly like a ghost. And Sora asks if he should try giving off the tight color Tsumugi has now, which he has because he had been working on the costumes and Shu has very strict standards on how those costumes are supposed to look. Switch goes to attend the butler cafe that Undead was running, because Tsumugi wanted to see Rei's butler outfit. Natsume had asked where Tsumugi was going for the break, and Sora had said anywhere Tsumugi wants to go is fine with him, so Tsumugi took him at his word and led them there. After Tsumugi gushes about Rei, Natsume asks if Sora is okay since he had been really quiet, and Tsumugi offers to let Sora lean on him, and they realize Sora has gone missing. Tsumugi panics, but Natsume tells him to calm down and that they need to find him fast. Tsumugi tries calling him, but it just keeps ringing on, and Natsume tells him that Sora doesn't like the color of radio waves smartphones emit, so he probably doesn't have his phone with him. Tsumugi realizes that Sora must have gone somewhere quiet and is surprised Natsume was being so calm about this. Natsume simply says that if he's calm, then so will those around him be. Or, Tsumugi. The two decide to search for quiet areas since Sora wouldn't go somewhere crowded. Tsumugi says it's lonely when they aren't all together. And we're just gonna cut into this story with the School Festival 4, which shows what Sora was doing when he happened to get lost. Kanata ends up bumping into Sora outside on the fields. Kanata asks where Natsume is, and Sora explains they got separated since he felt ill from the crowds and wanted to go somewhere with less colors and ended up getting lost. So Kanata promises to watch over him until they find Natsume, since it's his job to protect lost children while he patrols. When Kanata's stomach growls, Sora offers to buy Kanata food since Tsumugi taught him that people can't fight when they're hungry. Kanata offers him one of the taiyaki he bought, and Sora chooses the cream-flavored one, then asks if they can split it in half since getting to have both flavors would make Sora happy. Kanata also gives him a candy dolphin. Meanwhile, Natsume and Tsumugi end up outside as well and figure they should go to the PA system since they still can't find Sora. When Tsumugi offers Natsume his hand so he doesn't get lost, Natsume pinches it and Tsumugi supposes Natsume won't hold his hand like Natsume would hold Sora's hand. As they're discussing asking Yusatai for help since they're patrolling the festival, Sora finds them. Natsume immediately apologizes to Sora and hopes he wasn't lonely and holds his hand so he doesn't get lost again. Tsumugi is saddened he wasn't allowed to hold Natsume's hand as easily as Sora was, so Sora offers him his other hand to hold, since holding hands with three people gives off a happier color. Sora explained he had gotten lost and found Kanata who gave him some candy. Sora apologizes for leaving since he had gotten overwhelmed by the crowd. Tsumugi and Natsume also apologize for not noticing he went missing and neglecting his hard time handling the crowds. Sora tells them that they were always attentive to him, so he's grateful, and there were kind people around like Kanata, so he was fine. With that settled, they go back to the Butler Cafe. Soon they set up work with the haunted house. When Shinobu comes into the haunted house thinking it's a ninja house after a brief chat with Yuta and Hinata, who were standing at the door, Yuta says he hopes he and Shinobu can be best friends. And Hinata asks like how he and Sora are best friends and cheers him on. Tsumugi had left Sora alone at the exit of the haunted house because he heard Shinobu scream and starts feeling up. Tsumugi left Sora alone at the haunted house's exit because he heard Shinobu scream and starts feeling guilty for it. Just as he's about to go back, Sora comes over from hearing Tsumugi say his name. Tsumugi is surprised by it, Sora doing his job of scaring people, like two birds, one stone, and apologizes if he felt lonely without him. Sora explained he had noticed a fun color and wanted to come and blend in with it. He says the color for most of the day had been scared and that felt a little bit lonely, but the fun color confused him. Tsumugi says that's to be expected, but that must feel lonely for Sora. Sora confirms it, since fun colors are the most beautiful, that everyone being happy is like a shining rainbow that makes you happy just by seeing it. Natsume messes with Tsumugi by bringing the Hitodama flames close to his face, since it won't actually burn people. And Sora says that meanness between Natsume and Tsumugi is an expression of love, since it shows how close they are that they can be mean with each other. Now we move on to the summer stories. In Hinata's sub-story, A Spell of Change, Hinata was helping Anzu look for a shop while he was shopping for dinner ingredients when they happened upon Sora sitting by the road on a chair. Natsume does fortune-telling by the roadside, and Sora wanted to help him. Natsume went off to attract some customers, so Sora's alone. He offers to give a session to Hinata for free and says he's still in training. He notices Anzu and Hinata out together, so figures it must be a date then. He decides to support Hinata since Tsumugi told him to support people who are in love. He tells them that they are super compatible and destined to be together. Despite thinking it feels fake, it begins to make Hinata start noticing Anzu as a woman and in a more romantic light, and wonders if Sora did actually cast a weird spell on him after seeing his fortune. Sora is none the wiser and thinks he failed, so strives to work harder as a fortune teller. In Sora's Sub Story High Score Boys, back at the game club, Natsume has a kusuge to play, which Sora notes is good timing since he invited Makoto along. A kusuge is a game that is so bad that it literally has shit in the name, hence kusu meaning, and ge meaning game. Natsume praises Makoto's endurance to play even the worst games till the end. Sora says Makoto will definitely see through till the end of the game, and Makoto complains he's not that bored and wonders why they always want him to play new kusuges they find, and wonders if this counts as bullying. Natsume simply says he respects Trickster and this isn't bullying him, but he's free to think what he wants. He also proudly boasts his status as an oddball who will kick him into the abyss of misery and laughs like a shinobu. Sora says he's acting weird since Natsume is lacking sleep. Natsume was occupied with research and talks about love potions that might be useful for idle work. He then decides that he probably should go to sleep though, so trusts Sora to take care of Makoto for him. Sora wishes him sweet dreams. Makoto says that Natsume is hard to grasp, and Sora says he oozes a color that's different from others, or color in this sense meaning a smell. And Makoto says that Natsume constantly has a strange fragrance coming off him, like aromatics, since he smells different on certain days. Sora says that Natsume is wearing a stronger color to mask his tiredness today. Makoto asks if Sora has the time to be gaming, and Sora assures him ordinary life makes the unordinary shine. Or that's what Natsume says at least. They get to playing and Makoto is excited since kusuges can be played on, and Sora says it's because of this he thinks of Makoto when the topic of kusuges come up. Sora says since they're still children, it makes sense that they love to play. He loves games very much, so they should play a lot and forget the time for as long as they're allowed. In Air Ride, Sora and Mitsuru are at the cafeteria to eat lunch together. Sora sings from being in a good mood and Mitsuru sings along with him, so he ha-he-hoo-he-hos with him. Sora says that two people singing is more fun than being alone and that they can make the world rainbowy with their singing. Hinata notices them and offers them the seats Hinata and Yuta were sitting in since they're done eating. Shinobu is looking for a spot to sit with Anzu, and Mitsuru notices Shinobu, so decides to go call him over while ordering for both him and Mitsuru, and Sora asks for omurice since it's fluffy and soft and full of happiness. Mitsuru invites Shinobu and Anzu to sit with them and they both agree. When Mitsuru arrives with their food, Sora has to remind himself to say itadakimasu. He and Mitsuru share their food with each other, and Mitsuru asks what Shinobu does when he climbs walls and sticks to ceilings and stuff like that. Shinobu explains it's ninja training. When Mitsuru asks who he was playing with, not quite getting what Shinobu meant, Shinobu says he was doing it alone. Sora says he also likes climbing walls and sticking to ceilings, and Mitsuru says Sora is like a ninja and nimble, and Shinobu is overjoyed there are other people like him that could be ninja too. Sora explained he'd seen a ninja as a playable character in a game he played. He asks Shinobu what kind of ninja stuff he does, and Shinobu explains. Mitsuru and Sora offer to play ninja with him after school. When Shinobu uses the hiding cloth to camouflage himself, Sora thinks it's magic, that he used a spell. When Sora hears Kunugi-sensei approaching, Mitsuru panics since he was running in the halls yesterday so wants to escape before he gets lectured for it. Shinobu offers going out the window, and the two book it out, Sora noting he's good at stuff like this. Shinobu likes how ninja-like it is, escaping from a pursuer like this. They end up climbing right into Kaito's class, where he calls them troublemakers and is about to lecture them. Sora says he has a prickly color that gets even pricklier, so he must be really mad. And it seems Sora's gonna get lectured too with Mitsuru. And Kaito confirms, since he can't overlook students doing such dangerous things. So they run off again to the roof. Shinobu's scared of having run away from the student council vice president since it could put the ninja association in trouble. Mitsuru apologizes for making Shinobu cry. Shinobu weighs it off since it's ninja training, but also says they should apologize since they did do something bad. Kinogi finds them. He says even if there isn't a rule forbidding them from climbing the school, there shouldn't need to be one, so he will discipline them before someone else decides to copy them. And they book it again. Hinata, dressed as Yuta, hears Mitsuru call out to him and Sora follows, noticing that the color seemed off before realizing it was in fact Hinata, and confirms it when Hinata calls him Sora instead of Harukawa-kun, which Yuta does. They explain why they're running from the teachers and asks if Hinata has seen Shinobu since he's gone missing from them, but then they need to leave again since they hear footsteps again. We later find out that even though Shinobu went to apologize to Kunugi-sensei, Mitsuru and Sora were found and taken to the guidance room. In Chinatown, Kaito spots Sora running zigzag in the halls and recognizes him from the events from the previous story. He lectures Sora on how he was running, but notices Sora seems completely different and has tears in his eyes and looks completely down. He finishes his lecture a little awkwardly and lets Sora off, but he stays worried he might have been too harsh to him. Kaito later asks Tsumugi for help since he thinks he was in fact too harsh on Sora, and Tsumugi says he doesn't think Sora would mind something like that. When Kaito reveals Sora was crying, Tsumugi is surprised since he had never seen Sora look like that before or even be able to picture it in his head. He says that Sora should perk up if he gets something tasty to eat, since maybe eating something will make Sora full and happy. He also says Sora seems happy eating anything and how Sora says food he tastes while looking at Natsumi and Tsumugi's colors is very tasty. He suggests Chinese steamed buns, since Sora seemed to enjoy them when Switch ate some at a Chinese restaurant. As Kaito decides to make the meat buns himself, Tsumui agrees to go find Sora for him and ask what happened from Sora's perspective. He finds Sora gaming with Makoto, Natsume being busy, and probably for the best since he probably would have made the bean gun from Setsubun earlier if he found out Kaito made Sora cry, and Sora seems completely fine. When Tsumugi expresses his confusion, Sora explains he was making his way to the infirmary since he had a stomach ache and then he ran into Kaito. He didn't even listen to what Kaito was saying since the pain was distracting him that much. It was so bad that Makoto needed to help him get to the infirmary once Kaito had finished lecturing him. When Tsumugi panics at how bad it sounds, Makoto said it was probably just because Sora's stomach got cold, which apparently is actually a thing. You can in fact get stomach aches from the cold. It's called a cold stomach, but it usually happens in winter, so this is kind of a rarity. Sora was napping outside since he got drowsy, and because he was napping outside, his stomach got cold and caused a stomach ache. He got some hot tea and it helped his stomach ache go away completely. Tsumugi is relieved it wasn't anything serious, then worries about Kaito having made all those meat buns for nothing. At Sora and Makoto's confusion, he explains the situation. Sora realizes he caused Kaito to misunderstand things, so quickly hurries over to clear it up. Sora runs into the terrace kitchen. Kaito sees him and explains he's making meat buns to make Sora feel better for having gone too far with his little lecture from earlier. Sora quickly explains the situation, saying he didn't remember what Kaito said anyway, so he was completely fine. Kaito repeats what he said before since it still applies when he hears what really made Sora cry, that as an idol, Sora must take care of his body. And Sora says he won't crash into anyone when he runs in the halls. Kaito says that's not what he meant and that scaling the wall should also be out of the question. He asks if Sora feels better and Sora confirms that he does. When Kaito realizes there's no point to making the buns anymore, Sora asks if he can help make them since he does feel hungry now. He says he hasn't really cooked before, but is sure they'll turn out well if they make them in a pretty color. When Kaito gives him the job of dividing the dough, Sora begins stirring it up with so much energy, dough starts flying around the room. He promises to be more careful after Kaito lectures him though. Sora asks if he's okay since he's crying but doesn't have a side color, and Kaito explains it's just because of the onions he's cutting. And Sora tries wiping away his tears even with the dough still on his hands. Makoto and Tsumugi arrive and help them out with the cooking. When they're done, Sora says that they give off a tasty color, and that Kaito had a beautiful color as he was making them, and that made Sora want to join in making them. When they eat, the buns are delicious. They decide to give some to Anzu since she shared the ingredients to make them, And Sora wants to give some to Natsume, and Tsumugi knows Natsume will be overjoyed since Sora made them for him. When Kaito says he doesn't get what Sora means by his color talk, but he was starting to, Sora says he wishes he could show everyone, but since Sora's eyes are different from others, he can't. He says the colors are so beautiful and sparkly that he simply can't do them justice by explaining it. In Sunshower Festa, the S2 is coming up. Anzu offers Yuta a job for the Sunshower Festa, and Yuta goes to Hinata's class to tell him about it and sees Sora, who is also looking for Hinata, though he still needs a moment to be able to tell his color apart from Hinata's. Sora tells him he was looking for Hinata to give him sweets he made, since Hinata's always giving him sweets. They aren't as good as Hinata's, but they're filled with love. Hinata then appears with spicy snacks that he wanted to give to Yuta. Yuta tells him about the Sunshower Festa, and little side note, Hinata says the alliance between the three of them would be called the Hiyoso Alliance, like the first syllables from their name, which I think is really cute. Sora says he wants to participate in it too, and Yuta thinks that the Sunshower Festa would fit Switch's image. Sora gives Hinata the sweets he made and explains why he made them, then goes to find the rest of Switch at the game club to tell them about the festa. Hinata wishes him luck and says he'll enjoy the sweets. Sora says if the sweets Sora made Hinata happy, Sora is happy too. Tsumugi welcomes Sora to the club when he arrives. Tsumugi likes being in the club since it feels cozy. Sora says he likes the club too and the games in it, but more than that, he loves Natsume and Tsumugi who are there in the club right now. Tsumugi says he loves them too, but Natsume says he likes Sora but hates Tsumugi. Natsume asks if Sora has something to ask them, and Sora calls him an amazing magician for figuring it out, then tells him about the festa. He wants to attend it. And since it's a request from Sora, Natsume wants to grant it. He says as long as they pass the audition, then he has no problem letting Switch participate there. On the day of the audition, Hinata hopes that Twink gets paired with Switch, since it feels like they have a good affinity with them. Hinata tells Sora to do his best for the audition, and Sora says the same to him. As Tsumugi and Natsume go hang out with the seniors to scope out the festa location, Sora hangs out with Twink, leading to Sora and Hinata climbing the walls together. Yuta knows it's normal for Sora, but is impressed Hinata was keeping up. But he doesn't join in since he feels too mature to be acting like a careless idiot. His words, not mine. Switch and Twink both make it past the auditions. Twink won by using lots of handsprings, and they help Switch out by showing off Sora's good side, so they'll be able to use Switch to their benefit as well if they did the live together. Sora's playing an SNES fighting game against himself since no one else is in the club at the time, using one controller with his hands and the other with his feet, when Tsumugi walks in, and Sora asks him to play along. The club has all types of consoles from retro to the latest ones, and Sora says it's the same way at home for him, so he ends up gaming a lot of the time. Tsumugi tells him to take care to keep track of the time as he plays though. Tsumugi tells Sora they passed and Sora is looking forward to performing with Twink. Tsumugi says that once Natsume sees Sora's smiling face, he will automatically smile as well. Natsume soon comes back into the room and Sora welcomes him back and says he was impatiently waiting for his return. Natsume calls him a good boy and praises him, and Sora says he's happy to be praised. Sora tells him Switch passed, and Natsume says he was aware, and that they should contact Twink ASAP so they can start practicing. Tsumugi pipes up that he'd make the costumes, and Natsume says he didn't notice him there. Tsumugi points out Natsume's lie about not noticing him, and Natsume says that if you take away his lies, then there would be nothing left of him, then plays it off as a joke, and says he makes sure that the other person is suitable to be lied to before he lies to them. Sora says they're getting along like always, and Natsume loves Tsumugi a lot, and Natsume reminds Sora he told him to utilize his words correctly. Natsume leaves contacting Twink to Sora, and the costumes to Tsumugi and Anzu. Tsumugi wants to make matching outfits for both Switch and Twink, since Sora gets to participate with his friends, which is so sweet. Sora's delighted at that and wants to tell the twins about it, and tells them to enter the room, which turns out Sora was able to hear them lingering outside the door by the color, or sound, of their footsteps. And turns out Twink came because they also wanted to ask if they could all practice together. Twink and Switch end up practicing together in earnest. Tsumugi thinks that since twins are good omens, good things will happen with Switch by working with them. After practice with Twink, Anzu gives Sora a towel to dry off the sweat he worked up, then asks him to show her his performance. Sora is happy too, showing her a taste of what it'd be like when he grabs onto the umbrellas in the air for the performance. He explains he'll be using the walls and jumping from one building to another to catch the umbrellas. Anzu wonders if that will be dangerous, and Sora says it's not, and that Hinata is going to be joining him too. Sora says doing parkour like things is the same to him as Anzu walking on the ground. Hinata comes over and leans on Sora since he's tugged out from practice. Sora offers to carry Hinata home if he needs it, and Hinata declines and says he's more hungry than tired, so Hinata, Yuta, and Sora decide to go get some food since they'll be practicing until nighttime. As they're eating, Sora says that he likes the bavaroi. I have no idea what this word is, I am so sorry, because the jelly-like mouthfeel is irresistible to him. Hinata notes that the food they'll eat will make them give off a delicious color like Sora always talks about. And Sora is happy just being around Hinata, and it gets stronger with sweet things around. Seeing the sweet and spicy colors of Yuta and Hinata's food makes Sora think it's an amazing color, but it makes Sora's head spin. Natsume comes along, says it smells weird near their table from the conflicting scents, then tells them that they extended the rent of the practice room so they could be able to practice late into the night. Sora offers to buy Tsumuki, Natsume, and Anzu some snacks since they'll be staying for that long, and Natsume says it doesn't matter for Tsumuki but to get some for Anzu. Sora decides to just go ahead and buy for all three of them and explains that if Anzu doesn't see them eating, she might not eat anything either. Natsume has a feeling Tsumugi wouldn't be able to accept having a junior buy something for him, so asks Sora to bring the receipt so he can charge him for a fee of his services. And Sora says he'll do it since Natsume really loves Tsumugi and must know it'll work on him. As their performance is about to begin for the Sunshower Festa, Hinata immediately hugs Sora when he and Yuta return to the group, and Sora happily hugs him back and asks if he was lonely from being lost and comforts him. Hinata laughs it off and tells him he hadn't gotten lost though. Natsume hypes Sora up as Twink starts the performance, telling him not to feel scared and that he has skill and has the same brilliance as Twink does. Then urges him to go ahead to Twink since they will follow after him and to turn his imagination to reality. As Sora eagerly goes ahead, Tsumugi notes that because he must have been looking forward to this, they were blessed with clear skies and calls Sora a good child that has received a reward from God for it. Natsume tells him to stop acting like some kind of dreaming maiden and to get ready. Natsume says he doesn't want to miss out on Sora's efforts and for them to go too, and Tsumugi says he'd accompany Natsume to the ends of the earth. In Rainbow, Hokuto spots Sora outside the window and freaks out. Sora shows him he's fine and that it's just a shortcut for him, then rushes off for a part-time job. And Hokuto wonders if he just hallucinated the whole thing. Sora's cleaning up with Mika in one of the practice rooms as part of the part-time job. He calls him Mecha-Nisan at first, but Mika says he doesn't like his given name and asks to be called by his surname, and Sora adjusts to calling him Kage-Nisan. Mika says he's not his big brother, to which Sora says he feels like one though. Kunuki tells them they're in the wrong room, and Sora tells Mika he knew they should have turned right. Mika praises Sora for being able to know the past as a first year already, and Sora is happy to be praised, saying reading maps is a basic skill for gamers. Sora reveals he's taking part in a part-time job because Natsume told him to get used to communicating with others through extracurricular activities. And Switch has been lacking funds since they don't participate in official Dreamfest, so killing two birds with one stone. Jin tells them they can clean this room anyway, and Sora demands wages for his labor since it'll be an equivalent exchange. And Jin says something really weird here, and even Akiyomi calls him out, because bro, no. Sora says that Tsumugi told him that cleaning has to do with feng shui, so it can count as magician training.
Yeah, so editing Mimu here, and I realized that I forgot to write a summary for these two chapters, so I'm gonna quickly add this audio in now. Later on in the faculty office, Madara comes in carrying Mika and Sora in over his shoulders. Sora saying that being carried feels like he's flying in the sky. Kunugi praises Madara for doing his job so quickly, and Mika is beyond confused about being dragged here and asks for an explanation. He asks Sora if he knows, and Sora says he doesn't either, but that Madara doesn't look like he wants to cause them any harm, so Mika can relax and not look so scared. Kunugi explains that they will be teammates from now on. Sora says this sounds interesting and manages to slip out of Madara's hole to sit on the floor while Mika has to be set down. Kunugi explains he wants them to take part in a certain part time job, and Madara makes a light meta joke thanking Kunugi for granting him the chance to be involved in Yumanosaki's main storyline since he hadn't been able to do so before now, which technically also includes Mika and Sora since they were also added in post mainline story release. Kunugi says this would probably just be an extra event side story at best. Mika asks if Sora gets what they're talking about, and Sora says he doesn't, but Kunugi has a fun color that's shining with 7 colors today. Kunugi asks what he's talking about, but continues on. He tells the three of them that the Academy has been keeping an eye on them because of their problematic behaviors. He says Mika has been skipping classes to do part time work, Madara has broken probably every school rule, and Sora keeps doing bizarre things like climbing the school walls. Sora apologizes, then says there isn't a rule against it though. Kunugi explains since they all have ties with the eccentrics, their behavior can end up making trouble for the eccentrics that they're close to. He promises if they take on this job, then he will have their backs and be their ally. He wants them all to form a temporary unit for a certain live next month. He says they'll be forbidden from doing other jobs to devote themselves to practice. Sora says he'd be happy to sing and dance, but wants to talk it over with Natsume first, since discussing hard decisions with Natsume has become his style lately, and Kunugi grants them all time to think it over first.
During the Project Sega practices, Jackie mentions Ryusei purple, and Madara says it used to be his color when he was still in Ryusei, and Sora instantly asks if they're talking about colors and asks what type of color is purple. And I'm not sure if this means he's never seen the color purple, but I'm gonna guess that's not what he meant here. Sora was sticking to Madara's back since he tends to get lost, apparently, and Sora straight up admits that Barbaria just weren't clicking well, and realizes that Natsume and Tsumugi must have worked hard to accommodate Sora, but also thinks this is fun too, so this might be the correct answer. Madara needs Chiaki pointing out that Sora and Mika don't look too good before their performance and mentally chastises himself for not noticing on his own. When he asks Sora what's wrong, Sora explains he's never been in front of a crowd this large and all the colors are making him dizzy and it was hard for him to process. Madara thinks that because Sora seemed so otherworldly and energetic, he neglected the fact that Sora is still a first year, but since he would benefit from the experience of dancing on a stage this large, instead of pulling him off it, he says he'd offer Sora support and hide him from the audience if he signals him to do so. Sora apologizes and Madara shows him he's big enough to be able to carry kids to safe places, and Sora calls him dependable. Sora directs Madara to Mika, calling him Mika-chan-san. When Madara asks doesn't Mika dislike his first name, Sora explains being called Onii-chan made Mika's color look in pain. As Mika sings on stage, channeling his inner Shu, Sora knows that he's giving off a color that is murky, but hiding a strong beautiful light within, like a volcano storing magma that's about to erupt. Sora is scared but excited to see what would happen when that does happen, and thinks he will stay on stage to protect everyone from the magma with the magic Natsume taught him. And he says, protect their peace and happiness because everyone has given Sora peace and happiness. It's equivalent exchange. In pool, Sora enters the game club, wanting to play games with Natsume. Natsume copies Sora's hoo hoo and says his enjoyment is more important to him than anything. When Sora points out the imitation, Natsume admits it does get stuck in his mouth, and Sora is happy he said the same thing as him and encourages he does it more. Sora notices Tsumugi isn't here, and Natsume says he's preparing for the Summer Live, which is the Eve versus Trickstar Live, and Natsume notes that they seem very cheerful without Tsumugi there, then they get to playing. Sora says that the game they're playing could be played with 3 people, but Natsume says he's happy with just the 2 of them there. To which Sora says he mustn't lie, and Natsume copies his hee hee and tells him there are things he shouldn't say out loud. Sora compliments Natsume's gaming, and Natsume says he is happy to receive compliments, and very happy to get to game with Sora, and he says he loves Sora very much. Sora says if Natsume is happy, then so is he. Sora then brings up wanting to go to the pool, which throws Natsume off. Sora explains wanting to go to the new Aquarium water park that just opened. Natsume says he wants to grant Sora's wish like always, but points out Sora can't swim and that he almost drowned in his last swim class and didn't want to repeat that. Sora promises to not be as careless and to practice swimming and insists on wanting to swim. Sora hugs Natsume and begs him and asks if the answer is still no, and Natsume gives in, making Sora cheer and thank him and say he loves him as well. He also apparently learns the word moderation when Natsume tells him to practice in moderation. Tomoya later spots Sora almost drowning in the pool after getting assigned the rep for Class 1A. And a quick explanation, since this is important for the story. Aquarium Park had contacted Yumenosaki to use the idols there to promote it by participating in a kind of survival game using water guns. And each Yumenosaki class needed to pick 3 representatives per class. Sora explains he was practicing swimming so he can be able to swim at Aquarium Park with Natsume. Tomoya offers to teach him how to swim. Sora happily accepts and once he's sure Tomoya has nothing else planned, promises to help Tomoya back in return. And then he says, let's paint a beautiful rainbow color together. What we can't do on our own, we can do together. Natsume is watching Sora and Tomoya in the pool from a distance. Tomoya is patiently teaching Sora how to swim, while Sora cheers him on when he practices his own swimming. Anzu asks why Natsume is creeping on them, and Natsume explains he's just worried and watching over them since Sora can't swim. Anju says he looks lonely, but Natsume denies it and says he just feels uneasy. He also says Tomoya and Sora have been doing something in the game room, and he knows it's a good thing Sora is working with a friend and that he could ask Sora what it is, but then cuts himself off before he can say more. On the day of the survival game, Sora greets Tomoya and Hinata at the park, and Hinata greets him with a hug, and Sora warns him that he would end up dropping his water gun if he does that. He then explains he's there to cheer Tomoya on. Hinata's a little jealous that they're getting along, but Sora says Hinata is a precious friend and is grateful he's always getting along with him. Hinata feels the same, but also says he noticed Sora getting close with Yuta, who is representing Class 1B, so they will be enemies today. Sora tells them he was dressed in the clothes for the participating teams because the people who are in charge of this just gave them to him. And Sora can now swim thanks to Tomoya. Tomoya reveals that Sora had been teaching him the secrets to survival games, shooting enemies in games, and it's helped his reflexes and vision. Natsume spots Sora, and Sora apologizes for making him search for him, but Natsume says that any trouble caused by Sora is more than welcome for him. He was also given the participation clothes, and since Sora was wearing them, he asked Natsume to wear them too, and he had no choice but to comply. He wants to change before one of his classmates finds him, but Hokuto does. He asks if Natsume lied about being busy to come to Aquaria Park, and Natsume says it wouldn't be the first time he did that. Natsume finds out that, like him, Hokuto can't swim either, and worriedly asks if everyone knew that and was just okay with it, which I think is sweet that he was that worried over it. Hokuto asks if he was so worried then Natsume can do it, and Natsume refuses again, saying he only came to watch Sora. Then Sora comes over and offers to take Hokuto's place instead. Since he couldn't swim when the class was choosing participants, he wanted to do it now that he can swim. It's agreed that Sora can participate for Class 2A with Adonis and Soma. Hinata is pumped up to be going against Sora too. Sora wants to have fun playing with him, and Hinata wants them to be the last two standing. And Totoro notes how amazing it is that they were so close. Tomoya says they must be on the same wavelength since they both do weird movements and observe others when they don't notice. Hokuto corners Natsume and gets it out of him that he can't swim, and Natsume says seeing him with a floaty caught him off guard. Natsume is aware that he's trying too hard to keep his cool front up though. As Sora participates, he and Natsume happily converse with each other, with Natsume giving him advice on hidden opponents. Natsume admits that he didn't care if 2A won or not, but with Sora participating, he wants them to win now. Also, during the little battle, Sora comes down the slide and attacks Hinata and declares, Sora doesn't hate you, but he'd like you to get ready to die, bang bang, which is just so cute in my opinion. In the end, 1A end up winning. Sora returns to Natsume saddened. Natsume gives him some juice and asks if he's tired, but Sora apologizes for having lost even though he was allowed to participate. Natsume waves it off and says he did great and apologizes as well, which confuses Sora. Natsume praises him happily. And Hokuto notes Natsume is like a completely different person when he's with Sora. Natsume says Sora can go play with everyone else, but since Natsume isn't, Sora decides to stay with him since he is a bit tired. Natsume beckons him closer, saying he'd get wet near the pool, and when Sora points out he's already wet, Natsume says he wanted to pet his hair. He praises Sora for training hard and not giving up, even if his synesthesia must have made being underwater feel like it was lost and thrown in a confusing world. Sora feels guilty and says he's a bad boy since he could tell Natsume had a disturbed color when he brought up the topic of pool in the game club, and that he hadn't noticed that Natsume couldn't swim. He apologizes for being selfish and causing trouble. Sora had found out Natsume couldn't swim during his little argument with Hokuto and was surprised to see him arguing like that in the first place. Natsume assures him it wasn't any problem for him and he was just happy to be invited by Sora. He asks if Sora wanted to participate because Natsume couldn't swim, and Sora guiltily confirms it. Natsume says he wishes he just talked to Sora instead of acting strong. He just didn't want to disappoint him. Sora says he wouldn't have been disappointed, but happy Natsume was like him, that they both couldn't swim. Natsume calls him a good boy again, and he internally promises to himself to be less secretive. The seven faces of shape-shifting yokai is a pretty good way of showing just how strongly Sora's synesthesia affects how he sees the world around him. Sora and Hinata are having lunch when Sora notices Hinata's color isn't bright and offers the extra dessert he received to him. Sora says if his friends aren't feeling good, then Sora wants to cheer them up. Hinata wants to become a good boy now, and Sora asks why would he want to be a good boy if he already is one. Hinata says he isn't because the prank he had pulled on Yuta, probably referring to the one he had done during the test of courage, had gotten Yuta to be mad at him. Tomoya and Tetra walk over to them and Tomoya and Sora bond over omurice. Hinata says that he'll act like Tomoya since Tomoya is such a good kid, and Sora asks if Hinata is Tomoya now. Sora says that Tomoya's color is like freshly washed laundry. Hinata explains that since Sora can see what you're like inside, that putting on an outward appearance was useless. Sora's synesthesia seems to make it that he has a hard time telling people apart if they act like someone else well enough, since he got Tomoya and Hinata mixed up from their colors alone, even while looking right at them. He says that Tomoya's color is easy to dye, like the sky can be painted different colors with the help of the sun and the moon. When Hajime enters this whole mess, he describes Hajime's color like floating petals on water. Hinata switching his personality around like the other members in the group makes his color get swirled around and makes Sora start to lose spirit. Sora thinks everyone is best the way they are. And also apparently Sora's house is pretty far from Yunasaki and he has to take the bus to get there. In Summer Flowers, Sora jokes around with Natsume about shocking Makoto into getting his memories back with a stimulant that Natsume plays along with. Sora says jokes smooth out conversations. Makoto sighs about how they always mess with him. When Makoto says he yelled so much that he's out of breath now, Sora offers him tea that he pretended was a stimulant and assures him that it was just a joke again, and Natsume praises him. It's revealed that the Switch VR system, or SVRS, has been completed. The Game Club alumni helped them create it too, and Makoto helped since he likes fiddling with machinery. They had a bit of trouble with bugs, but now it's working like planned. Sora says he needs to get home before they can test it out though, and Natsume offers to see him home and explain to his parents why he was late. Sora is excited and says that they have been looking forward to meeting Natsume since he always talks about him to them. Natsume says he hopes he doesn't come off as a weird person, and Sora shows him that his family is used to questionable and strange acts. And that is the only time Sora ever talks about his family to date. Hinata and Makoto have been gardening together, and Hinata notes that Sora would be able to tell if their souls are similar just from looking at each other. Sora pops up as he says this, and he is happy when Makoto uses gaming lingo and says he loves him and hugs him. Makoto lightly scolds him since he's dirty, and Sora apologizes but thinks physical contact is important, so hugs him again, then hugs Hinata. Then Sora tells him that Natsume was calling for him in the AV room. When Makoto asks what this is about, Sora brushes his concerns off and pulls him over to the AV room. When Makoto gives in, Sora reveals that Natsume had told him Makoto was a pushover that gives in when spammed with overbearing behavior, to which Makoto says not to treat him like he's some kind of video game character. When Sora brings Makoto to the AV room, room, he asks for a reward, and Natsume says it's a fair exchange and gives him a lollipop since Sora loves them. The AV room is filled with other students who wanted to see the trial run for the SVRS. And Natsume explains that the SVRS is aimed to trick your senses and confuse dreams with reality, like a magical item that lets a user dream while they're still awake. When Makoto puts on the goggles, he notices that colors are mixing together and wriggling around and calls it gross. Natsume explains it's how he guessed Sora must see the world, and he figured it would let him understand Sora's feelings better if he saw things the same way Sora did, which is just super, super sweet in my opinion. Like, he made a whole program to be able to understand Sora better. Makoto is shocked and asks if this doesn't make Sora's head go all weird. Sora confirms that he sees stuff like this all the time and is saddened that Makoto thinks that the world of synesthesia is uncomfortable and gross. Makoto explains it's only because he can't tell what's what, and then notices a beautiful sparkly thing that he guesses is Natsume. Natsume asks if Sora sees him as beautiful and that makes him happy. Sora confirms Natsume is always beautiful and sparkly, and Makoto adds that it's like looking at a jewel. Natsume continues to explain that, like Sora, Makoto should be able to perceive smells, sounds, and anything visible as color, but they could only guess how that must really feel. He doesn't think he was able to get it perfectly replicated to be what Sora actually sees. This is probably one of the only times someone other than Sora says what his synesthesia is like. He then continues to explain to the audience the purpose of the test and how they'd be able to use the goggles to make magical experiences and performances that would fit Switch perfectly. Since they are magicians that showcase dreams, they'll use any method they can and will adopt to using fine technology to not lose to others who use them as well. And the fact that they like games more than anything is a plus, too. He explains that they don't have the funding for this project, but want to have the audience help develop it as well, so hence why they're running this whole little showcase. As the game demonstration begins, Sora just acts as Natsume's little unhinged co host while Makoto navigates the game world. I mean, some of the lines he says are, "Ha ha! It doesn't matter how much you struggle, you're in despair either way." And, "Hee hee! What a hot development! It's so hot! So hot! So hot that you'll die!" And when Natsume says that the audience would be laughing at Makoto's death if he doesn't start playing seriously, Sora adds that learning from death is the foundation of games. He also reveals that they raise the temperature of the AV room so that the shaved ice they're selling will sell more, and called Natsume a sly fox for that, to which Natsume says he prefers being called a tactician or merchant. He also reveals that they made the game crappy on purpose, since most games that go down in history are referred to as crappy. Makoto thinks that they have officially gone insane. Sora bets that Makoto would be the type to pull an all-nighter for 3 days just to play Tetris, and Makoto's confused, since he generally does think Tetris is fun and doesn't get how that was a diss at him. And Natsume explains that the appeal of Let's Plays is giving viewers a sense of superiority. Sora compares it to sketch comedies where people yell stuff like, "Behind you!" Natsume notes most kids now don't usually know stuff like that and tells Sora he holds knowledge about strange things. The next day after the showcase, Sora greets Makoto when he enters the game club and notes he seems tired and asks if it's from the heat. Makoto explains playing games with VR made him tired from all the running, and Sora says since the SVRS was made for the performances that's fine. Natsume gives Makoto a really sweet and motivating speech about how he's able to beat games so he can be able to use that for reality. Makoto asks if that's the reason they roped him into this and says Natsume should have just told him directly that he was just cheering him on. Sora explains that Natsume is a shy person, so the meaning of his words can be hard to understand, but he's always supporting everyone. He also says that he is as well and encourages Makoto as well to bloom to his full glory and not let anyone crush him while he's still growing. In Sora's Sub Story, Colourful Games, Sora's at an arcade and is playing the boss level of a machine but loses. He wants to play more but runs out of coins. Makoto comes along and has been studying Sora's gaming skills and lends him 100 yen. Sora beats the boss and is happy. As they talk about how fun games are, Makoto is glad he talked to him, having thought Sora was a rascal but realizing he was a good kid, then calls back to the story we just talked about where he was a bit of a menace and wonders if that was just because of the summer heat. Makoto asks what games Sora likes, and he says games that sparkle, like shooters and fighting games, games that let you enjoy the sounds and lights. He also likes phone games for their mobility, but arcade games have lots of lights and sounds, which makes them more fun. Makoto likes games with simpler playstyles, like RPGs and simulations. Sora wants to versus Makoto in a fighting game, but Makoto is hesitant since he is a really good gamer and doesn't want the match to end too quickly and waste Sora's money. Sora doesn't mind, but seeing Makoto's sad color over it, moves on to play something else. He suggests that they take Purikura pictures, but Makoto doesn't think guys going in alone is allowed. Sora is sad since he thought they would be able to take pretty pictures and that Switch might get a job for Purikura promotions. Makoto insists that men aren't allowed to go in alone or they'll be banned. Sora laments he doesn't know enough about arcades. He suggests a claw machine and Makoto finally agrees. They work together to get a giant plushie. Makoto manages to bring it down in the end, and Sora praises him and internally notes Makoto has a sparkling color now and says his color shines when he games. Sora says he'll treasure the plushie and says that they should play a co-op gun game now. Sora says games are wonderful because they bring color into their ordinary lives. In Pleiades Night, Sora's rushing around the shopping district with Tsumugi asking him to not run around so much since he's scared he'll lose sight of him. He asks Sora not to ignore him since he always listens to what others say, and Sora says he won't listen to him until Tsumugi and Natsume make up. When Tsumugi tries saying it's not a fight that they're having, Sora simply says he isn't listening and that Natsume seemed like he just wanted Tsumugi to listen to what he wanted to say. Tsumugi apologizes for not being able to read the mood, and Sora says apologizing to Sora won't do anything. Subaru comes along and Tsumugi asks him to not call him the colors of a traffic light, since he calls him Yellow Kid and Blue Senpai. Daikichi had ended up bringing Subaru and him to the two of them since Tsumugi has shiny amulets attached to his bag. Tsumugi explains Switch is taking a break from practice, and since Natsume is busy, he wanted to make Sora a stuffed doll that looks like Natsume. Sora says he won't be fooled by it and wants to be with the real Natsume. Tsumugi scolds him lightly by saying he shouldn't be selfish since they can't help Natsume being busy. Subaru asks if it's because of the fight he saw at the gate where he saw Natsume yelling, and Tsumugi tells him not to concern himself with that. Subaru invites them to his house to talk things over, and Tsumugi agrees with a chance for advice from Natsume's friend, and Sora wants to come along to chat with Subaru. Subaru is looking for Natsume when Natsume walks into the classroom. Despite how chipper he looks, Subaru can tell he's mad. Natsume sarcastically says he's filled with happiness since Tsumugi showed him pictures of Subaru with his unit mates. And just a note, the translator made a note that he explicitly referred to them, as in Sora and Tsumugi, in a way that refers to them as being in a group with him specifically. So he's basically just emphasizing that they are his group mates and not Subaru's. And he says those pictures included the two of them eating dinner and gaming together and even having a sleepover with Subaru that Natsume wasn't invited to. When Subaru points out Natsume would have been upset with him if he did invite him, Natsume drops it sharply and says he only came to school to get some sleep before his next job. In the secret library, Tsumugi explains to Nazuna that Switch is on a break for now, since it'd be hard for Switch to do jobs with all three of them at the moment. Sora says that Natsume taught him that magic can make anything a reality no matter what, but Tsumugi says even if that is true, they can't twist logic so the three of them can be together right now, so advises Sora that they just watch over Natsume with love for now. Sora says it feels lonely without Natsume. Tsumugi says he should be good and bear with it since it isn't like they're being separated by death, and gives him the Natsume doll he worked hard to finish in one night and pretend it's Natsume. Sora wordlessly just takes the doll and hugs it. Nazuna comments Tsumugi's like a new dad, and Tsumugi says he's filled with endless anxiety because of it. When the rest of Rabbits comes along to practice in the secret library, which is a reward for completing library tasks, Tsumugi asks that they include Sora, and Mitsuru instantly does his best to get Sora involved by telling him not to mope and to stretch with them. When Tsumugi asks Sora to practice, Sora says he wants Natsume to be practicing with them, and once again says he feels lonely without Natsume. And we also find out that apparently Switch hasn't been participating in dream festivals recently, and Mao tells Trickstar that things won't turn out well for them if they keep skipping them since they can end up being forcibly broken up. Tsuru explains to Anzu what he noticed with the Switch situation. Apparently, this all started a month ago since Natsume's mom is in bad health at the moment, so Natsume is taking on solo jobs as her substitute. Natsume had always helped her and even said he wanted to be a fortune teller as well. Since he needs to prioritize this, Switch hasn't been able to do jobs. He's been getting so many fans from being a fortune teller that there are fans attending Switch lives just for him, and it's made it difficult since they usually have underground jobs, and those people insist on having Natsume tell their fortune even when they're performing. Because of this, Natsume put a pause on Switch's activities. Sora and Tsumugi agreed easily and wished him luck, but that made Natsume upset that they didn't fight on it more. But I think it must have mostly just been Tsumugi with how much Sora is upset with Tsumugi at the moment. And that had led to the argument that Subaru had mentioned seeing before. Subaru thinks Natsume still has plans for Switch, but wonders if he'd be able to balance being an idol and a fortune teller even if he is a perfectionist. And I'll just, even though it's not really connected to Sora, I'll just quickly touch over the little flashback monologue between Tsumugi and Natsume right after Xfina manages to successfully execute the five eccentrics. It won't be in detail, so I'd suggest you either watch the anime or actually read the story here. So, this flashes back to when Tsumugi is destroying the evidence of Fina's plans to revolutionize the school. Natsume shows Tsumugi his plan that he had hoped would save the eccentrics from being executed, and tells Tsumugi that if he wants things to go back to how they were before, that he shouldn't burn the plan he made, and Tsumugi says he doesn't really want to, so decides to burn it anyway, thinking that the past is more painful than the present. He continues to say that redoing the past won't make things much better anyway. Natsume is annoyed he's talking like he wasn't involved in this whole mess, and Tsumugi says he knows they're to blame, and that's why he's worried about what Natsume will do next. Natsume says he's apologizing too late, and that he's apologizing now is like as if Tsumugi's apologizing to a dead body, but Tsumugi says that he's alive since he had been protected by the five eccentrics. Tsumugi also tells Natsume that if he's mad, then he has all the right to hit Tsumugi, which explains why he's always getting hit by Natsume. We also learn that Natsume is in Yumenosaki since his dad enrolled him into it, despite him wanting to be a fortune teller. His dad had wanted him to become a fusion between fortune teller and idol, and since he has free time for now, he decides to go along with what Tsumugi wants. He wants to be able to watch over him so he doesn't do anything stupid to himself. And also Tsumugi's jacket catches on fire, and Natsume knows that he would have caught a flame if he hadn't said anything and how he doesn't seem to really feel any pain. Natsume says that he'll help him and that he should be grateful and repay this debt for the rest of his life, and Tsumugi agrees, wanting to make up to Natsume even if it takes his entire life. Natsume ends this little flashback by saying, "Until death do us part." What's this, a proposal? Going back to the current time, Natsume finds Tsumugi asleep in the secret room and asks why he's there. Tsumugi demeans himself and Natsume says he shouldn't do that to himself. Tsumugi remembers why he's there. He had been arranging books and cleaning up, but felt wiped out by the end and fell asleep, saying he needs to have someone by his side or he tends to go overboard like this. Tsumugi realizes Natsume has been staying in the secret room, and Natsume explains his mom's sickness is from a curse, and he knows she won't fall from it, but she's confined herself inside the house, so now it's completely closed off. No one can enter, not even him. He could have stayed with his dad at a hotel, but since it's so far from the TV station he's been working at and from the school, he's been staying in the secret room instead. Tsumugi asks if he wasn't kicked out, and Natsume assures him that their family has a good relationship and stuff like this has been happening since he was a kid. Natsume also says that his mom is probably also just using this as vacation time, and he doesn't complain about having to pick up the slack, and Mama Sakasaki must be pretty lucky to have such a considerate son. Like, And then Natsume and Tsumugi have a sweet little bonding moment where they're pretty honest with each other, and Tsumugi decides to stay with Natsume so he isn't sleeping alone in the secret room. Later on, Subaru runs into Hajime and Sora, Subaru saying he didn't think they were close. Hajime explains the situation with rabbits having to practice in the underground library, and Sora says he likes the pure color rabbits gives off. Hajime then tells Sora that he shouldn't be clinging to Subaru, and Sora says that if he's jealous, he can just cling to him too. Anzu comes along and asks Sora if she could speak to Switch, and Sora agrees and says they can go to the secret room now since Natsume and Tsumugi had slept there. When Subaru is surprised they were able to have a sleepover, Sora says that he was too and is interested in finding out what had happened. Tsumugi and Natsume taught him to strike while the iron is hot, so they should go there now. When Subaru arrives in the secret room later on, Natsume is still asleep and Anzu's fallen asleep too, and Sora makes him some tea. And he explains that Natsume has been teaching him how to make tea since Natsume is good at making it. Because making tea with a concoction of things that lead to a nice scent is something that witches and doctors did since ancient times. When Natsume wakes up, Tsumugi explains the job Anzu has for them is for the Star Spirit Festival as a joint life with Trickstar. Natsume instantly refuses and says they can go alone, but Sora refuses and insists that Natsume be there with them. Natsume tells him not to be selfish and that it can't be helped, since there are times that they would need to act separately, but Sora keeps insisting that Switch isn't Switch without Natsume there with them. Natsume is about to keep fighting him on it, but realizes that this feels like how he was with the eccentrics, saying how lonely he was and having a temper tantrum despite his powerlessness over it. He wonders if he could repeat such a tragedy, and if he hasn't matured since then. Natsume decides to change his mind and at least hear the details out first. If he's busy with work, he doesn't want his busyness to be an excuse to push away a child who adores him, since that would be sinful. He doesn't know if he wants to be an idol or fortune teller or something else, but is willing to work himself to the bone for a better future for himself. Now that Natsume and Tsumugi have made up, Sora is willing to go back to being obedient to what Tsumugi asks of him. And when Switch and Trickstar meet up to discuss the plans for the Star Festival, Sora asks Makoto to start playing with him, but Makoto declines and says they can play later. Makoto asks Sora why he attached a sensei to his name, and Sora explains it's because of the high scores Makoto got in the games and the game club that he can't beat and respects him greatly for it. When Tsumugi says he isn't sure if Natsume would be able to join them for the Star Festival, Sora instantly insists again that Natsume has to join them when Tsumugi says he isn't sure if Natsume would be able to join with how busy he is. Tsumugi says Sora can't decide that, but since it's Sora's wish, Natsume would want to grant it since he's stubborn but kind, for the most part. Natsume reveals the inferiority he feels being in the oddballs, since he thinks he isn't as talented as them and was only there to make up the numbers. He thinks they were kind to look after and love the lost child he was then, who they sheltered since they saw him as a normal good kid who had the misfortune of ending up lost. It's the day of the Star Spirit Festival. Sora notes that the stage looks like it has a star-studded sky above it, and Tsumugi says Sora uses complicated words sometimes. He knows that Sora is probably just repeating what someone else said, though. Natsume rambles about weather and stars, and Sora becomes happy and hugs him. Natsume tells him it's too hot for them to snuggle like this. Tsumugi says Sora was lonely since Natsume had been gone, and asks that Natsume doesn't go so far anymore. Natsume scolds him, telling him Tsumugi was supposed to watch over Sora so he doesn't become lonely when he isn't there. Sora tells them not to fight since they're all friends, and they should all hold hands since the world is at peace now. Natsume says he heard if all humanity held hands, they'd encircle the earth, and Sora's ideas are unrealistic but precious, and praises Sora for them, which makes Sora happy. Tsumugi notes that Natsume has friends that care for him now if the way Trickstar was so determined to help out was any indication. Natsume is happy he can make friends like normal kids after all, despite how the oddballs were destroyed. And then he punches Tsumugi, he gets called intsundere for it, and then locks Tsumugi's elbow. Sora says they're back to normal again, and Tsumugi points out Natsume is still technically on a break from idol work though. Natsume laments that he has failed as Switch's leader since he couldn't control everything adequately, but that he also shouldn't give up, that he won't run away and won't leave them behind. Tsumugi says he'd be satisfied even if Natsume was happy somewhere else, and Natsume says that if his choice causes Sora to feel lonely and sad and end up crying, then his choice must be wrong. He wants to pick a path that he won't regret picking. He then says, pick up the fallen pebbles flicked away from the huge current, hold them high up to the sky and turn them into beautiful stars. We may be like persecuted witches, unable to conform to orthodoxy. That's exactly why we can become stars of hope that guide others like us throughout the world. Natsume then asks if they would follow him, and they both say they would, with Natsume saying he'd follow Natsume anywhere and anytime. Tsumugi wonders why Sora is so attached to Natsume, and Natsume says he doesn't understand either. Natsume thinks it's because Natsume was nice to him. He explains he actually ran into Sora often when they were little, but only talked about trivial things then. He stood out, so Natsume approached him, but they didn't introduce themselves then. But they had ties, and that piqued his curiosity. He had thought that Sora really was a fairy or an alien at that point. When they met again in high school, he felt an affinity to how Sora stood out and thought that Sora was him, and that he must love him, and then says maybe he casted such a spell on him. Sora says he didn't use magic like that, and Natsume says magic being used unknowingly is dangerous, which is why he was training Sora to control it. He then says, you are born special, so make the best of that talent without letting it die out. If you manage, you'll surely find the future that shines even brighter than now. Natsume is moved that they have the chance to perform for a live show this big. Sora happily comments about how everyone's happiness is overlapping into a beautiful color like a starry sky. Natsume apologizes for burying Sora's talent. He admits he was scared the two of them would be scoffed at because of him, that seeing the other oddballs going to the public again made him wonder if he was overthinking and how he didn't want to lose everything a second time. Sora assures Natsume that he won't be vanishing anywhere. Sora thinks to himself that things are still hard and perplexing for him, but he is glad they have returned to the colors he is used to seeing from them. He noted Yume no Saki used to be the color of everything burnt to ashes, but they lit it up in a pretty and gentle color, burning like flames inside the ashes in a way Sora couldn't look away from, and thought was so beautiful that he wanted a better look. He drew closer, and that was when they held Sora's hands and let him in, and how he became a part of Switch. When he gets asked why, he doesn't know how to answer since there isn't a why when Sora is with Tsumugi and Natsume. Sora met them and came to like them and thinks there doesn't need to be more of a reason than that. That when you see a bright star in the sky, it's natural to reach out to it because it's pretty, so why would there need to be a why to that? During the after party of the Starry Night Festival, Natsume knows that they need to start building up their stamina since he wants them to do more official dream fests, but Tsumugi is so tired he can barely move and Sora's already asleep, cuddling to him. Sora had made a routine of hugging the Natsume doll to sleep, so now he falls asleep on reflex when he clings to Natsume. Tsumugi asks, isn't it fine since kids who sleep and eat lots grow lots? Then he tries feeding Natsume. Natsume asks if Tsumugi doesn't want to throw everything away and disappear anymore, and Tsumugi assures him he won't. He asks Natsume if he will stay by their side, and Natsume says he will since his mom is making a comeback. He also thinks his mom was testing him. He asks for Tsumugi's support so he can shine stronger and prettier, and Tsumugi says he will support him, saying their future shines like the starry night. Natsume says the things they threw away to the flames that day burned up and soared into the night sky and became one with the twinkling stars. In Battle of the Brave, a global story written for the Chinese translation of the game, Switch is having a practice session and Tsumugi's already completely exhausted while Natsume and Sora can continue working. Natsume says he can't keep having this level of stamina since they'll be participating in larger scale Dreamfest and doesn't want to have to call an ambulance from him collapsing, so says Tsumugi needs to work on his stamina. Tsumugi says he'd be willing to research it himself since he doesn't want to trouble Natsume. Natsume says that Tsumugi needs someone to watch over him since he's inefficient at working. Sora says that unit members need to help each other, so he agrees to help as well. Tsumugi is thankful and wonders which training would be best, and Natsume says the only way to find out is to test as many as possible, so they end training early for today. After school, Tsumugi is exhausted from the stamina training and nearly collapses on the side of the road. Daikichi runs up to him, and Tsumugi is so tired that even a push from Daikichi nearly topples him over. Natsume picks up Daikichi and Subaru comes over. They explain that they had been training all day with tire pulling, and Subaru points out it wouldn't be effective since Tsumugi is too thin and it'll exhaust him faster. Instead, he suggests mountain climbing, since it'll help calm them down, and offers to be their guide, and Tsumugi agrees to it since it sounds easier than tire pulling. The next day, Hinata and Sora are gaming at the game club. Sora loses cause he charged into the storm of enemies without thinking, and Hinata loses soon after. Hinata advises him to be less hasty, and Sora apologizes. Anzu comes in and tells Sora that Natsume asked him to get mountain climbing gear. Sora figures out it must be for a new way to help Tsumugi with his stamina training, and realizes that Anzu had been sent to ask without knowing why it was needed. Since Natsume was probably busy with work and Tsumugi was tired, Natsume left the task of buying equipment with Sora. Sora happily accepts the task. Hinata once more advises him to not rush into buying things, and Sora agrees. Hinata praises him for being fearless and facing challenges while caring for his companions like a hero of the game. He then asks to join Sora and Anzu, and they agree, Sora noting that his color became pretty when they did. They go to the mall, and Hinata goes to check the mall directory for shops selling the gear when he runs into Makoto. Makoto explains that he is there for a release of a sequel to the game that he liked, and Hinata explains what he, Anzu, and Sora are doing. Makoto rushes off before the game can sell out. Hinata realizes he was talking about the sequel to the game he and Sora were just playing earlier. He returns to Anzu and Sora and explains what just happened. Sora really wants to get the game but is conflicted since he needs to get the gear, but Anzu says they can check out the game first. When they go to the store, Hinata goes in first and sees Makoto playing the demo. The boss wanted a demo player to advertise the game and would hold a copy of it for them if they did. Hinata also ends up joining in. Sora manages to finally catch up to them, but stays aside when he sees Hinata is busy. Once they finish the match, the boss says he'd reserve a copy for Hinata too if he keeps playing. Sora steps in and realizes what's happening, and quickly says it's okay for Hinata to keep playing since he and Anzu can go get the gear themselves. Hinata feels bad, but Sora insists and hurries off with Anzu to the gear store. They get there and look for gear. Sora waving around a hiking stick, saying it makes him feel like a hero, but stops when Anzu tells him it's dangerous. Hinata returns and, as apology for playing around, gives Sora his copy of the game. Sora is overjoyed, but asks if Hinata's sure, and Hinata says he is. The boss was so happy that he wanted Makoto and Hinata to play more games in the future, and invited Sora to come along next time. He also brought something for Anzu as well to apologize to her. Switch plus Anzu are now climbing the mountain. Natsume and Smugi thanking Sora for getting good gear for them. Unfortunately, Subaru had something urgent to do, so couldn't join them, leaving Natsume a little mad. Sora dashes off since he sees something interesting, and Tsumugi goes after him so he doesn't hurt himself, leaving Natsume and Anzu. Natsume explains that since Subaru suggested it, Tsumugi had been insisting that they go mountain climbing until he gave in, but it had been a nice break so far. Anzu suggests it must be because Tsumugi wanted to do it for Natsume's sake too, since they're on good terms, and Natsume says she sounds like Sora. Tsumugi finds Sora doing parkour on some dangerous terrain and begs him to stop, and Sora does since he's asked. They go back to Anzu and Natsume and eventually reach the peak. Sora says that they successfully beat the mountain level with the leadership of Natsume and Tsumugi, calling himself a hero. At Tsumugi's confusion, Natsume explains what happened to Sora, Hinata and Anzu, and how he must be playing hero because of it. Tsumugi decides to play support hero with him, and Natsume figures since he couldn't have fun at the gameplay demo, they'll let him have fun here, so plays along as the villain. In Aquarium, Sora and Hinata are hanging out at the Shinkai Aquarium. Hinata holds his hand so he doesn't get lost. Hinata's worried since Sora seems wobbly, and apologizes since he knows Sora is bad with crowded places like this. Sora confirms that he can't see well in places like this, but he enjoys seeing the colors reflected in people's eyes, emitting colors like a jewelry box. He admits he can't see the fishes very well and is disappointed, but says it's because he's strange, so Hinata shouldn't apologize. Hinata decides to carry him on his shoulders so that he can see the fish without everyone's colors blocking the way. Sora confirms he can see the fish now at the ceiling of the roof of the tunnel and thinks it probably looks colorful and pretty. Hinata questions the probably part and wonders what exactly Sora is seeing. Sora also wants Hinata to have fun instead of just looking after him, so he wants to tell Hinata about fish with pretty colors that he finds, and that he should look when he feels less of a weight on his shoulders. Hinata is surprised he could tell he had a weight on his shoulders not connected to Sora being there, and just has a lot in his mind and thinks it's better if Yuta was there. Sora says that they are like two peas in a pod, but with only Hinata there, he can see his real color without it being masked by other colors that don't suit him like usual. Sora says his real color always looks sad and lonely though, so wouldn't it be better if Yuta was there as well? Hinata explains that he had been working part-time jobs secretly, so wouldn't be able to explain how he got tickets to the aquarium as a reward for his work. Since Yuta tells him to hang out with other people more, he decided to invite Sora since he's his friend that's close and doesn't poke his nose into their business. He says he prefers people like that since the twins are different from what's normal and he doesn't want their help. That people who aren't like them could understand, and says he thinks Sora gets what he means. Sora confirms it and says Sora is an alien, that no matter where he is, it'll always be a completely different world to Sora. But Natsume and Tsumugi were able to understand and decrypt how he feels, and it lets him not have as much trouble breathing. He has been adapting to Earth with the help of kind people. He knows Hinata can as well, so he shouldn't close himself off since no one would think his real color is ugly. Hinata says he just said he heard that advice often and says he's fine, and drops the subject by spinning them both around until they get dizzy. Sora internally laments he isn't able to use magic as well as Natsume and Tsumugi since it's easier said than done trying to lead people to a happier direction. He knows that Hinata is trying to fool him. Instead, he decides to rely on the power of those around him since the world is brimming with magic. They talk about the sharks and why they aren't eating the fish they're in a tank with, and Sora proposes different reasons why, like them being fed by the employees. He says the creatures don't kill more than they need after all, that creatures reaching a breaking point and going on a killing rampage was born from mankind's unique rationalizations. Sora thinks it's humans' capacities to think that way that's dangerous, not what society perceives as dangerous, and finds it interesting. We also learn that it's Sora's first time at an aquarium. He isn't good with crowded places like this, but the feeling of happiness and fun is winning over the pain and distress. Sora knows he doesn't have a lot of stamina, and thanks Hinata for being considerate to him. Hinata says he instead thinks Sora just burns through his stamina quicker than others, since it must be a lot of work moving at the same pace as the rest of society for him. He says that Sora is super athletic, with only Mitsuru moving as well as he can. Sora then mistakes Soma coming out of the water tank as a shark. He says it's because he has the color of bloodlust that he confuses him for a shark. When Soma explains he's lost, Hinata offers for them to go find Anzu for him, then broadcasts the lost child announcement, explaining they might as well do something to help him. Sora agrees by saying that, yes, when we are in trouble together. That is the norm in this gentle planet. They eventually manage to reunite Soma with Anzu, and Soma offers to slice his stomach for having troubled her. Hinata teases him for not being as serious as he thought Akatsuki would be. Sora says it's a bad habit to tease his elders, and it's good manners to show them respect. Sora says that youth is a treasure you can't buy with money, before saying he wants to see the marine mammals like the dugong and seals. Hinata says they're rare, so they're valuable, and Sora says it's the result of everyone working hard to give them value, making an unknown into a precious radiance like idols. Someone remarks they're strange children, but they speak the truth. Hinata and Sora joke around a little, with Hinata saying he would put starfish on his chest for a swimsuit, and Sora remarking that he'd have the whole seaside talking about it. Wataru and Rei appear and Sora greets them as Shisho's Nisans. Rei realizes that Sora must be Natsume's junior and praises him for his greeting. Sora says it's thanks to everything Natsume and Tsumugi has taught him. As Rei and Hinata talk about Hinata mending things with Yuta, Rei explains the show needs more hands on deck, and Sora makes a joke about the starfish having plenty and handing him one, which is the joke that the translator did to make the joke work in English. In Japanese, the word for hand is hitode, which is the same as starfish, so Sora says that they have some here and then hands Rei the starfish. To which Wataru laughs at and praises, saying he expected nothing less from Natsume's favorite pupil. Sora thanks him, then decides to call him Grand or Dai Shisho, since he is Natsume's Shisho, so Sora is happy to be acknowledged by him. In Blue Filament, as Leo is playing in the ocean, he hears a distant singing. He wonders what it is until something crashes into the ocean. He goes over and finds it was Sora. Sora says he noticed Leo's color from far away and thought it was pretty. Leo is a little surprised someone like Sora is at Yumenosaki, and when Sora asks why he's stirring and if he's rare, Leo calls him interesting and rare. Sora offers him a handshake as long as he's not an enemy. When they touch, Leo guesses he really wasn't hallucinating after all, and that he looks like a weird kid, but he's glad, loudly saying that he loves weird kids. Leo startles Sora with a sudden yell and apologizes, explaining he's been holed up for a while inside and has been talking to himself more. Sora understands since he had also been holed up inside when he was small, since he was scared of being outside. He was taught by everyone that the outside world has sparkly, pretty colors, and he agrees. Then asks what were they talking about again. They chat a little about what Leo was doing there. Sora asks why Leo is composing out here when the sea breeze and strong UV rays would be bad for him. He also thinks Leo is the same age as him and doesn't get it if he said something wrong when Leo gets upset at that. He apologizes if he did, explaining he still doesn't know what's good or bad to say to someone, and Leo assures him no one on Earth would know that, and that makes it interesting. He carries Sora back to land, saying he's tired when they arrive on dry land. Sora asks if he was heavy, and Leo says that life is heavy, heavier than even Earth. Sora is confused since that would cause a black hole and asks if that's a metaphor, and Leo knows that the way he uses Japanese makes it feel like he's not used to it, and he was trying hard to translate it for an idiot to understand and makes it more difficult to understand in the end, and then asks if Sora is an alien. Leo says he met an alien like him once that was trying to act human, and how even though Sora's more advanced, Sora's trying to blend in, and he calls it a waste. But he knows it'll be hard to live in a public society with others if he doesn't. He's excited to meet an alien, but notices Sora looks upset now. He worries as Sora walks out into the water, especially after he just carried him out of it. He wonders if he said something wrong and apologizes since he meant it as a compliment in his own way. Tsukasa finds Leo and drags him away before he can go back out to talk to Sora again. Leo searches out for Tsumugi and finds him in class 3B. He asks Tsumugi about Sora, and Tsumugi asks if Sora caused trouble again, but Leo says he was the one who caused the trouble instead, and worries if he said something careless and wants to apologize to him. Tsumugi says he'd be willing to mediate for him, that if anything's troubling him, then Leo can go to Tsumugi for anything. They are magicians, so they'll solve their troubles. Probably. After explaining things, Tsumugi decides it's best that they act speedily since small frustrations can become too big to take back over time. Tsumugi explains even he has trouble finding Sora since he doesn't carry his phone often because of the electromagnetic waves, but since phones are becoming more and more important, Sora has been enduring it, but he hasn't been answering his phone today. Leo explains it must have broken when he fell in the ocean. Leo comments he's the same and that his phone is broken too. Tsumugi offers to buy him a new one and Leo declines, telling him to be more selfish, and Tsumugi says it's just in his nature. Leo asks what Sora was doing at the sea anyway, and Tsumugi explains that Natsume told him Sora had been practicing with the hang glider. He had lost his balance and fell in the sea. He wasn't hurt since he remembered how to dive properly, but the hang glider was damaged. Sora was upset since Natsume and him had assembled it together. They wanted to try new performances for Switch, like flying around on brooms, and Sora's eyes sparkled at the idea, so they decided to practice for it. They had to choose between gliders or hidden ropes, but after this, Tsumugi had a feeling Natsume would be sticking to the ropes now. Later, Tsumugi tells Leo Natsume found out Sora was researching something, so he probably wasn't that hurt. He's a sharp kid, so if he and Leo talk it out, he'd understand Leo's feelings. Anzu comes along and tells him Sora went up to the roof since it was closer to the sky. Leo finds him on the rooftop and asks to talk to him. Sora asks him to wait a little since he's busy. Leo asks what he's doing, and Sora throws Leo's words of not asking for answers to everything, imagine it, that he had said to him earlier back at him, so asks what he thinks Sora is doing. Leo notes that this feels like a riddle, like a wizard would give. Sora says which is a unit of magicians who bring happiness after all. Leo says he'll think, but Sora accidentally gives away that he was calling for aliens. Leo asks why, and Sora tells him to figure it out. Leo worries he might jump off the roof, but Sora says if he did that, then he'd die, and he was too happy every day to die for no reason. Leo calls him a troublemaker, and Sora apologizes in confusion. Leo says he should be the one apologizing instead, since he called him an alien and it would be a great insult for some people. Sora gives Leo's head some pats since he looked sad, and says, Sora must comfort people who are sad. If you don't like being pet, Sora will hug you. When Leo calls him weird, Sora says he gets that a lot, which he really does. He admits he didn't like being called an alien since people used to call that to tease him since the kanji in his name can be the same kanji used for alien. Leo apologizes again since he also hates getting nicknames like that and being misunderstood, but Sora says he used to not like it, as in past tense. Now it's different. While he did become a little sad because he remembered the past, he could tell Leo's color wasn't malicious. He went off because Sora remembered the hang glider and was worried it would be swept away by the ocean. Sora says Leo's color is like looking at the earth from the moon, the crucible of all life, a single speck of a miracle that happened in this wide, lonely universe, and that it looks cloudy and a little sad now, but when Leo called out to him, the clouds thinned a little, so Sora thinks he really must have wanted to see an alien. Leo confirms it, since an alien said the same stuff Sora is telling him, and that he'd been looking forward to it again. Sora wasn't an alien, so he felt stumped, so searched for ways to call them. He doesn't know if this is right, but wanted to try since at the end of trial and error, there's science, magic, and a brilliant shining future. Then he calls out to the aliens with Ventura Ventura, which apparently Japanese UFO believers thought was a way to say spaceship in an alien language, so it's used to call for spaceships. When Leo asks why he's doing this for him, Sora says it's a magician's role to help people, like Natsume had helped him a long time ago when he was suffering. He isn't sure if Natsume remembers that though. Sora wants to be the type of person who helps others like it's a normal thing. He wants to use this weird side of his for that purpose. Leo acknowledges him as a magician, and it makes Sora happy since it's the first time someone outside his circle called him a magician. He pulls Leo into calling for aliens too, and seeing Leo's happy smile when he joins in makes Sora happy too. In Brilliant Star Air Force, Natsume calls Sora over to discuss a job opportunity that will allow Sora to be a campaign boy for a famous game series. Sora says he's played the series of the game all the time. It involves a character flying on a rifle, making deliveries, and fighting monsters. Sora says it must feel good getting to fly around like that, and Natsume agrees. They will release another game in a few years, and want Sora specifically since the main character looks a lot like Sora. A graduate who helped with the SVRS is involved with the game and was shocked how much Sora looked like the main character. Sora's excited since if he does well, it'll put Switch in a good light. Sora wants to be able to understand the character better and asks for advice. Natsume had a feeling he would, so made the Sora delivery service. He thought Sora would benefit from having the same delivery job as the character in game. The school needs people to deliver things, and it would get Switch some spending money. And after a little test delivering a book to the library, the SDS is ready to go from tomorrow on. After Sora gets used to flying the drone and Tsumugi has taken inventory of the packages, they are ready to begin delivering. They deliver things for several days, including to Shinobu, who asks for some smoke bombs, Ray, who gets some tomato juice, and he promises to reward Sora with head pats when they meet up again, and Kaito, who gets a bunch of documents from Eiichi. They finish deliveries for the day faster than before, and Natsume says Sora is getting more and more skilled. Sora says it's a given with Natsume and Tsumugi helping him. When Natsume asks if Sora understands the main character more, Sora says it's hard to tell the colors of the people through the camera feed, but he can still see their smiles through the drone, but wonders why the main character would do this job even while fighting monsters. Natsume figures it's because Sora doesn't get the motivations behind the main character's actions. Tsumugi wishes he could tell Sora something to help, and Natsume asks if Sora would be satisfied if Natsume or Tsumugi gave him an answer, and Sora says he wouldn't since it wouldn't really be him understanding. He's happy that they're helping him, but it's his job, and he wants to do his best to bring attention to Switch. He wants to think it over more, especially since Natsume suggested the SDS for him, so something will come to mind eventually. Natsume says he understands his feelings. As Sora is flying his drone through the halls, Sora spots Mika carrying a large package too big for him, so flies the drone over to talk to him. He asks Mika if he needs help, but Mika denies it since he figured they're busy with work already, so he'll handle it on his own. Sora decides to quickly run off to help him in person. Mika accepts the help, and Sora helps him carry the box to the handicrafts room. Mika offers him sweets and tea for helping. Mika explains the box had fabrics he was going to use to make an outfit for Mademoiselle for Shu's birthday, but got carried away with the amount of fabric he got. Mika thanks Sora for helping him with something so precious. Sora knows that Mika has the same happy, delighted face as the people who are receiving packages from the drone and thinks it's strange since he didn't use the drone this time. Mika explains it wasn't the drone that made people happy, even if it was cool. It was the fact that they were receiving what they wished for. Sora finally gets it. Since people were praising the drone, he misunderstood. They were saying thank you to Sora for bringing their packages. The thank yous made Sora happy since he delivered happiness to them. He realizes that being a delivery man means delivering happiness. He thanks Mika for helping him figure it out. He thinks being a delivery man and idol is the same, since they both deliver happiness and fill the world with beautiful colors. Natsume, who had been watching through the camera of the drone, is proud Sora was able to see the answer for himself, then leaves them to it. Later, they receive pictures of the campaign, and because of the success of it, they want all of Switch to be characters in the game. After some comedic banter between Tsumugi and Natsume about Natsume almost being a redhead girl, then realizing they wanted him to be the twin of the redhead girl, Sora knows that they're getting along as always. He says that lively colors are so beautiful. They're colors you can't produce by yourself. Sora loves these colors, and he gets excited at the thought of doing this again. And now we move on to the autumn stories. In Natsume's sub-story When Will the Rain Let Up, Sora's mood is down because of the rain, since it also makes everyone's colors look depressing. Because of the rain, Tsumugi says their open-air event had to be cancelled, so he and Sora went to tell Natsume since he wasn't picking up his phone. They learn it's because Natsume was conducting experiments. Natsume explains to Sora that he was making use of a storm glass to forecast the weather since the inside changes depending on what the weather is like. If the liquid is clear, then the skies will be clear. Tsumugi notes that the water was clear, and like magic, they see a patch of blue sky starting to come in. Sora notes that the sky has a refreshed color now. Natsume says that he had been hoping that there was a chance that the weather would start clearing up, not because he wanted to perform with Tsumugi, but with Sora. Like, okay. Natsume says that maybe they could perform a magic that can control the weather as well. Sora says that he wants to perform that kind of magic since it's special to rainy days. Natsume says he can't say no to Sora, so decides that they will do all that they can to show people that kind of magic in the next show. Since the show they were gonna do is cancelled, Natsume invites Sora to conduct more experiments with him. Sora agrees and asks Tsumugi to come along as well. Tsumugi says he'd follow the two of them anywhere since they are all together Switch. Natsume simply says Tsumugi would chase after them even if they tried running away anyway. In Fruit's parlor, Mitsuru has extra money and his first thought is wanting to ask Sora if he wanted to join him in buying things with it. Sora asks what's wrong and that if Mitsuru wants any help, that he's always willing to help them since Sora and him are friends. Mitsuru explains that he wants to eat with him since he has the extra money, but Sora says he can't since he has business at the game club and apologizes and leaves. Yep, that's his only appearance in the story. I guess it's nice that Mitsuru thought of Sora first. In Showtime, Sora enters the game club to see Natsume busy making bird lime. Natsume explains it's used to capture prey, but Sora thinks that it's a type of daifuku, which is a type of mochi, and asks if Natsume is lying again. Natsume says he's being truthful and not to eat it, but gives Sora some actual sweets to eat. Sora asks him to play some games with him since he's done with his experiments, but Wataru comes in, asking Natsume to appear in a magic show. Sora asks what a magic show is like, and Wataru says it's where you grant dreams to hundreds of people. He performs a few tricks for Sora, and Sora is super amazed. Sora calls it magic, but Wataru says it's not, and it's all just hidden mechanisms. Sora wants Wataru to teach him magic so he can make the audience feel how he just felt. Wataru says he's not fond of teaching others though. Sora's a little disheartened because of that. He wants to grant dreams and master magic to make people happy. Seeing his enthusiasm, Natsume offers Sora to be Wataru's partner instead. Wataru says he's weak when Natsume begs him like that, and since he did come to make the request, he decides he doesn't mind teaching Sora after all. Sora and Natsume meet Wataru in front of the fountain. Wataru says he'd go blind if Sora keeps looking at him since Sora shines dazzlingly bright, and they hug. Natsume asks why Wataru's out here and not where they were supposed to meet in the theater room, and Wataru explains he was getting a status report from his doves. Sora asks if they're his familiars, and that Sora didn't have any since he was just a beginner at magic, then asks if he'd get them like Wataru's. Wataru says that he'd be able to get them with hard work, then asks what kind of familiar Sora would like to have. Sora asks if he could have the dove that just flew away, and Wataru says that one only listens to him, but he'd be willing to show Sora a few magic tricks involving doves instead. For now, he wants to start with coin magic. Natsume is confused since Wataru had said he was going to do an underground show, and that's not suited to large stages, but asks Natsume to attend one that'll be for a large-scale audience. Wataru explains that there'll be two different shows, with Natsume still performing for the larger scale one. Natsume rambles about the troubles of being a fortune teller, then apologizes for it, but Sora says he loves Natsume's voice and that he could listen to it forever. Natsume feels the same about Sora's, since it can wipe away his exhaustion just from hearing it. Wataru then asks them to stop flirting and to pay attention to him again. Wataru performs a little magic trick for Anzu, and just a little note, while he's doing the trick for Anzu and Sora, he pretends a monster eats a coin, and Sora asks the monster if he could return the coin and promises him some sweets, which is just super cute. And once the trick is over, Sora really does promise to go buy candy for the monster to express his gratitude for bringing the coin back. And Wataru ends up explaining how the trick works. He asks if Sora understands, and Sora confirms he does by performing the trick himself, earning him the praise of Anzu and Wataru, who is impressed he learned it first try. Natsume says Sora is the type to learn by intuition, even if there are some games and high scores he can't reach. Natsume asks isn't he glad that Sora is his assistant, and Wataru is impressed with the talent Natsume found, but says he feels a little lonely since he learned so fast. He performs a magic trick for Anzu and says he wants Sora to have a taste of the open awe from performing a trick for the audience. Shu walks by and Sora explains he's learning magic to perform as an assistant for Wataru's magic show. Shu calls Sora lovely today, like God dwells within each and every word he says, and Sora thanks him. Sora compliments Shu back by saying he has a pretty color like a sparkly kaleidoscope and that he really likes it. Shu says being liked by Sora doesn't feel bad at all. Wataru offers to let Shu spectate Sora's first learned magic trick and Shu agrees. Sora performs the trick flawlessly, with his audience work being so cute, and Shu is flabbergasted. Wataru invites him to the show and Sora begs him to come and Shu says, just like Wataru had with Natsume, that he's weak when Sora begs him like that. He decides he wouldn't mind going just for Sora. They later go to the underground lifehouse to practice the show. Anzu invites Sora to sit beside her, and Natsume explains she must feel healed just by being near Sora. Sora pets her head, and she says she wishes he was in her household. Natsume says he wouldn't hand Sora to even her, and offers her to visit the game club if she wants to see him or play games or just relax. Sora wants her to come play fighting games with him. Then Wataru makes his appearance, and Sora asks him if they can begin the dove magic. Wataru explains the trick to making the dove appear in thin air, and gives Sora one of his old outfits to make the trick possible. Natsume offers to help Sora change, and Sora thanks him. Wataru decides to gift the outfit to Sora as thanks for being his assistant. Wataru brings out the doves to begin practicing, and Sora calls them cute since they fit snugly in his hand. He puts them into his pockets, asking them to be obedient and that he'll pet their heads if they behave. Sora ends up struggling with getting the trick to work, and Wataru explains that they are living animals that just aren't in the mood to cooperate sometimes and need to be tamed. And they still have 2 days left to practice, so Sora has plenty of time. Sora was taught that failure was just a stepping stone to success from Tsumugi, so he's positive he will master this. The day of the performance comes. Anzu adjusts the suit for Sora, and after talking to her, the tightness that he was feeling in his chest and the blanking in his head is wiped away. He says that she's a producer and that everyone smiles after talking to her, including him. Anzu pets his hair and cheers him on. Wataru comes over and explains that the room is filled to the brim, and it's their job to deliver amazing to them. Sora asks if he means the part at the end, and Wataru agrees, as well as all the other tricks they're going to be performing. Sora is able to have better control of his pigeons, and Wataru notes that they've gotten pretty attached to him. He says he always thought Sora was interesting, but now he thinks Sora is really wonderful. He asks if Sora would be his assistant again, and Sora agrees. Wataru starts the show with a card trick. Sora marvels at him, thinking the tricks are amazing and the beautiful colors from the audience are overflowing. He can't do tricks like that yet, but he wants to grant everyone's dreams and make people happy, and he won't be losing to Wataru when it comes to that. One of the doves pecks at Sora's hand, and he asks if the dove is hungry, but when he sees the color isn't hungry, he realizes the dove is just trying to cheer him on. He thanks it and says that they will make the world sparkle in rainbow colors. Next, it's Sora's turn, with Natsume wishing him luck in the crowd, sitting next to Anzu and Shu. As Sora performs his tricks, he notices the birds are getting scared and he comforts them and cheers them on. The trick goes on with no trouble, and Natsume declares that he'll praise him later. And next is the bisection magic trick. When Wataru performs the trick on Sora, Shu absolutely freaks out, claiming that there are no gods or Buddha and that even Shakespeare couldn't make a tragedy like this. Wataru tells him to calm down. Sora assures him that he's fine even if he looks like he's cut in half. Shu offers to carry him home since he wouldn't be able to walk home being cut in half, and Wataru wonders if he's being genuinely serious or not, and asks Shu to just sit back down. Wataru ends the trick, and Shu is still confused despite Natsume trying to explain it to him. As the crowd applauds, Sora says that the world is sparkling in rainbow colors, and asks if he granted everyone's wishes. Wataru says that he has been a wonderful assistant and that he's an up-and-coming magician of his own right. Sora is happy to hear that. He thinks making people happy with magic tricks is fun. It's a wonderful force, like Natsume and Tsumugi's magic. He loves magic tricks. In Magical Halloween, Tsumugi is searching for Sora through the shopping district, and since it's Halloween season, the crowds are huge. He notes that Sora tends to climb between gaps in buildings and make unexpected movements, and also Sora doesn't carry his phone around often, so he struggles to find Sora. He doesn't want to make Sora suffer by carrying things like that, so he doesn't mind suffering in Sora's place. He also notes that Sora jumps into roadways without any warning. Sora suddenly jumps out and asks trick or treat, and Tsumugi tells him jumping out like that is a no. Sora apologizes and asks why his color is dark and if he can help. Tsumugi says it was because he was lonely that was separated and is glad that they're reunited. Tsumugi sees that Sora has candy, and Sora tells him that he got it from Hinata. Then the Twink twins pop out and ask trick or treat too. They're dressed up for the Halloween party. They are dressed up for the Halloween party that Yumanasaki is going to be holding. Tsumugi and Sora reveal that Switch has some free time this week and are buying a game for Sora, an amulet for Tsumugi, and chemicals for Natsume. Sora thinks shopping is fun, but being with someone else makes him even happier, and Hinata calls them father and son. Hinata had wanted to ask Sora to help them give out flyers since they don't have enough hands. Tsumugi stops them from going off and decides to help them since we have to help each other out in troubled times. He says Switch doesn't have any plans to join the party at the moment, but helping them will benefit them as well. Yuta notes that he was worried for Sora since he seems a bit nonsensical, but with Tsumugi he thinks Switch will have their activities properly. Hinata says they haven't had a chance to have a proper showdown with Switch, since Switch usually does activities outside of school. Sora calls Tsumugi a fine person that can make any color shine brighter, and that he's an amazing, invincible magician. Sora asks if they will be getting Halloween costumes since he's jealous of how colorful Twinks were, and Tsumugi asks him what kind of monster he'd want to be. Sora says an alien would be nice, but since they're in Switch, then probably a witch. Tsumugi says those aren't really monsters, but anything would suit Sora. He suggests that they ask Natsume to take part in the Halloween party, and Sora agrees. He wants to do it live, and he knows Natsume always grants their wishes. Later on, in the secret room, Sora asks Natsume, and Natsume is troubled since it's so close to the event. But since he's so weak to Sora's begging eyes, he decides to consider it based on what Shu will do because he doesn't want to leave Shu behind. Sora doesn't get what he means, and Natsume says there is no person who perfectly understands what someone else says. He says words are merely a tool crafted from vague thought, blah blah blah, and that in the end, he says that he'll grant Sora's wish without fail, which, shocker. Sora celebrates that Tsumugi's decision to have Sora ask had worked out, since Natsume wouldn't say no to him, and Natsume says he doesn't get why Tsumugi didn't just do it himself, since it's hard to understand his request when he does it through Sora. Sora asks if the way he talks is hard to understand, and Natsume replies that the two of them are birds of a feather, people of similar fate with their own culture and language. He tells Sora to go back to helping Twink hand out flyers, and that helping them would be beneficial since their future is promising. Sora asks about getting a costume of his own, and Natsume says Tsumugi should be in charge of that, but since it might take a while to finish, he takes out one of his old outfits and helps Sora into it. And it fits Sora perfectly. Natsume explains it's a magician's disciple outfit that he wore when he helped Wataru's act last year. Sora asks if he wore it for the party last year, and Natsume explains he didn't. Wataru had invited him to a show to get away from Yumenosaki since at that time it was a season of hell with no time to play. He feels foolish for not having noticed them doing that, and he set this outfit aside as atonement. But if Sora wants it, he can have it. Natsume says monsters and magicians are the same to the ordinary person, adhering to their narrow view of the world and shrinking away to avoid anything out of place. Halloween is the only time they can play in the ordinary world. He tells Sora to enjoy himself since his entire being is hope and a miracle. Sora's confused, but says he will have fun. Natsume says he needs to go find Anzu. He then says that once Halloween is over, they'll be driven out, but for now, they will join hands and sing and dance and indulge in a sweet, ephemeral, fragile dream. Sora spots Mitsuru talking to Arashi and Mika out in the fields, and the two cheerfully greet each other. He explains he's handing out flyers, and Mitsuru wants to help out and wear a costume as well. Sora tells him to ask Hinata, so Mitsuru decides to ask Yuta by phone and is happy he has something to do. Sora's happy that he's happy and says that the world is colorful today as well. Mika says that when Switch makes an appearance, everyone becomes happy for some reason. Sora says that's what Switch is for and invites Mika to join them, but Mika has other jobs to do so he can't. Since the secret room will be used for something Natsume will be doing for the Halloween party, they need to prepare for it. They are remodeling it into an old booth and Sora's helping him out with it. He thanks Sora for helping and Sora says it's because he's a magician's disciple, so of course he'd want to help. He notices Anzu and greets her, and Natsume praises him for doing as he's told. He says that words are understood and humans become at ease. He then says, if you greet someone, the door to their heart will open. Language and etiquette is modern day magic. Sora says it's like going knock knock on someone's heart, like they say in Knocking Fantasy, and Natsume agrees and calls him cute. Natsume explains Switch will be in a live with Valkyrie, but they're free for now, so decides to do some fortune telling to earn a little money. They aren't breaking any rules by doing this though. Rules and morals are modern day magic, and if not founded on that syntax, spells nor results will arise. Even twisting the truth by force will cause severe retaliation. Sora calls him out on this by saying he's argumentative, and Natsume says magicians are logical beings. Soon customers start coming in, and Natsume asks Sora if he looks like a fortune teller, and Sora says he does, saying he looks like he can see anything. Natsume says his eyes aren't as good as his, but he can pretend. He tells the both of them to skedaddle to do their own part now. He asks Sora to put the magician outfit away so it doesn't get dirtied, but if it does end up getting torn, Tsumui can fix it for him. Sora asks where he is since Sora feels lonely, and Natsume says he could be dead for all he cares, or just busy. Sora asks if he's also sad without Tsumugi, and Natsume asks him to be quiet, cause Sora's the one person Natsume doesn't want to hit. Sora says Natsume is always kind, and so is Tsumugi, and that he's happy being in Switch. Later on, Arashi gives candy to Sora and Mitsuru, telling them to hand them out to the guests. Mitsuru notes that Arashi and Anzu together look like a gathering of big sisters, and Arashi agrees since they have matching outfits, so they all feel like a big family, and Sora's happy to be in a family this big. Sora wants to hand out more flyers, finding this work fun even if he doesn't do it often, and Arashi praises him for being dependable. Sora says helping those in trouble is what Switch does, and also what Sora does. Hinata appears and calls Mitsuru and Sora skillful even if they get distracted easily. Sora asks if that is actually Hinata, and Hinata confirms it is, and says that Sora sometimes acts like they've never met before. Sora apologizes and says it's just hard to tell him apart from Yuta when they're apart. Hinata asks shouldn't it be the other way around and calls Sora strange. Sora says he's called that often. He asks if that would make him think Sora's weird and cause him to hate him, but Hinata assures him it makes him like him and he hugs him. The little team of first years are going to be selling candy to the guests and giving them a treat, which is a service, or a trick, which is a prank. Everyone will be dressed up in costume, and Sora notes that it's like the stories Tsumugi likes. Hinata notes that Mitsuru and Sora move around startling amounts, and that he thought he and Yuta would be the number ones among the first years to do stuff like that. Sora asks where Yuta is, and Hinata explains he's talking to Undead since Twink and Undead will be performing together. Sora says it's good that they'll get to work together since being alone is sad. He decides to practice handing out treats, and Hinata forgets to ask trick or treat and calls himself inexperienced as well. Sora assures him that Hinata is wonderful and that he and the other first years respect him greatly. Mitsu agrees since Twink is a first year only unit and is doing even better than rabbits in terms of growth. Hinata is happy to have been watched over by them all and praised. Sora says obviously since they're idols and they're meant to be watched. He wants them to draw more colors to make everyone who sees them happy. Later on, Sora spots Tsumugi and asks him trick or treat. Tsumugi doesn't have any candy, so Sora decides to play a trick on him and gives him a knee attack. Sora asks what he's supposed to be, asking if maybe he's a princess, and Tsumugi explains he's a summoner since they're meant to be all wizards. He asks if Sora knows what summoning magic is, and Sora says yes, since he saw it in a manga Hinata lent him once. Tsumugi explains that they need a summoner due to the fact that they will be summoning Valkyrie, and Shu was particularly picky. And to explain, during the collab with Valkyrie, Switch will be magicians and Valkyrie will be playing as demons who loan them their power via contract, hence why they need a summoner. Sora says that Shu's pickiness is needed and that he likes Valkyrie since they give off a detailed and pretty color. Tsumugi says that they have to work their best, and Sora says Switch is a wonderful unit that won't lose. Tsumugi explains he was looking for Sora since the performance is starting soon, and Sora apologizes for losing track of time. Tsumugi says it's fine since he was having fun. Soon the live show begins, and it begins with them floating in the air with invisible ropes. Natsume notices that Sora seems a little off, so decides to check on him. He asks what's wrong since Sora stopped singing and dancing, and Sora apologizes for spacing out. Natsume says it's fine since he's a first year, so it's obvious he'll make mistakes. He had put that into consideration, but since Sora has a great amount of potential and skill, he overlooked it. He apologizes for not having been able to see things from a distance like Tsumugi can. Natsume then talks about Sora's synesthesia and how it must burden his brain greatly. He notes it must be exhausting for Sora to live in a world that runs in a system that caters to those with ordinary senses, and that Sora must feel like a fish out of water or a vampire exposed to a desert. He calls Sora strong for having been able to run around since the morning while having his physical and mental strength be whittled down, and he apologizes since he looked happy so Natsume overlooked it. He knew what being called a monster was like, and just wanted Sora to experience the youth he wishes he could have. That as a leader of the unit that delivers dreams and joy to the audience, he should have been more careful. He thinks that he pushed his feelings onto Sora, like a parent living their dreams to their children and causing them pain, and apologizes again. He wonders if that's why Wataru couldn't take his script for a happier ending for the eccentrics, and why Rei carried him away at that time. Sora gently comforts Natsume. He apologizes for stopping and that being tired was his own choice and was not because of Natsume's own faults. It was only natural Sora would want to grant Natsume's dream since he is also part of Switch, wanting to grant everyone's dream. Natsume was the one who made him a magician after all, so he didn't need to apologize. He explains while he was tired, he was also touched. The whole world is colored like a rainbow, or rather, shining with colors that he can't describe. Natsume was the one who brought him to this place. Everyone at Yumenosaki, everyone in this world, told Sora it's fine to be here, even if he's from a foreign world. They gently pulled him along, and Sora was thankful for that. Sora knows that what he does confuses others, so he asks to be taught what to do, and if he's unable, he'll be sure to remember. He wants to use magic to make others happy, like Natsume and Tsumugi. Tsumugi ends up coming over crying and hugs Natsume because his words had made him that happy. Natsume tells him to calm down, and Tsumugi tells them that they should probably focus on the live again. Natsume is irritated he's right, but agrees that since they're in the middle of the live, that they should be focusing on that live. Sora then says, "If you can have a conversation with me, then it's possible for us to love one another. Let us aim for that goal with everyone. Let us go deliver a multicolored and shining love to our lonely neighbors in this world." In Blood Banquet, Switch is going to be performing a joint live with Undead on the same days that the second years are going to be going on the school trip. Sora runs into Ray in the school hallways and notices that he looks gloomy. Sora wants to help him even if he's not good at magic yet. Ray explains the situation with the school trip and is worried even if the second years said they were okay with missing it, that he doesn't want to end up making them upset. Sora says he did notice Natsume's color looking a little lonely after saying he didn't need to go to the trip, since the live would promote Switch. Ray thanks him for the information and wants to tell them that they can go on the trip, but Sora says it does feel like Natsume does find the live more important to him than the trip. He doesn't think they would end up being happier if they did go on the trip. Ray is even more confused, but Sora declares he'll use magic to make everyone happy. He doesn't know how yet, but he wants to make the trip fun for them. He will think of a spell to make them all happy. Ray appreciates his help and says it's no wonder that Natsume dotes on him. Sora notes that he's tired and Ray says it's normal for vampires, but his thoughts have been keeping him up. Sora says that a lack of sleep would make Sora unsteady on his feet, and that he ends up stumbling off the road when he's sleep deprived from late gaming. Ray is able to relate since he got stuck in a locker once because of it. Sora is happy that someone relates to him instead of being confused when he talks about stuff like this, and Ray pets his head and calls him innocent. Sora offers to help Ray back to the music club room. Ray calls him kind and to call him if he ever needs his help. He's looking forward to the magic that Sora will make. Sora enters the library looking for Tsumugi. Tsumugi offers him a gaming club that Sora takes out. Sora then explains that he wanted to find a way to make the trip more fun for the second years, since he had a feeling that the undead seniors felt the same way as Natsume. Since he can't ask Natsume, he decides to ask Tsumugi. Tsumugi understands how it would be disappointing working instead of going on a trip, so happily agrees to work with Sora. Sora says having Tsumugi on his side is like having 100 people on his side. Tsumugi needs to finish organizing first, so Sora offers to help him. He explains the books he was sorting were French guidebooks and photo books. He wanted to make a French feature corner. Sora tells him that he's like a tour guide. Then Tsumugi suggests that Sora be a hotel guide for the fancy hotel they'll be performing at, since there will be lots of sightseeing opportunities. They just need to get a pamphlet from Shu, who's in charge of the costumes, so that Sora can see the place without having to go there first. Sora's excited to wear a Shu-made outfit since they have a detailed and beautiful color. Tsumugi says that his own costumes are a pale imitation, and Sora assures him that he loves what Tsumugi makes too. He can feel Tsumugi's strong desire to make people happy, so he always feels happy wearing them, and is always, always grateful. Tsumugi is touched and thanks him, happy to hear that. Sora says that if Tsumugi is happy, then so is he. Sora and Tsumugi enter the handicrafts room, and Shu is more than willing to help Sora since he's a polite child and even offers him some croissants. Sora says he knows from croissants from Mitsuru, since he has some when he buys too much bread. Shu makes a very clear point to say he didn't give Tsumugi permission to enter though, and throws things at him. Sora notes that Shu's color looks more sad than like he feels dislike towards Tsumugi, and since he loves them both, Sora feels sad when he sees a color like that between them. Shu decides to let Tsumugi in for Sora, and Tsumugi's grateful for Sora's help. Sora will be happy when they get along, and Shu says even that's asking for too much. Also, Anzu's in the corner. She wanted to help Shu out even if she didn't have to. Sora explains his plan to want to give the second years going to the live show fun memories by being their tour guide and needs the brochure for information. Shu is happy to help, and since he doesn't need the pamphlet now, he hands it over. He advises Sora by telling him that he thinks the gardens are a good point of interest. Sora thinks flowers are beautiful and likes roses since they have a pretty color. Shu is happy that Sora is able to relate to him on that much. Tsumugi remarks that that's good for Rei since he heard vampires absorb energy from roses. Later on in the evening, Natsume enters the library and asks if Tsumugi has seen Sora since Sora hasn't been coming to the game club and Natsume is becoming worried. Tsumugi says he can't answer that, and when Natsume gets mad at them for hiding things, Tsumugi calls him a suspicious person and suggests maybe he went home since Switch has no activities today. Natsume explains that when he tries talking to Sora, Sora suddenly remembers things he needs to do, and it feels like he's being ignored. Also, when they're practicing, Sora's been turning to Tsumugi for approval instead of going to him, but says it isn't because he's jealous, because he knows Sora's closer to him than he is to Tsumugi, so it doesn't bother him. Tsumugi agrees that Sora is closer with Natsume, but says that Sora's busy and can't spare Natsume time right now, and to just wait. Natsume is mad he was lying since he obviously knows what Sora's doing. Tsumugi says he doesn't know where Sora is now though. Tsumugi says he really doesn't know where Sora is right now, and when Natsume realizes Tsumugi isn't going to give in, he decides to give up for now, since it seems he's hiding it for a reason, and decides to get Tsumugi to game with him since it's better than playing alone, and he wants to take his stress out on Tsumugi by beating him in games instead of beating him physically. When Undead and Switch are supposed to gather in front of the school to go to the hotel location, Natsume explains that Tsumugi told him Sora slept in so they would be delayed, which he finds suspicious since Sora's the early to bed, early to rise type. He knows that they've been spending a lot of time together, and he isn't part of whatever it is they're planning. He eventually gets an email from Tsumugi to let them know that they can go ahead. When they arrive at the hotel, they spot Sora and Tsumugi there and looking upset. And Sora even greets them, but instead of saying it like his usual chipper tone, he says it really sadly, which honestly I think is really cute, even if it is sad. When Natsume sees Sora, Sora instantly hugs him and apologizes that his magic had failed. Sora and Tsumugi explain that they wanted to give them all a hotel tour, wanting the gardens to be the main point, but the flowers weren't in bloom, so Sora's upset he couldn't show them that beautiful scenery. He wanted to show them proper hospitality and give them wonderful memories even if they couldn't go to the school trip. Koga is shocked and Adonis thanks him for his intentions. When Sora asks if he'll be scolded for being useless, Adonis says there's no need since he put so much effort to try and make them happy when they couldn't go on the trip. Koga says it's fine since it wasn't like he was looking forward to the trip anyway, which Adonis says Koga had expressed a little desire to go and gets Koga flustered. Natsume pulls Tsumugi aside to discuss things between the two of them secretly, and Sora wonders if they're keeping secrets from him. Tsumugi says that it's now Natsume's turn to work some magic. Natsume says it would be ready by tomorrow, but for now, he pets Sora's head, telling Sora he didn't consider this a failure and asking Sora to still be his guide since there were other things to see. Sora agrees, happy to show them all the other parts of the hotel that he wanted to show them. Later on, after Shu gets a call from Mika, who did go to the school trip, Sora comes up to him and invites him to join them since more people is better than being alone. He wants Shu to have fun and wants to expand his hospitality to Shu. It's the day of the live show now. That morning, Adonis runs into Sora and thanks him for being their guide. Sora had told them about the hotel's history, furnishings, and architectural style. Even if Sora wasn't good with studying, he did his best to study up on it to make the hotel tour as enjoyable as possible. Adonis says that it's interesting learning about different cultures, and Sora asks about where he's from, and Adonis is happy to tell him about it if he wants. Koga runs into them and says that they're a bit of an odd combo to see. Natsume comes along and Sora greets him and gets praised for his politeness. Sora asks about the magic he said he would be doing and Natsume says it's almost ready. Sora's excited and Natsume promises not to disappoint. Natsume asks him to bring everyone to the gardens and Sora says he will. When they all arrive, they see that the flowers are all blooming now. Sora's amazed and says Natsume is an unrivaled magician who brings happiness to everyone. When Tsumugi and Rei said that this would be perfect with tea, Natsume already had some prepared for them. Now with the gardens prepared, Sora can continue his tour. But Koga's allergies end up acting up. Sora apologizes for not looking into things like this beforehand. Koga shows him that his nose is just a little stuffy and the roses don't affect his hay fever that much. Sora's relieved and notes that Koga's color became happy. And also, Koga's happy that Sora's nickname for him involves a wolf and doesn't call him a dog. Sora asks if his hospitality was a success after all, and Adonis confirms that it was and thanks him for the wonderful memories. Sora says that it's thanks to Natsume's magic that he was able to help bring them those memories, and Natsume says it only worked because of Sora's heartfelt feelings, cause they caused the flowers to bloom. Sora's happy, everyone else is happy, and the flowers are blooming and everything's shining with beautiful rainbow colors. He wishes that he could see this forever and ever. Also, it turns out that Sora's hospitality had also helped Koga realize how he was supposed to go about showing his own hospitality with how he was supposed to act with the guests, which is a nice plus. In Hospital Visit, Sora's wondering where Anzu's hospital room is when he finds Hinata. Hinata leads them to the lounge where the patients are eating together, and Sora remarks that it's good that they are able to eat together since eating together is more fun. He notes everyone has a bright color that isn't suffocating here. Sora apologizes for running off because the depressing colors in the waiting room made Sora feel like he was in the depths of a dark body of water. Hinata apologizes and asks if he needs to rest, but Sora says he'll be fine and wants to see Anzu. Hinata says Sora must love Anzu, and Sora says Hinata must feel the same since he has a beautiful sparkly color that says, I want to see Anzu. Hinata says that it feels like Sora is seeing through some of his colors, but brushes it off so they can continue to the room. They enter Anzu's private hospital room and find Arashi and Tsukasa there. Sora says he brought Anzu games to play from the club room, and Hinata says it would be fine since no one else is here. Arashi says she wants to play too, dragging Tsukasa into playing with them as well. Sora says there's only 2 controllers, but that they can all share. He says playing with more people is even more fun than playing alone, and he's happy. In Steampunk Museum, Sora runs into Hinata by the school fountain. Sora explains that Switch is on break, so Yuta invited him to sit in on his lessons and was going to invite Anzu. Hinata panics since he has drop flyers in hand and doesn't want Yuta to see them, but Yuta comes along and spots the flyers that Hinata was trying to hide. Yuta's upset that Hinata's still taking on jobs behind his back, despite promising to bring up jobs that they could do together. Hinata quickly says that he was actually using the flyers to bake some sweet potatoes from his garden. Sora catches a contradiction, he says, when he said he already harvested them. Then he switches to needing to harvest them, but he covers it up with saying that he only got enough for himself. Sora says that his uniform looks awfully clean if he did just harvest them, and Hinata has no excuses, so runs off. Then Nika pops in. Since Sora has been helping Natsume make tea, he offers to help Shu make tea for him, Madara, Yuta, and Anzu when all of them enter the handicrafts room. When Mika offers for Sora to sit down, Sora says that he has trouble sitting still, so asks if he could do something else. So Mika offers him the task of reheating some croissants. Madara uses Sora to get Shu to take on the job at the museum. Sora's confused since he didn't say he wanted to watch any shows at the museum, so Madara asks if he does, and Sora says he would since he loves Valkyrie because they have a detailed and beautiful color. Yuta also agrees that he'd like to see it, and even Anzu says she would too. Shu calls the strategy cowardly, and Madara doesn't deny it. Shu asks Mika, who eventually admits to wanting to perform there too, and Yuta offers Twink to join to make up the numbers for it. Sora helps Yuta and Anzu find Hinata to tell Hinata about the new job that Twink has with Valkyrie. Hinata shows Yuta the tickets that he got from Tori and Yuzuru to apologize to Yuta for being inconsiderate to him, and Yuta realizes that he did feel bad for running from him after all, and is excited to see them on stage. Sora and Madara meet Tori, Yuzuru, and Anzu in front of the museum, thanking Tori for giving them the tickets. Sora's also excited to look at the dinosaurs in the museum since it's like a video game. Madara picks up Sora so he isn't swept by the crowds, and then picks up Tori too. It's fun at first for the both of them until Madara starts swinging, causing Tori to think this is scary, and Sora calls it fun like he's on a merry-go-round. Because of this, Yuzuru gets mad at Madara and he runs away, because Yuzuru was starting to threaten him for scaring Tori, and they run into Valkyrie and Twink. Shu notes that he wishes he could carry Tori and Sora on his shoulders if he was able to. Madara says that the two of them can high-five him if they wanted to play again, and Sora does, but Tori doesn't. He starts to feel sick from the spinning, so Madara decides to give him a break. And now we move on to winter. In Cats and Camelia train, Sora and Yuta arrive at the cat cafe. Since no one was at the reception, Sora thought it was fine to just walk right in, but Yuta explains that they were probably just busy and he should ring the bell, which he does. Kuro realizes that he'll have to welcome them in, since everyone else was busy. When he greets them, Yuta freezes in surprise at the sight of him, but greets him back. Sora explains that they were here to see the cat sons. Yuta explains that Hinata was gardening with Makoto, and Kuro explains why Katsuki is working at a cat cafe. And then he asks them to watch the live that they'll be having after this, and both of them agree. Sora saying that he loves Akatsuki since they have a gorgeous and beautiful color. Lots of the cats are hanging off of Kuro, and Sora says that it looks like they all love him. When Kuro tells them that Anzu is here too to take a breather, Sora agrees that petting animals will make you feel energized when you're tired. Yuta reveals that he also has cats at home and that was why he wanted to come here, and he invited Sora, who was happy to be invited and was grateful for it. Sora says that because Kuro's color is warm and fluffy and it feels safe, the cats keep following him. When Yuta asks if he can understand the cats, Sora confirms that he can and wonders if they can't. Kuro says that people usually can't understand cats and asks what Sora means by colors, but Sora says he can't explain that. Kuro calls him strange, and well, who hasn't at this point, sadly? Sora again says Kuro's color is gentle and reassuring, making Sora feel safe being near him, and he hugs him. Kuro is relieved that Sora isn't scared of him, and Sora says he doesn't give off a scary color to be scared of. In fact, he starts feeling sleepy from how gentle his color is. Kuro offers to carry Sora on his back, and Sora agrees, saying that he has a large back, which is very reassuring. Yuta says that Kuro looks like a father, and Anzu says that they look like parent and child. Kuro says that he's not that old yet, but is willing to look after them all. Sora notes that one of the cats has a color like it wants attention, so Sora decides to play with it. Yuta asks if he isn't sleepy anymore, and Sora says that the cat licked him and it woke him up. Since the cat wants to play, Sora thinks it'll be a waste to keep on sleeping. Yuta realizes that Sora really can understand cats at this point. A cat climbs on Yuta's lap and he uses Sora's words, saying that it gives off a color like it wants attention. Leo walks over to them and calls Sora out, asking if he came to play. He's happy that Sora is a cat lover since no cat lovers are bad, and Sora agrees. Sora asks if Leo's working there, and Leo confirms it, but he doesn't need to be doing customer service, so he's just playing with the cats. Kuro offers Sora a drink, and he chooses melon soda. Kuro also commands a group of cats to follow him, and it looks like a little cat parade. Sora notes that the world is rainbow colored because of how much fun everyone is having and wants to see this color forever. In First Stream's Tell Me Your Wish, Part 1, Sora is at the shrine, looking for Natsume and Tsumugi and wondering if he got lost. He spots Anzu working there. He notices that she's dressed as a shrine maiden and remembers the outfit from a manga Hinata lent him. He asks if she's fighting demons, and when she says that she's just helping an acquaintance, he says that he saw that in the manga too. He offers to let her borrow the manga too since he thought it was cool. He then asks if she saw Natsume and Tsumugi anywhere. He explains that they were going to throw a New Year's party in the game club after their first shrine visit, but Sora took a wrong turn somewhere and ended up lost. With all the people, he's having a hard time finding their colors again. He wonders if he should just sit tight since Tsumugi advised him to wait in one place when he's lost. Anzu comforts him and tells him Tsukasa also got lost at the shrine. Sora tells her about how Natsume told him if he makes an offering, his wish will come true, so he prayed a lot. He wished to be a great magician that can bring everyone to a world of dreams and make everything in the world happy with his magic. Anzu pets his hair and Sora says he's calmed down because she has such a calm color. She tells him that she wished for all the Yumenosaki idols to be happy, and Sora thinks it's coming true since he's happy at least. Sora then says that he came to Yumenosaki, met Switch, made lots of friends, and has been happy every day since. He is glad that Anzu is happy that she transferred here as well. Her color is pretty, sparkling, and radiant, like the audience when Switch casts a spell on them, and now he feels a lot better. The colors of the crowd had made him sick, so he wonders if Anzu used recovery magic on him. Sora says that he wants to try using summoning magic to get Natsume and Tsumugi back, like how they summoned Valkyrie in the Halloween Live collab that they had. He decides to cast a spell and, like magic, Natsume and Tsumugi come running towards them. He's surprised and wonders if he casts the spell correctly, and Natsume is confused at what he means by that. Natsume and Tsumugi chat with Anzu a little, before deciding it's best that they move along so they don't bother her while she's working. Natsume offers to buy Sora some food at a food stall and to hold his hand so he doesn't get lost. Sora agrees, and he holds Natsume's hand in his right and Tsumugi's in his left, saying that they look like a family. He wishes that they can stay like this into the new year and promises to see Anzu in the new term. In Fortune Banquet, Sora was in charge of daytime cleaning duty in class, and he just finishes. Since Switch is off, he wants to go to the game club and play a new winter release, but spots Tsukasa there. It takes a few tries to get his attention, and Tsukasa realizes him staying is keeping Sora in the room and says he'll leave immediately. Sora tells him that there's no rush since Sora isn't in a rush. Tsukasa asks if Switch isn't busy with S3s as well, and Sora says that more lives are like a mixed bag or something like that, and that Natsume says they should carefully choose which they do. Tsukasa says knights have been taking on many different lives since the S3 was established, like the mystery stage for example. Sora comments that that had looked fun, like detectives and phantoms in a battle of wits, and that it looked like a game and he wanted to play like that too. Tsukasa says it was work and not to go into work with play in mind. Tsukasa apologizes for dragging the chat on, and Sora calls him considerate and mature and that he's jealous of that. Tsukasa thanks him and says knights treat him like a child, but Sora says that first years are usually kids though. Tsukasa says that his family considers those who finish compulsory education as adults, and that they've already done Genbuku. Sora doesn't know what that is, and Tsukasa explains that it's a coming of age ceremony. And when he sighs, Sora says that sighing will cause your fortune to fly away. Tsukasa explains his worry over the Genbuku had caused him to get lost in thought. Sora asks if he's worried and says that his color never changes no matter what. Tsukasa asks that Sora not call him Tsuka-chan like he has been, but Sora focuses on the fact that he just sighed again. He doesn't like sighs and says that if it's cloudy, you can't see stars. Tsukasa chastises himself for doing the same mistake over and over, and Sora notes that he has strict rules set for himself, and that might be why his color doesn't change. When he asks what the color means, Sora says he has trouble explaining since only he can see them, but says that it's fine if you just kinda get it, since kinda magic is a magic that Tsumugi taught him. He thinks it won't be too suffocating if Tsukasa learned that kinda magic too. Sora brings Tsukasa to the gaming club, and Tsukasa asks why he brought him here, saying that he's already in the archery club. Sora says that he never tried it, but archery looks fun, then asks if Tsukasa is good at shooting games. Tsukasa says matching him in conversation is hard, and says he doesn't have much experience in digital games, but he plays chess, card, and table games. Sora says that they have a lot of analog games since Natsume likes them and suggests that they play cockroach poker. Tsukasa says that he's not good with bugs, and Sora notes that he's like Yuta and that he remembers most of what others like and dislike, since he's good with memory games. Natsume even praised him for it, since it's a good skill for fortune tellers to have. Tsukasa says that people confuse him and Natsume, and Sora says that they're not similar, and Tsukasa agrees, saying knights and Switch are different. Sora thinks that knights and magicians are pretty similar though, since swords and magic are fantasy basics. He gets out the game for the both of them to play. He explains that new games for beginners have been coming out, and that he always clears them way too easily, but that they let him have fun with everyone. He then talks about games being more profitable when they make players get game overs faster, and were also super hard, like Ghosts and Goblins. Tsukasa says that Sora seems to really like games, since he games even during breaks, and Sora asks if he should be communicating with people more instead. Tsukasa says he also studies and reads books instead of talking to people, since school is a place to study and not make friends. Sora says that it's happier when you have friends, and Sora wants to be friends with Tsukasa and asks to play with him. Tsukasa decides he can play with him for a few hours, but then he'll need to leave for business later. Sora asks what kind of business, and that rich people sure have it tough. Tsukasa says that he has less to do than Tori since he took care of things before he entered Yuminosaki, like tea ceremonies and horseback riding lessons. Sora says that it's like he's a samurai, and Tsukasa confirms that the Suo family are descendants of warriors. Sora asks if it's fun, and Tsukasa says it's not meant to be fun, but for improvement, and the fear of failure prevents him from really enjoying it. Sora says that Tsukasa never seems to be having fun and he always looks serious. He suggests that Tsukasa plays games since he can just enjoy himself and no one will get mad when he fails. Even if people think games are a waste, a life without any wasted time is painful, as Tsumugi taught him. Sora says that everything feels easier when he follows these little things Tsumugi randomly says, so he respects him for it. Sora doesn't know much, but he also wants to teach Tsukasa lots of important things as well. Tsukasa ends up running a little behind schedule since he had been too caught up playing with Sora. Even when Sora had asked if he still had time over and over, Tsukasa was just too determined to win. He jokes that since Tsukasa is a beginner, he is still 100 years too early punk to beat Sora. Then he apologizes cause he was meant to be hospitable to Tsukasa. Tsukasa says that it's fine since he wouldn't have liked Sora going easy on him, but thought that button mashing would have let him win. Sora says that while it's possible to win on luck like that, it won't work on a veteran. For every activity, a difference in ability is not an absolute difference, but there's a technique to it, and anyone who puts in effort can gain new possibilities. Tsukasa says that games are deeper than he thought, and Sora invites him to play more games with him since the game club doesn't have a lot of people. Sora says that he can play with two controllers by himself, but playing alone has no meaning, which Tsukasa understands, even if the possibility of losing kinda sucks. They arrive at the meetup spot where Anzu's waiting for him. Tsukasa scolds Sora for calling her informally, and Sora says that he thinks Anzu wouldn't like being treated too formally. Sora asks if this is a date between Tsukasa and Anzu, and if he's third wheeling. He then offers to quickly make his leave if needed. Tsukasa denies it and explains that he has been tasked with a job from Eiichi. And Sora notes that Tsukasa must have a pretty big family since he calls Anzu big sister and Eiichi big brother. When they talk about Anzu's little sibling, Sora reminds them to keep on track with the topic. The train is about to arrive, so Tsukasa offers Anzu his hand, and instead, Sora happily takes it. After a little protest, he decides to just let Sora keep holding it. They arrive at a theater. Tsukasa remarks that Sora seems like the type to go missing when he works in a group, but he managed to help them get there even faster. And Sora says that since maps are in a lot of games, he's used to them. Tsukasa says that everything seems to be a game to Sora. He explains that the theater belongs to the Suo family, or rather the land does, and the Tenchuans built the theater there. Even if the Tenchuans are giving them money for most of the costs, they'll need to start actually making use of the theater. His family put him in charge of figuring out what to do since he goes to Yumenosaki, and it's a theater, so they think he should know what they were supposed to do. His family did say that they would figure something out if he can't, but he knows that they would have trouble. So Tsukasa asks Anzu for help, but it's his own problem in the end, so he should solve it by his own power. The next day, Tsumugi brings over some outfits to the secret room that he made overnight. He based them on the Onmai motif, since they give off an aura as Japanese magicians. Natsume says that they look stiff and difficult to work in, but since it fits the theme that he asked Tsumugi to make, Natsume reluctantly praised Tsumugi for them. Natsume then asks if Tsumugi did something to Sora, but Tsumugi denies it since he had been so busy making the outfits. Natsume then motions over to Sora, who had been really quiet playing games. Natsume is worried since Sora declined playing with him by saying that he's busy even if he had just been gaming the whole time. Natsume wonders if Sora could possibly hate him now. Tsumugi assures him that Sora loves him still, probably. Tsumugi says that he should just ask if he's that worried, and Natsume says that he wouldn't be able to handle it on the small chance Sora says that he hates him, and he thinks that he'd become an evil magician that curses the world. Tsumugi asks if he's aware of how his usual attitude towards Tsumugi affects him, and Natsume says that it's not out of hate, but because Tsumugi is useless and Natsume was correcting him. Tsumugi somewhat sarcastically thanks him, and decides to ask Sora himself since Natsume is being kinda useless right now. Tsumugi tells Sora Natsume is sulking since he isn't paying attention to him, and asks Sora to do so. Natsume says that while he isn't wrong, he could have worded it better. Sora apologizes and explains that he's studying so he needs to concentrate. Tsumugi asks if it's a class problem, and Natsume says that he'd be willing to teach him anything he needs since his grades are some of the highest in the second year grades. Sora explains that it's about the theater job that he was asked to help with. He doesn't know a thing about theater, so decided to look into games, since Sora has been learning from games since forever. He also knows that games are different from reality, and is thankful Natsume and Tsumugi are there to help teach him when games can't. They keep him grounded in the world, and he loves them way more than even games for that. Tsumugi wonders why Eiichi asks Tsukasa, and Sora says rich people have it tough, which Tsumugi understands, but thinks poor people's problems are worse though. Natsume likely scolds Sora on being so distant and to come to them since they will help him. Sora says that he knows, but says since Natsume usually tells him to think on his own first, then ask when he can't find an answer, he thinks that what he did was right. He knows that if he asked, he would be given the correct answer to everything, which isn't good, so wanted to think on his own even if he can't do it well yet. He wanted to do it his own way for now. Tsumuki praises him for not being like people who cling to the strong and stop thinking for themselves. He cheers him on and reminds Sora that he can come to him if he ever needs help looking for materials, and reminds him that Switch will be starting work soon. Sora had already told Tsukasa that he'd only help him while he had the time to do so. Sora asks if Switch will be active soon, and Natsume confirms it but isn't sure what for. Natsume wants to do more large lives, but since the school is focusing on S3s, they will be used to weigh who participates in S2s. He compares S3s to a new mobile game that needs to be played around with first. Regardless of money, they should at least try it out. Sora is happy that the metaphor was so easy to understand for him, but Tsumugi didn't find it that easy to understand for himself. Natsume explained that that's why Tsumugi had to make the Japanese-like outfits for a possible New Year lie for their S3. When Tsumugi says Natsume should have just told him that was what it was for, Natsume says that Tsumugi tends to think in stereotypes too much, and would have made something that would be too much like Daikagura. Natsume knew that Eiichi wouldn't like something predictable like that. Tsumugi says that Natsume understands Eiichi really well, and Natsume says that to know your enemy is to know yourself. With graduation coming so soon, Tsumugi laments how Switch is a late bloomer, and how he wishes they could have formed Switch earlier. Natsume says that there's no point regretting it, and Sora agrees. Fun times pass in a flash, but they remain in your memories forever. Sora wants to have more precious, shining experiences with his beloved Switch. Later that night, Ritu and Tsumugi chat about helping the youngest with this theater project. Tsumugi says that since Sora suggested it, they want to help with Tsukasa's situation as much as they can. Ritu apologizes for causing Switch trouble, but Tsumugi says it's fine since the timing is good. Ritu says that they can sit back and let the youngest take the lead this time, since it won't end up too serious no matter what happens. Later on, Knights and Squitch gather together in the underground library. Sora serves them all tea and cookies, and remembers Tsukasa has a preference to cheap candy over real sweets. As they're talking, Tsumugi calls Switch a shady type of unit, which is why they help others and support them often to keep their position steady, helping when others need help, like magicians before witch hunting became a thing. That's the ideal image for Switch. The leaders of the two groups let the first years be in charge of giving them all directions. When Tsukasa mentions that Switch is involved with his personal affairs for some reason, Sora says that it's a magician's job to help people in need. Natsume says that a joint live with Knights would help them have an audience and live scale grow in size. Tsukasa says that he'd like the theater to be a place for people to relax, where flowers of smiles bloom, and that's why he wants the help. Sora says that's why they're all here. He might not get complicated things, but it would be best to make a place where lots of people can smile, since that is magic. And Natsume silently pats his head in praise for that. A few days later, Switch and Knights arrive at the theater to begin their life. Ritsu is happy that Tsukasa is getting along with a kid his age. Sora is happy if he can become real friends with Tsukasa. When Tsukasa greets him, Tsumugi calls him polite and wishes that his kids could learn from him. Sora thinks that he was being polite though, and says that Natsume's violence is just a form of love. Tsumugi wishes that he could be just a little bit more honest with his love though. Anzu had made samurai-like outfits for knights to match with Switch's Japanese outfits. Tsukasa reveals that the joint live is going to be called the Feast of Good Fortune. Sora says that it sounds like a celebration and that it sounds like a party for good luck. Tsukasa says that was the idea, to bring good luck to the audience. They will be acting as an opening act for the main theater troupe to attract visitors. Tsumugi explains that the theater will allow the lesser focused courses in Yumenosaki, like the theater course, to have a place of their own since the auditorium is usually monopolized by the idol course. As Tsukasa and Sora open the live, Tsumugi notes that Sora has become good at making opening speeches now, knowing he must have practiced a lot and used past experiences to help him. He used to go on about things that the audience didn't get and end up leaving them confused, and even if they might end up confused if they thought too hard on his words now, it feels fun and happy at least. Seeing Tsukasa and Sora getting along, Natsume figures that knights and magicians are getting along better compared to the older knights and magicians of the past. Times have changed, and time is always the greatest medicine. He thinks that they could leave everything to the will of God, but since they're magicians, they will twist the law of nature and overturn fate. He wants to use the full extent of his magic to drag in a better future. And he says, there is no need for predictions. The future shines so brightly. As they're performing, Sora looks out at the crowds and calls it amazing, all of the colors that are bursting everywhere. He says that Natsume never lies to him, which, it's shown multiple times that he does, but anyway, and that the seniors were really letting Tsukasa and Sora have the main role while they were supporting them. Sora is happy and thankful and wants to sparkle more. Tsukasa says that Sora is surprisingly aware of his surroundings. Sora also notes that Knights is doing the same for Tsukasa. Tsukasa says that he obviously noticed since he isn't an idiot, but he also wants to change how narrow-minded he is. Sora says that they aren't gods, so they can't see everything. Because they can't see everything doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. But because they can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Laws of physics, chemical elements, the social landscape, their present is made of all of these things that pile up and are always developing around them. Even if you can't see it, if you really look, you'll be able to get lots of information, from noises to smells and touch. Sora says that he senses everything differently from others, and that it's hard trying to see everything and categorize and understand its meaning. It's thanks to Natsume and Tsumugi's training and teaching that he's getting used to it all. Sora tells Tsukasa to be happy with him since the feast is a success. All the happy colors are bright and sparkling, and Sora thanks him for bringing him here. He's so excited that his body feels light and like he'll fly away into the sky. Sora's enjoyment is making Tsukasa feel nice as well. Tsukasa says that Sora's the one who reached out and worried about a random science classmate of his, that this is all a result of his own goodwill. Tsukasa thanks him as well and admits that he's very happy that Sora reached out to him. Sora is glad that his magic worked, since it means that maybe Sora has grown a little. Tsukasa says it'll take a lot to catch up with their seniors and hopes that they will be able to drive each other to improve, and asks if they can officially become friends. He still thinks school isn't meant to be a place for friends, but he can't help it now that he's made them already. Sora wants to hold hands with him to celebrate becoming friends. Tsukasa says they're still not on the same page as always, but he holds Sora's hand, saying that they'll walk on toward their future together. Sora cheers to a shining future and to lots of fortune. Tsukasa calls him childish and innocent, but in a good way, like a respectful nobleman, the kind that rarely appears in fairy tales. Sora doesn't get it, but if it means Tsukasa likes him, then Sora is the happiest ever. Tsukasa doesn't mind if that's how he takes it. During Saga Clashing Rebirth Live, Sora is receiving a piggyback ride from Tsumugi and thinks that nuzzling into his hair is soothing, like being in a bird nest. Tsubuki knows that Sora has gotten attached to him lately, but is happy that Sora is willing to cuddle him since Natsume is still so prickly. Sora assures him that Natsume loves him, but Tsugi says that he thinks that Natsume hates him more lately. Sora asks if it might be because Tsugi's graduation is close and that he's just feeling down like Sora is. Tsugi says it isn't like they're being separated by death though. He wishes Natsume could be honest that he was just worried. Natsume even threw salt at him, and Tsumugi tried being positive and asks if they're reenacting Sodom and Gomorrah, and Natsume responds that he'd rain sulfur and fire down onto him. Sora asks if Tsumugi's a monster since salt is used for monsters, and Tsumugi says he's not that cool. Sora asks if demons are cool since they're scary and creepy and give you experience points when you take them down, and Tsumugi explains that recently demons aren't being as hated, that evil has its own appeal, like how undead is so popular. Sora asks like how magicians used to be repulsive, and Tsumugi agrees. He says Sora might be an exception, but usually when people say something is bad, you end up getting convinced too. Sora says it's because humans have wisdom and imagination and magic tricks to take advantage of that, to quote Natsume. Tsumugi agrees and is about to talk about his time in Exfine when Hiyori shows up and cuts him off. And Sora is immediately blinded by just the sight of him and starts flailing on Tsumugi's back. Hiyori asks if Sora is his son, but Tsumugi says it's just his junior. Hiyori then recognizes Sora from Barbaria. Tsumugi explains that Barbaria isn't as active as Rainbows at all, but they're not disbanded. Sora explains that they were brought together when they all had free time, but since Switch and Valkyrie were busy, they couldn't gather like before. And with Mem being all over the place, it's a little difficult to meet up. Tsumugi adds that Natsume gets irritable when Sora isn't around, and Sora asks if Natsume gets lonely when Sora isn't there. Barbarians still update each other on things and teach each other things, so they still get along. Since there's a rule that being inactive will force the groups to be dropped from the Saga project, they've had to perform for different shows, like in S3. Sora explains that they're just backstage workers for Rainbows for now, so they don't stand out much, which isn't good. Hiyori then complains about the two of them ignoring him. When June comes along, Sora points out that June evens out Hiyori's bright color. Hiyori is confused and calls Sora strange, and Sora says that he gets that a lot. Sora asks if June is okay since his color looks hurt, but June says that he is okay. Sora mentions that thanks to all their special effects, Switch is effectively always in the red in terms of funds, but part-time jobs are always fun to do together. And thanks to Sora being in Barbaria, Tsumugi can help all of them out more. Hiyori says that Tsumugi has changed, saying that he looks more alive. Sora notes that June and Hiyori feel like how Natsume and Tsumugi act, and Tsumugi is glad that Hiyori has a place that he belongs. As Barbaria watches Lilith perform, Sora notes that while Valkyrie is like painting a single color repeatedly until it reaches a density that no one else can reproduce, Lilith is like throwing the whole paint bucket and erasing all other colors. And also, Sora says that schemes and tricks are now his specialty. I guess he really did adopt so much from Natsume then. He says that magic is for the oppressed minority, and that if the conformist majority closes in on them, then they can sidestep and make a miracle happen. But they still end up losing. We're almost there, baby! We're almost there. Almost there. In the Chinese N-Stars written story Kaleidoscopic Key, Sora walks into the secret room to find Natsume performing an experiment. When Sora tells him that he was feeling lonely alone in the game club, Natsume offers to go play with him, but Sora declines since he seems busy with his experiment and he wants to help. Natsume thinks that the experiment is too dangerous for Sora, so decides to give Sora a task to find a mirror, which will make him think that he's helping without making him feel bad if he declines Sora's request. Sora wanders the halls and bumps into Yuta. Yuta suggests that Sora look into a game that has mirrors for help. On the way to school, Anzu runs into Sora, who had been spacing out a little bit. He had been playing the game Yuta recommended late into the night, so he was tired. Anzu tells him to look after himself and also his hair since he's an idol. Realizing that his hair was messy since he was too tired to notice earlier this morning when he was getting ready, Sora decides to rest at the game club. Later on, Yuta arrives there and sees Sora playing the game again. Sora explains that he did rest first and was playing again now. Yuta recommends that they try going to a new attraction that just opened up at the amusement park to help Sora out. Since Tsumugi is busy and Natsume is working with his mom, and Yuta doesn't know where Hinata is, the two decide to just go with each other. Later on at the amusement park, we find Tsukasa, who's there for family research business purposes, wondering which ride to get on when he runs into Hinata. Hinata reveals that he's working part-time there, and he suggests that Tsukasa try out the mirror house and gives him an admission ticket. He then sees Sora and Yuta coming closer. He asks that Tsukasa not tell them that he's here and dashes off. Sora and Yuta find Tsukasa, and Sora swears that he saw another familiar color there, and Tsukasa already says that he had been alone the whole time. They notice Tsukasa has an admission ticket to the mirror house and want to go with him, and Tsukasa agrees, but worries that they'll find Hinata working there. The three arrive at the mirror house when they see someone dressed in the Yumenosaki school uniform with a mask and the hood up. Yuta walks up to him and talks to him and asks if they know each other, and the person shakes their head. Yuta then asks for admission tickets for him and Sora, and the person gives them and tries running away but trips and falls. Yuta walks over to them to help them up, only to realize that it was Hinata after all. Yuta is surprised to find him here since he once again didn't tell him that he had a job, and Tsukasa apologizes for keeping the fact that he knew a secret. Sora says that the dark colors they all have don't fit for the amusement park, and Yuta agrees, saying next time he'll work with Hinata for sure, but for now, he'll just continue playing with Sora and Tsukasa, and Hinata agrees. They go into the mirror house, get separated from Sora for a bit, and Sora almost ends up running into a mirror. Then they meet up again and find some funhouse type mirrors. Sora thanks the two of them for having gone through the mirror house with him, but Yuta and Tsukasa can tell he still seems upset. Hinata gives out souvenirs to them for going through the mirror house. Sora later comes back to the secret room to hear Natsume had finished with his experiment. He apologizes that he couldn't help Natsume out before Natsume was done and gives him the souvenir he got as an apology. It was a prism. Natsume takes it and uses it to reflect the light of his experiment and thanks Sora for it since it works beautifully. He then says that Sora is like a prism because he reflects the 7-color light that can bring happiness to everyone, which is really sweet since Sora always mentions that when everyone's happy, it's a rainbow hue. Sora doesn't really get the speech he had before he said this, but he's happy that Natsume seems genuinely happy and isn't just trying to comfort him. Natsume thinks how he had been ready to praise Sora for any mirror that he had brought over, but realizes that all the effort Sora put into finding a mirror for him was invaluable, and having the help from a friend is valuable, and that it seemed the one who wasn't prepared in the end was him, not Sora. And now on to Sestsubun Festival. Sora climbs onto Ray's back since the secret room is packed with people. When Ray asks him not to, he apologizes if he did something rude, and Natsume explains to Ray that Sora doesn't like feeling constricted, and that the oxygen near the ceiling is dense, so Sora wants to go to a high place. Sora says that the atmosphere is heated, making the color look like that of things burning. He also feels like someone is watching over them. Natsume remembers that there's a surveillance camera, which was meant to watch over fortune-telling customers. He says it's fine even if people are watching, but tells Sora to turn it off if it's bothering him. But I feel like that's just a code to avoid having the AV room watchers catch on to what he was saying. Sora agrees, then winks and tells the camera that he'd like it to close his eyes for a bit before turning it off. It's also revealed that Ray had asked all the people there together into the secret room for the Sestsubun Festival. He then explains the rules for the festival, the idols being the demons, and the program staff throwing the beans at them, and the demons not being allowed to attack back. Sora's helping, taking care of the guests in the secret room, even making Ray some tea, offering sugar or milk, and even asking if he should make a different tea when Ray says he would have liked secha instead of black tea for a Japanese festival like Setsuban. Ray declines that offer and says he feels like he has a grandchild with how Sora is treating him, and Sora says that he'd be gentle with Grandpa Ray. Also, Ray just burst into the secret room when Natsume wanted to keep it secret, and now Natsume has to rework his plans, and Ray simply says that youngsters shouldn't be staying cooped up like that. Natsume says that they'll be playing this festival to win, that they never go easy on others, not even for a game, and Sora agrees since that's the way of the gaming club. Natsume explains that even if the festival is an individual event, Sora and him are working together since Switch as a whole would benefit if either of them were picked as victors, since the victors can pick who they want to perform with on stage. He also says that they aren't like the other idols who aren't going to be looking into loopholes in the rules, so observing them is advantageous to them. Sora agrees with working with Natsume since Sora's always with him. When Sora asks shouldn't Tsumugi have entered, Natsume says that he's busy with career plans, but if they win, he'll get Tsumugi on stage with them even if he has to force him to. He thinks there won't be a lot of opportunities for the three of them to do lives together before he graduates, and then Tsundere modes into saying he wasn't doing it to help with his career advancement though. Sora says it would be nice if they could all do a live together, and Natsume agrees. Natsume and Sora move out since the secret room is compromised anyway. As Mao is patrolling the halls, Sora pops up in front of him, and when Mao asks how he got so close, Sora jokes that he wore an invisibility cloak, then says it was a joke and to laugh if it was amusing. Mao realizes that Sora's still on the demon team and tries throwing beans at him, but Sora dodges them all easily, saying Mao's aim is good, but it's so good that it makes it easy to dodge. Sora says that he's good at moving around like that, and taunts Mao into chasing him and catching him with a nursery rhyme. As Mao does give chase, Sora thinks that this is troubling since he has something to do, but Mao is in his way. He considers making a detour, but decides it's just faster to jump out the window. He even pardons himself before he does so. Mao tells him that it's dangerous since they're on the second floor, but Sora assures him that it's no problem since wall and the ground are the same for him. Mao compares Sora to a ninja. When Mao hears Natsume's voice, he worriedly tells him that Sora jumped out a window, and Natsume assures him that Sora will be fine since he's nimble and even made it to the top of a high rise once. And even if he did fall, he knows how to land without hurting himself. Mao then realizes that Natsume is stalling him to let Sora escape, and also that he left his phone somewhere nearby so he'll be able to talk to him like he was. Natsume says it's not against the rules since he just happened to leave his phone somewhere behind there. He also says he shouldn't touch it since he put a chemical on it that'll cause a shock that would hurt but isn't fatally dangerous at least, and that if he drops the phone, it'll also cause the phone to destroy itself so no one can find Natsume. Once Sora is safely out of danger, Natsume breaks the phone. And also, Natsume does some voice mimicry so that Mao thinks he's hearing Kaito when it was actually just Natsume himself. Even though his mimicry isn't on Wataru levels of good, but it's good enough to fool Mao. Natsume then ends up shutting off the lights to avoid getting hit, since he knows he wouldn't be able to dodge, and since magicians use tricks like these since ancient times. And it fits, since he's a magician. Unfortunately, he fails to escape since Mao is used to navigating the dark with Ritsu as his childhood friend, and he hits Natsume with beans. Since he's captured, Mao notes that Natsume seems oddly calm. Natsume says he doesn't care as long as everything goes to plan. He explains that he wants Mao and Kaito to help them too if possible, since this is about helping Sora's precious friend. Later on, Rei notes that with Natsume being hit, he has become their enemy, which is troublesome since Natsume is the type to abide strictly to the rules of a game. As Hinata and Rei are about to leave the underground library, Sora runs up to Hinata and explains that Natsume was hit with beans just like they had planned, and he becomes troublesome when he's an enemy. Hinata is confused by what they mean by plan, but Rei tells Sora to move to plan B, and Sora agrees, to Hinata's confusion even more. Ritsu shows up and does not waste any time trying to hit them with beans as hard as he can. Rei sacrifices himself to get Sora and Hinata to escape, and Sora immediately gets Hinata out of there into a secret path. Ryuta was confused on if he should be helping Hinata or not, since if Hinata wins, then the both of them would be on stage together. Hinata tells him to do what he wants, since Hinata would take on the troublesome things. And Yuta asks who told him to do things like that. Also, Ritsu whips out the machine gun. As Ritsu shoots at Rei, he tells Yuta to chase after Hinata. Sora has to keep urging Hinata to keep running since he really wants to stop, since Yuta is asking him to. Sora and Hinata manage to outrun them, and when Hinata says that this feels like a long game of tag, Sora says Hinata seems like the type to be good at playing tag. Hinata denies it, saying he didn't play with kids his age often or played games like that at all. He only played games for two with Yuta, with rules that no one else understood. Sora asks if he's happy with it just being the two of them, since Sora also used to play games alone at home. Hinata thinks it would have been nice if Sora and Hinata were able to grow up together, that they would have been more like normal boys. Sora says that if that had happened, they probably wouldn't have become friends. Sora says it's because they met in this strange place and experienced things no one else has, or saw what others didn't, that they were able to become friends. That's why Sora doesn't wish to have known Hinata sooner, despite his loneliness, since they were able to meet now. He doesn't know what the happier outcome could have been, but Sora is happy every day now, having so much fun that he wants to dance. He asks if Hinata doesn't feel the same, and that if he's unhappy, Sora wants to do something for him. That's what magic is for. It is the way of life that he learned from Natsume. Then he decides it's because he is Sora's friend that he doesn't want to see Hinata have a sad color. Hinata asks what he looks like to Sora, and Sora says he can't explain, which is why he always acts, expressing himself with his body by running and jumping around so much. He asks how Hinata sees him, and Hinata says he looks happy and like he's having fun, and that he feels jealous, but it makes Hinata happy as well. Sora says that that's his magic. He knows that everyone sees things differently, not just him, and that everyone has their own different world that can't be changed from the outside. If Hinata hurts, then Hinata has to be the one who changes that. Since they are similar, Sora can be an example for Hinata. Just as Sora wants to be happy, he knows Hinata wants to be happy as well. Sora can't use much magic, but when someone smiles, then you naturally become happier. That is also magic. That's why Sora smiles as much as he can in front of Hinata, for fortune comes to those who smile. Later on, when the Sestsubun Festival live show is about to begin, Ma wonders if Ray had planned for all of this to have happened so that the twins could share their concerns with everyone, and wonders why Ray couldn't have just solved this all himself. Kaito says that Ray is still just one person and not a grand presence. Natsume and Sora come round handing out sweets made from the discarded beans throughout the school, since throwing out food is a waste. And they're doing it for free as well. Natsume says that since cooking is a chemistry, he isn't bad at it. Mao says that it'll be good practice for the chocolate festival at least. Sora says that sweet making is fun and that Hinata teaches him sometimes when they make things together. And Twink won the Sestsubun Festival, so they will be performing on stage. It was also revealed that Sora was never hit by the beans, but pretended he had been by mixing with the staff. Since he also won, Switch is allowed to perform on stage as well. Natsume had managed to fool everyone, so nobody suspected that Sora was still in the game, until the very end. In Home Party, Sora notices that Tori is in a good mood and asks if he's getting ready for the chocolate festival. Tori explains that Hajime is going to be visiting him, and Sora says it's nice having friends over and that it sounds fun. Tori asks if he's trying to invite himself over, and Sora says that if friends go to your house, then you can game together and lots of people can come and you can play multiplayer, which is the best. Tori eventually says that Sora can come over if he wants to so bad, and Sora is happy and gives him some chocolate. Tori says that it tastes good, and Sora explains he's been making sweets with Hinata and gives Tori the rest since it's better than keeping the leftovers for himself. Tori says that he should try free up his schedule and Sora says he would since he doesn't forget things once he's told. He also apologizes in advance since he hasn't been to many friends' houses in the past, so he might do something rude. Tori offers to get a car to pick him up, but Sora says he'll be fine with a map, so Tori makes him one. Sora promises to bring gifts and to tell him if he needs to bring anything. Since, as he says, it'll be tricky if it's something Sora can't prepare, but Sora will cooperate any request he can fulfill. Tori tells him he doesn't need to bring anything, so Sora says his gift will be his feelings. Meanwhile, Yuzuru watched the interaction, happy with the fact Tori seems to have changed from talking to the twins and Hajime. On the bus to Tori's house, Midori and Shinobu find Sora, and we learn that Yuzuru invited them over to Tori's house as well. Sora is happy since 2 people are better than 1, and 3 is more fun than 2. Hajime can't come in the end since his brother is sick, and Tori finds out Yuzuru invited Midori and Shinobu to make this little visit into a party. They arrive at the house, Shinobu saying that Tori's dog King would end up crushing him since he's so big, and Sora notes that King has a color that says he loves Tori a lot. He notices Tori has a sad color and asks what's wrong if that isn't too intrusive to ask. He says even if they can't solve the problem, bending always helps Sora. That's the power of magic. When Tori explains, Sora notes that it's too bad, but since they can't do anything about it, they should just think of happy things, since sadness and loneliness won't go away unless they do. He also asks what would make Tori happy, and Tori mentions being with friends would, so Sora says that's easy since they're friends and that'll cheer him up. He then pulls out a game console, which Tori had never seen before in real life. Sora is shocked that a rich kid had never touched one before. Tori tells him to put it away before Yuzuru sees, and Sora is sad since he brought a lot of games for them to play. Yuzuru makes them all tea. Sora saying that drinking tea in the yard like this feels like a movie scene. Sora thinks that the colors of the fresh air and the sky are relaxing, and he thinks all the bloomed flowers have a pretty color. He asks if he can sit in a place close to the flowers, and to tell him if he shouldn't sit anywhere specific. Yuzuru brings out some Earl Grey tea and dakwas for them to have. While Shinobu and Midori stress about how to proceed, Sora says that the cake tastes special, and he likes it, and he asks if he can eat it, to which Tori says that's the point of the tea party. He then recommends the lime macarons, and Sora notices that Tori's color got brighter when he mentioned lime and asks if he likes it. Tori says he likes the color lime, and Sora says that he likes the color sky blue. Then Tori offers him the blue macarons. Sora says they're pretty and he thanks him. Seeing how relaxed Sora is, Midori and Shinobu relax as well and start eating normally. Sora brings out some cake that he brought for them and asks them all to have a slice. He also recommends eating cake with peanut butter, then eats his slice with his hands. When Shinobu expresses surprise at this, Sora says that he's always been eating cake like this and asks if he's being impolite. Tori decides he's going to try that too. Tori asks about the peanut butter, and Sora says it makes cookies, macarons, and a bunch of other dishes taste better. He says the magic of peanut butter is wonderful. When they finish eating, they wonder what you're supposed to do at a party, Midori noting that none of them are really the type to have a lot of friends. When Tori says magic performances is a thing that they can do, Sora immediately decides to do a little trick for them by changing a handkerchief into a flower. When Tori grumbles that it reminds him of Wataru, Sora says that he in fact learned the trick from Wataru. Sora acknowledges Wataru's magic is a lot cooler than his, and he wants to be like him one day, able to make lots of colors appear when he performs magic and painting the world in them. Tori says he personally thinks that Eiji is cooler. Sora notices a sad color that's similar to Tori and asks if Tori has any siblings. Tori confirms that he has a little sister, but he can't introduce her to them since she has a cold. Sora says it makes sense that their colors are alike then. When Yuzuru comes by to tell Tori that it's time for King's vet appointment, Tori panics, but Yuzuru says that he'll handle it and try getting along with King since Tori's having fun with his friends. The moment Yuzuru leaves, Tori asks Sora to take out the game console. Sora approves since games are more fun when played with friends. Sora connects the console to the living room TV for Tori, then explains how to enter into the game too. He gives controllers to Shinobu and Midori, and Shinobu picks a character like a ninja. Midori picks a random one with a vehicle with a mascot character decoration, and Sora picks a hidden character from a previous game, noting that he had never played them, so he wasn't sure of their efficiency yet. Tori panics about who to pick, but Sora tells him to take his time, and he says that he'll teach Tori how to use any character or vehicle that he chooses. Tori decides to pick Peach, since he says he feels a connection to her. Sora says picking a character that catches your attention is the best option, and that Sora's favorite character in the series is going to appear in the sequel game. Sora's happy that that character will be put in more games now. Tori is confused, but can get that Sora really loves games. When they're about to start, Sora decides to take off his socks so he can play with one of the free controllers. He explained he wanted to play with it since it was just lying around not doing anything, and Shinobu calls him skillful. Then they get to racing. As they play, Sora also explains the controls to Tori and even shows him examples of what he's saying as they play, and offering to repeat if he needs to. A lot later, they finish racing and the three realize that Sora's gone missing. They see that the window's open and assume that he went outside. They find that Sora is at the top of one of the trees. Sora tells them that the trees at Tori's house are well taken care of, so it should be normal for him to want to climb them. Shinobu worriedly tells him to get back down, and noticing how worried everyone is, Sora agrees to come down by jumping down. Sora then asks Tori for a hose. He sprays the water around and manages to create a rainbow with the water being sprayed all over the place. Tori realizes that he was doing it for Tori's little sister so that she'll be able to see it. Sora's happy that her lonely color faded a little and that his magic was able to reach her. Tori runs off and gets some soap bubbles to play with. Sora says that he's never played with them before and asks to be taught, and Tori does, showing him how to use them. They all end up soaked from the hose and Yuzuru returns. When Yuzuru scolds Tori for it, Sora is immediately willing to take the blame since it was his idea. He explains he wanted to make a rainbow, then they made soap bubbles, but getting wet wasn't part of the plan. Yuzuru understands and notes that's not really a way a high schooler has fun, and Tori asks who cares. He had fun not having to worry about how he was acting, and that no matter what we do with friends, it'll be fun. Yuzuru offers to run them a bath. Tori says that they have a jacuzzi and a sauna, and one where they can relax all they want. Sora comments if the bath is big enough, maybe they'll be able to swim in it. Tori asks Yuzuru if they can all stay over, and Yuzuru agrees. Sora is so excited by this that he starts jumping around, but then points out he doesn't have any clothes. Yuzuru assures him that they have clothes for guests, so it's fine. Sora is happy to be sleeping at a friend's house and asks if this is what they call a pajama party. Tori says he wants to play the console again when Yuzuru falls asleep, and Sora asks if he's frustrated he didn't win and declares war on Tori. And then they remember that they left the console out, and Yuzuru finds it and angrily asks what it is. Roll credits. One more story, then we're done. And finally, we're on to the last event story, Wonder Game. Natsume is setting up a fake witch burning to get his anger at Tsumugi setting up something behind his back. Sora thinks that it's a game. Natsume had also been using the fake flames to test if they'd be believable or not for live shows. He explains that their job is to make people believe in dreams and illusions as if they're true magic. But if it's too lifelike, then it would just be scary, like people panicking about Martians. He explains that humanity believes what they want, and malicious people take advantage of that. Reality is flawed, and the pretty entertainment world on TV is swirling with corruption. He feels pity for those who believe that. And Tsumugi points out that he used to be like that too, and Natsume tells him to forget about the past. Sora thinks that even if they're forcing themselves to act like normal, things feel awkward and the mood is all fuzzy. And then Ibara comes knocking at the door to talk to them about Wonder Game. When Ibara barges in, Sora quickly hides Tamugi behind a partition, and then cue a battle of wills between Natsume and Ibara. When Switch goes to meet up with Adam on the garden terrace, they start talking about the past vaguely, and Sora's left confused since they're talking about things he hasn't been told about and feels out of the loop. He feels lonely being left behind when this happens, like he's back in the past before he met Natsume and Tsumugi. Anzu comforts him, and Sora realizes that he isn't alone anymore and doesn't feel as lonely. Sora realizes that he has a hard time seeing Nagisa since his color is so hard to see, but Nagisa tells him that he doesn't need to focus on him. Natsume tells him talking to Nagisa will corrupt him and to come over to sit on his lap. And since Eve is busy with something, Switch will just be talking to Adam. Sora wonders why Tsumugi had been so hasty to agree to participating in the Wonder Game Live, and Tsumugi says it's for personal reasons he'd say later. Later on, Tsumugi explains why he wanted to accept the Wonder Game Live since it was something he had proposed but was never done in the end. Later on, Sora is gaming while being hugged from behind by Natsume as they wait for Eden to arrive. Sora says that he'll be well behaved since they'll be recording them for Wonder Game. And when Natsume says that the pieces of the plot will be moved randomly in rule-defying ways, Sora says that it's important to stick to the rules, otherwise games aren't fun. Natsume tells him that they should turn a blind eye to deception sometimes as a necessary evil, since it could even be the best for magicians. And Sora is still left completely lost at what exactly is happening behind the scenes. And much later on, while during the filming of Wonder Game, Tsumui comes asking Sora if he's seen Natsume, but is caught off guard seeing Sora with Nagisa. Sora ended up becoming close to Nagisa, even being able to ride on his shoulders. Since Nagisa is hard to see, so Sora figures he must get cold easily, and he decides to warm him up with a hug. Nagisa is made a little happy with how Sora has been stuck to him since most people avoid him. Sora directs things back on track and asks what happened with Natsume since his color feels like something is wrong. Tsumugi explains Natsume didn't show up and he asks if he knew where he could be and asks the both of them to split up and look for him. Sora says there's no need and that Tsumugi knows Natsume best, so much so that it makes him envious of the bond that they have that they don't acknowledge. Sora says as long as he doesn't turn his eyes from his guilt or act stubborn, he knows Tsumugi will see Natsume clearly, even without eyes like his, since all humans can do that. Nagisa agrees with him and says that since Tsumugi was always able to help find him and helpfully guide him when he was still in Fine, he'll be able to do the same with Natsume. And cut to the day of the Wonder Game Live. Sora sees Natsume in his costume and immediately calls him pretty. Sora tells Natsume and Tsumugi that they can't make any scary faces since their live is starting and Switch will cast smile magic. And when they do, the world will be colored like a flower garden. Natsume notes that he's in a good mood, and Sora explains it's because he barely saw Natsume during Wonder Game, so he's excited that they're together again. And he also says that he loves getting to sing and dance, even if he's exhausted since he's been doing things he's not used to. Then Tsumugi reveals his plan post-graduation. That is, he wants to work for the newly revealed New Dimension. Tsumugi says meeting Sora and Natsume had changed his peaceful but dull and tedious days into a never-ending tea party. Thanks to them, he was able to make the flower called Switch bloom. A flower that's like a miracle, and making miracles is what magicians do. He says he won't ask them to pursue him or tell them to follow him, but if the day comes that they do, it'd be a dream come true. He wants to be prepared to meet them again as he waits, and he's filled with happiness looking forward to that day if it comes. Both Natsume and Sora promise that Switch will sing together again. Sora wants to chase after him so Switch can perform together forever and ever. Sora also jokes that if they break this promise, then they'll have to swallow 1,000 needles, and calls it a joke, as jokes are a magic spell to calm the mood. Natsume tells him that the agency he's about to go into will have some funding from Eiichi, but probably not because of Tsumugi. And cues Sora being blinded by Hiyori again. While they're on stage, Sora pretends to be a cat and clings to and nuzzles Natsume since his role is to be Alice's pet cat. Sora then complains a little about Natsume focusing so much on Tsumugi during this whole event and reminds him that Sora is still a part of Switch as well. Natsume apologizes and assures him he didn't forget and tells him he loves him. Sora knows, but he wanted to sulk by being a little bit mean to him. Sora knows he's growing bit by bit since he could support Natsume naturally, who was starting to look a little unsteady. Sora is happy since it's thanks to Switch for picking him up and raising him well, so he wants to do the same for them. He then says, "A favor for a favor, love for love. When someone smiles at you, you should return that smile. And if you take their hand in yours and sing and dance together, then it's the greatest happiness." Tsumugi and Natsume had been the ones who taught him that. Sora thanks them and says now he is able to see the world through those eyes now. He then speaks into the mic, saying the Wonderland is wonderful, since what others see as normal is strange to him. But in Switch, he can laugh and be happy. He still isn't that good, but he'll keep learning, living on in happiness as he continues to be taught by Natsume and Tsumugi. Finally, the day of the Yunosaki graduation comes along, and Tsumugi is napping. As Natsume and Sora go to wake him up, Sora is crying, and Natsume says it's fine for him to cry, but he has to wave Tsumugi off with a smile or he'll become a ghost. Sora says it's not like Tsumugi died. Sora and Natsume had also joined New Dimension, so they can keep working together as Switch with Tsumugi. Natsume wonders why Tsumugi hasn't cut his hair since there shouldn't be a prayer he still needs answering, and Sora guesses he just must like it now. Sora points out Natsume's color says he likes Tsumugi's hair as well, and Natsume calls his perceptiveness almost scary. Sora asks if he hates him for it, and Natsume says who knows, and that he might hate crybabies, which quickly makes Sora stop crying. He puts on a smile, and Natsume says that's the Sora that they love best. Natsume wakes Tsumugi up by blocking his mouth and nose, and Sora says he can solve any problem, and Natsume calls Tsumugi Tsumuki-Nisan like he used to in the past. Okay, so that's every Sora appearance in the original N-Stars, summarized as best I could, so we're going to be on the same page now. If that's all you wanted to hear, or you just wanted to have a podcast hearing someone read all this out to you, then feel free to go off the video now. No worries. The rest of the video is really not going to be that much, it's just things I like, so, no fret. Don't worry, I appreciate you watching this far if you have, so thank you very much. Now I just want to talk about certain things about Sora and those around him that I love. Or, just 3 people, not much. Starting with Sora's first and closest friend outside of his unit, his relationship with Hinata. Sora's relationship with Hinata is something I absolutely adore. From the moment we know that they know each other, it's very clear that the two have instantly become friends, the bond only growing more and more over time. From the start, Sora is able to see through to Hinata's true self. Being able to tell Hinata doesn't actually like sweets at first, wanting to help Hinata branch out to others, and knowing it's what he needs, but knowing pushing it would push Hinata away from him, and wanting to make Hinata happy by being happy around him. The two feel a connection to each other, even past the way others see them as hyperactive children who act without thinking things through. They're both more observant than those around them give them credit for, and they can both relate to each other on being seen as different from children and people around them as kids. Their bond with each other even ends up being a positive for their units, as in with Sunshower Festa and Haunted House. Twink and Switch were only able to do those because Sora was friends with Hinata and then Yuta. The two just genuinely want to make the other happy, and I think that simple wish makes their friendship really precious and important for both of them, during their time in Yumenosaki. Now on to Sora's bond with the two most important people during his life in Yumenosaki, Natsume and Tsumugi, as well as Switch. In the N-Star's main story, Hokuto had said, as he was explaining how the unit system works, that units are a group of comrades that are all in the same boat, and that you could even call them your irreplaceable brethren, joining hands to support each other in order to overcome the hell that is Yumenosaki Academy. And I couldn't agree with this stance any more than I do right now. Switch was, and excuse me for using information from Ensemble Stars double exclamation point, since a lot of this is coming from the story Polyhedral Trilights, initially formed without a clear direction in mind. When Sora had first met Natsume and Tsumugi, they were going to go into sports. Sports! Because they were testing a unique unit style that wasn't in Yumenosaki yet. Super Early Switch, which was still just Natsume and Tsumugi at the time, was still a bit of a mess. Natsume was still heavily affected by seeing his seniors, or rather his brothers, in the Five Eccentrics get executed helplessly so recently, and Tsumugi was still reeling from having the original Fine be disbanded because their job was done, despite thinking there was a chance that all of them, or at least he and Eiji, had become true friends by then. Initially, Natsume had wanted Tsumugi to atone for what he had helped cause by staying close to him as a reminder of his deeds while he was in Fine, and Tsumugi wanted to do his best to try making amends not just to the eccentrics, but especially to Natsume for what Fine had done, so the two ended up coming together to form Switch. Natsume had left most of the new unit's initial image and direction to Tsumugi at first. Tsumugi had named them Switch to help Natsume to switch his perspective to a positive one after what he had gone through being in the Five Eccentrics. And since they first met in a dance studio, Tsumugi figured that they might as well go with a sporty theme since that was the only common ground that they had at the time. Switch's foundation was shaky and unsure at the time. That is until Sora entered Yumenosaki. And calling back to Pleiades Night, on how Natsume had first reacted to Sora, Natsume noticed Sora, remembered him from his past, and remembered how much Sora used to stand out from everything around him. Back then, Natsume had simply just been curious about him. But now, after knowing what it was like being labeled as an oddity, being separated from the rest of the student body by being called one of the eccentrics and being shunned by it, he felt an affinity to the boy that he used to know in his childhood. Natsume had been at one of his lowest points at this time, so seeing Sora then, someone who he knew experienced what he had experienced, he obviously saw himself in Sora, outright admitting that he thought, "This boy is me," and that he must love him. Sora was both something new and something from his past, something disconnected to all the events that had happened in Yumenosaki the year prior. And honestly, I'm not surprised all these factors ended up having Natsume instantly want to grow attached to him. Natsume asked Sora to join Switch, which ended up being exactly what Switch needed most to finally get its footing. Once Sora joined them, they officially moved to the unit that Switch is now. A unit that casts the magic of happiness, ensuring no one ever feels alone. A gathering place for witches. Being able to reunite with Sora gave Switch meaning beyond Tsumugi's initial one, switching between the world of reality and illusion. And on the topic of Sora's importance in Switch, because I'm super salty when people say Switch would be better without him, let's go over the stories where Sora being there was the driving force behind Switch's actions, or ended up benefiting Switch in the end. And this is just in the first era, not touching on the second, even though there are some where Sora being there is a driving force behind them. So, in timeline order, first is Easter Night. Natsume had no plans on joining it, even when Tsumugi brought up how beneficial it would be, until Sora expressed a desire to do so, and Natsume agreed for him. School Festival, Tamayori's haunted dollhouse. Natsume didn't even plan on joining the school festival until Sora asked if they could, since he wanted to make memories with Tsumugi and everyone at Yumenosaki. Sunshower Festa. Sora wanted to join the Sunshower Festa and asked to do so, which leads to them auditioning and making it in. Summer Flowers. If Sora never joined Switch, they either would have never gone into the magician direction, or they eventually would have, but it wouldn't be the same Switch that we know now, which would make it so the Switch virtual reality system probably wouldn't have been created, since it was created to confuse dreams with reality like a dream, like Switch's current motto. Pleiades Night, Sora had stuck to wanting Natsume to perform with them very stubbornly, even if it meant getting scolded for it, which leads to Natsume eventually caving, and then them joining the Star Spirit Festival, and probably even saving Switch from being forcibly disbanded from inactivity. Brilliant Star Air Force, an alumni who worked on the SVRS who was working on a popular game series, noticed Sora because of it, which led to the Sora delivery service that runs through the whole story, then the rest of Switch being included as characters in the game. Magical Halloween, Sora asking if they can take part in the Halloween event when Switch hadn't planned to, which causes Natsume to change his mind. Fortune Banquet, Sora helping Tsukasa is what eventually leads to Switch and Knights being able to have a joint life for the Fortune Banquet. And while not really connected to Switch, Sora being able to be a part of Barbaria makes it easier for Tsumuki to assist in Saga Clashing Rebirth Live. And finally, Setsubun, Sora managing to secretly survive until the end allows Switch to also perform in the Setsubun Festival. Out of all these stories where the focus is on Switch performing in a live show, with or without another unit, Wonder Game, Blood Banquet, and their B1 in Element are the only ones that Sora wasn't the reason they were even going to do the performance at all. So the Switch that we know today would literally not exist without Sora. And not even going into the stories that only happened because he was there, Switch would not be the unit of magicians that we all know if Sora never attended Yumenosaki and met Tsumugi and reunited with Natsume. So hearing people think that Switch would be fine with just Tsumugi and Natsume just makes me so. Actually, I think I just want to go a little bit more in depth about how important the bond between Natsume and Tsumugi to Sora and vice versa really is. This part won't be long, but I just want to touch on it. And unfortunately, this won't be going in depth with the bond between Natsume and Tsumugi, since I'm sure there's someone else who would be able to go better in depth on that than even I can. Heck, there are probably people who go more in depth about Sora's bond with the two of them better than I can, since I'm not much of an analyst type, so feel free to do that if you want to. Right off the bat, Natsume and Tsumugi wanted to help Sora by teaching him small things to help him adjust, which I mentioned much earlier. They both actively want to do anything they can to help Sora any chance they can, while also supporting him and uplifting him constantly. They find ways to accommodate for Sora instead of forcing him to change his ways, from Natsume telling Tsumugi to not tell Sora to stop climbing walls, to not forcing him to have a phone on him since they know it'll make him uncomfortable, and Natsume even going out of his way to make a program on the SVRS so that he can experience synesthesia like Sora experiences it every day so that he can understand Sora's views better. And the influence of their kindness, consideration, and massive care for Sora is reflected in Sora himself. In almost every story you read, Sora's repeating lessons Natsume and Tsumugi have told him and putting them in practice, and he's following advice that the both of them have given them as well. Even when he's learning to be more independent from them, even when they offer him their help, shows that he was able to gain that independence because he was able to grow more confident in himself the longer he spent with the two of them and being around all his new friends at Yumenosaki. In turn, I think Sora was the positive push they both needed to be able to keep moving forward from their pasts. With how the war had affected them both, having someone new enter their group and want to push Switch to brighter and bigger things made it easier for them to follow in Sora's lead until they were able to walk forward together as the unified unit that is Switch. Natsume, in particular, was pretty rooted in the past because of his ties with the eccentrics, and especially Shu. Since he didn't want to leave Shu behind by continuing forward, Switch didn't participate in actual live shows and dream festivals until Sora had gotten the ball rolling in Easter Carnival. Natsume even acknowledges that he had been stuck behind while his big brothers in the eccentrics had begun moving forward. Wanting to make Sora happy also ended up forcing Natsume to have to start progressing as a person from the events of the past, and staying hindered because of his bond with his title as an eccentric. And onto Tsumugi. Tsumugi has a bad habit of putting others before himself and looking down on himself. The problem being so bad that even Natsume had to tell him to be less self deprecating to himself. He often does things he thinks will benefit those around him, even without asking them first, which can end up making them more upset, even if his intentions are good, like in Pleiades Night. While being in Switch, he is repeatedly reminded to talk to Sora and Natsume about things like this with them, to tell them what he wants and things he wishes Switch to do since they're all unit mates. Unit mates should support each other, and as Sora says in their okay, it's a long name. In the school festival story where they have a haunted house, he says, Senpai is an important group mate. Sora doesn't think you should feel bad if this is what you want to do. Yep, group mate. You should pull us along with you more and more. He's shown to have finally taken that to heart over the year, as in Wonder Game he openly tells Natsume and Sora he wants them to follow after him, that it would be a dream if they did, which makes the two of them happy. You could possibly even go as far to say that Sora helped properly mend Natsume and Tsumugi's relationship. Even if they did both care for each other, the events during the war caused friction to come between them. Sora was there to keep them focused on the future of Switch instead of their pasts, on their future with each other instead of the past that almost ruined their ties to each other. So, again, if I hear anyone say Sora isn't important to either of them or Switch, I'm going to believe you either didn't read the stories or you just have some kind of grudge against Sora for coming between your ship or something. And anyway, I think that's all I have to say. I'm not really the character analyzer type, so I know there's a lot that I looked over or couldn't put into words and or couldn't dissect properly, but I'm still thankful that there's anyone who stuck around for the video for this long. Even just recording it, I can see that this is gonna be a really, really long video, so thank you. Maybe I'll be able to do this kind of thing for another character that I love after going over Sora's stories in his first year in Ensemble Stars double exclamation point. Feel free to suggest anyone you would like to have this video on. Right now, I'm considering Shinobu, since I really like Shinobu's character. I hope anyone coming out of this video has a little bit more of an appreciation for Sora, or just know him more than just being that one kid in Switch that's there with Natsume and Tsumugi. And again, thank you for watching, and hopefully see you again soon.